A girl sends a message saying she wants to end their relationship, and the main character, Chen Yuan, breaks down in tears, stunned and in disbelief. He hopes it's just a prank because he had dreams for their future, including marriage. But then she blocks him. Crushed, he collapses in his chair. One of his friends was planning to invite him to play a game, but finds him unconscious instead. The friend tries to help, but Chen Yuan storms out, slamming the door. His friends are frustrated that he can't keep a relationship. Chen Yuan, known for hopelessly chasing girls and spending on them with nothing in return, is furious because after 3 years, he still didn't win over a girl named Chuang. The scene shifts to him pleading with her in public, saying he had brought her dinner, her favorite meal. Bystanders whisper that he worked 4 jobs just to support her. Chuang calmly explains that she thought about things and decided to get back with her ex. Chen Yuan knows the ex and angrily reminds her he cheated and left her pregnant. Suddenly, the ex pulls up in a car and calls Chuang over. She says this is better and leaves with him. Devastated, Chen Yuan believes he'll never find love. Suddenly, a mysterious system appears, revealing his stats. His name, a personal balance of 230 coins and a single strength point. It also mentions he has 90 billion coins, but only for his bootlicker status. Confused, he stares at a girl nearby. She asks if something is wrong since he's been staring at her chest. The system identifies her as Su Lil, 21 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms, and nearly an 8 out of 10 in looks. Her favorability toward him is -50. The system says if any girl reaches 95 favorability, she becomes his bootlicker. Chen Yuan is baffled, wondering if he needs to use the 90 billion coins on women. The system confirms they can only be spent on women. When one reaches 95 favorability, he earns a tenth of the amount spent back, along with other bonuses. Deciding to test it, he invites Su Lil to eat, offering to pay. The system approves, saying he can start spending. Once a girl reaches 95 favorability, he also gains 5 points to enhance his abilities. Su Lil questions if he's just flaunting money and whether he's trying to flirt with her. She remembers how she once made a guy spend more than 30,000 with just a few words. Chen Yuan replies that she should test him to find out. She tells him to buy snacks for the entire class. Su Lil looks down on him, thinking he dresses poorly and assumes he'll back down. But Chen Yuan spends 50,000 without hesitation. People who mocked him begin to realize he's wealthy despite his appearance. Chen Yuan tells her the amount is insignificant to him and asks her to add him. Su Lil wonders if he's one of those rich kids who inherited wealth. She agrees to add him, but insists they go somewhere first to test his sincerity. Standing in front of a luxury store, she claims she's not materialistic, but needs to know if he's genuine. Chen Yuan thinks he might be thrown out. Chen Yuan reassures Su Lil that she can buy whatever she wants. Inside, he notices Chuang with her new boyfriend. Su Lil guessed that she was his ex. He says it's the perfect time to run into her. Su Lil asks for a specific limited edition bag. The clerk says there's only one left, and Chuang is trying it on. Chuang boasts that she'll prove the difference between winners and losers. She hints at an upcoming birthday. This confuses her boyfriend, who thought her birthday had already passed. She clarifies that was the lunar calendar birthday, and now it's her solar one. Chuang insists she isn't materialistic. Her boyfriend seems uncertain. Su Lil snatched the bag from Chuang's hands. She sarcastically apologized, pretending to be polite. Then she said she would buy the bag herself since Chuang wasn't taking it. She gains 20 favorability points. As she admires the bag, Chen Yuan gains another 20, and then another. He's thrilled that a bag gave him 60 points. However, he realizes he won't get much money back if he reaches 95 favorability too quickly with only small purchases. The clerk comments how some guys pretend to be rich but won't spend on their girlfriends, while the poorly dressed Chen Yuan gives Su Lil everything. Chuang is left humiliated, while Su Lil proudly says a good boyfriend, like a bag, should be held onto tightly. She compliments Chen Yuan, thinking she can't afford to lose him. Tearfully, Chuang bumps into him, saying he's gone too far. Chen Yuan coldly says she still has a lot to suffer. The system then activates a second relationship. Chuang's stats appear: 21 years old, 163 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms, and a slightly higher attractiveness than Su Lil. Her favorability is -10. Su Lil asks where they're headed next. Chen Yuan smiles, saying the night is just beginning and he has more than enough money. Chen Yuan asks if one bag is enough. Su Lil, overwhelmed, begins grabbing everything. He pays and the clerks arrange delivery. He continues gaining favorability points, 5 with each swipe. Eventually, Su Lil is exhausted and doesn't know where to put all the bags. Chen Yuan offers to buy her a house. This backfires, he loses points. Su Lil tells him to slow down. Even for someone wealthy, buying a house is too much too soon. Su Lil, a junior at the Fine Arts College, is 21 years old, weighs 49 kilograms, and likes the color black. Chen Yuan asks for a prepaid card for her and loads it with 500,000 credits. She blushes and smiles, happy with the gift. He whispers that if she can't resist, she should give in. Su Lil calls him a naughty boy, and he gains 30 favorability points. The store clerks gush over how caring he is. Chen Yuan reflects that money makes flirting easier. Su Lil wonders why he spends so much on her, but not himself. He admits he doesn't usually buy things for himself. To impress him, Su Lil took him shopping with the 50,000 her father had given her. She bought him new clothes. She also paid for a fresh haircut. Chen Yuan looks fresh and gains another 15 favorability points. He asks if he did something wrong. Su Lil gently holds his chin and says there's nothing wrong with him. She now thinks they look like a perfect couple. She thanks him, saying it's been a special day. Her favorability reaches 68. Back at the dorm, his friends notice his new look and ask what happened. He says he went on a date. They remind him how recently he was crying over Chuang and warn that Su Lil could drain his money. Chen Yuan thanks them. Then a message from Chuang arrives. She says if he hates her, they should delete each other's contacts. He thinks about increasing her favorability for profit. He replies kindly, saying she still has a special place in his heart. She explains she's only with her ex because her mother is ill and needs 50,000 for treatment. Chen Yuan sends the money. Her friend asks who did that. Chuang admits it was her ex, Chen Yuan. The friend is shocked. Even after sending the money, he only gains 5 favorability points. Chuang bombards him with questions: why he sent it, where the money came from, what Su Lil is to him, why he never bought her a bag, and whether he's secretly rich. Chen Yuan ignores her after 15 messages. He wonders if there's a more entertaining way to spend. He finds a girl doing a live stream, about to log off due to lack of gifts. He decides this is better than buying bags and sends 1 rocket, then 100. Her phone crashes. In the live stream, viewers are stunned and question who sent all the gifts. Chen Yuan realizes having money brings attention. He sends another 900 rockets, crashing her stream. At the company managing the streamers, an employee runs to report a guy spent 10 million on one stream. Everyone is shocked, unsure whether he is laundering money or works for the platform. Other streamers see his nickname and try messaging him. The girl from the livestream is amazed and messages him, asking if he's still watching. But Chen Yuan has already gone to sleep after a long day of spending. The next morning, his friends read the news about a mysterious guy spending 10 million. They dream about what they'd do with that much money. Chen Yuan realizes he spent all that money and didn't even get favorability. Opening a social app, he sees countless messages from girls. One says she's 28, divorced, and wants to meet. She invites him to her studio but gets no reply. He isn't excited since it doesn't help with his goals. His friends are getting ready to go out, and he asks where they're heading. They say they're off to see the campus goddess, Zia Yuki, and want to get there early to see her up close. The system displays Zhao Yuki's profile. She is the most admired girl at the university, vice president of the student council, a pianist, a ballet dancer, and a fencing champion. Her talents make her seem untouchable to most students. For the past 3 years, no one has been able to get close to her. Chen Yuan sees her as the ultimate challenge. Nearby, Chuang talks to her friend, noting how Chen Yuan only started dressing well after they broke up. She's worried he'll clash with her new boyfriend. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan listens as students chat about who'll win Zhao Yuki's heart. One student brags and walks up to her, asking for her contact. Her friend tries to stop him, but the first insists he just wants advice from the vice president. Zhao Yuki watches curiously. Her friend grabbed the guy by the collar and told him not to go near Zhao Yuki. Then Chen Yuan boldly asks for her contact too. Her friend mocks him, but he stands firm. The president praises his courage. Her friend even admits Chen Yuan is more handsome. Chen Yuan declines the offer to join the student union, saying his only goal is to pursue Zhao Yuki. Other students watch and admire Chen Yuan's confidence. Zhao Yuki, impressed, gives him her contact. Chuang's friend notices and wonders what's going on between them. Chen Yuan casually says he just likes pretty girls and doesn't see a reason to hide it. He forms a flirty bond with Yuki, though her favorability is still at 0. Outside, his friends cheer him on. They say he used to look desperate, but now he's confident. One jokes that if he gets close to Yuki, he has to introduce them to her friends. A rejected student complains, saying Chen Yuan has good taste, but still has a lot to learn from him. Just then, Su Lil shows up and calls out to Chen Yuan, saying she's been waiting. Everyone is shocked. She usually ignores guys. Chen Yuan offers to make it up to her with a meal. She asks if she looks good in the outfit he bought. He replies that beauty doesn't depend on clothes. They walk away. The rejected guy stands there, confused. Chuang watches, tears welling in her eyes. Later, Su Lil hands Chen Yuan a drawing she made of him. She says she stayed up all night and asks him not to throw it away. He's touched. It's the first gift he's ever received from a girl. He wonders aloud if this is all just a game. Su Lil gets upset and tries to take the drawing back. Chen Yuan says he'll keep it as a family treasure and admits he likes her more as a person than for her gifts. She's impressed and he gains another 5 points. Chen Yuan suspects she wants him to be her pet, but he has other plans. Just then a guy walks up, asking who Chen Yuan is and whether he's wealthy. Chen Yuan realizes the guy is another admirer of Su Lil. She says she doesn't know the guy and he doesn't control her. Chen Yuan introduces himself and asks the guy, whose name is Yang Yu, how long he's been following Su Lil. Yang Yu says 6 months. Chen Yuan tells him his own story, how he was replaced after 3 years, working 4 jobs and barely surviving. Yang Yu doesn't get the point. Chen Yuan says being rejected can fuel self-improvement and asks why a man shouldn't have a good life partner. Yang Yu tears up. Su Lil, confused, says Yang Yu is just a friend. Chen Yuan tells her he doesn't care about her past, but won't tolerate disrespect. He rips the drawing and tells her she can still use the card he gave her, but he doesn't want to see her again until she sorts out her feelings. Su Lil regrets her actions, realizing Chen Yuan is the first person who truly cared for her. He gains another 5 points. Reflecting on his growth, Chen Yuan decides to move forward. He then notices Zia Yuki starting a live stream. Among all the girls he has met so far, Kiki appears the most innocent. During her live stream, she introduced herself as a piano student who had just started streaming 2 days ago. She politely asked for support. Chen Yuan finds her adorable and wonders if the elegant and composed Zia Yuki might actually be warm-hearted deep down. He arrogantly notes how few viewers Kiki has and questions if that's all she can attract. Just then, Shomi messages him asking where he is. He replies, pretending not to know her. She reminds him about the many gifts he sent during her stream and is shocked he forgot. He tells her he was just playing and asks if she is free to meet. Shomi declines, saying she is busy. He ignores her. Trying to win him back, Shomi promises to do a special live stream. Chen Yuan, annoyed, realizes she just wants more gifts. He's frustrated because he has no system linked to her and has already spent over 10 million. Tired, he decides to stop wasting money on her and instead support Zia Yuki. A live stream duel begins between 2 streamers. The winner is the one who receives the most donations. Chen Yuan is amused and asks who Yuki's opponent is. Shomi laughs, confident she'll win against a beginner. Chen Yuan says he isn't sure and watches as the duel starts. Shomi quickly gains 10,000 points. Zia Yuki only has 206. Still, Yuki gives her all, using talent and creativity to entertain. Shomi, mocking, tells Yuki she should give up because she has a wealthy supporter, Chen Yuan. The viewers are hyped. Shomi thinks that with all her efforts, Chen Yuan will surely send her gifts. Suddenly, rockets appear on the screen, but not for her. All of them go to Yuki. Her points skyrocket to over 150,000. The notification says the donor is Lonely Smoke, which is Chen Yuan. Yuki is shocked. Shomi is furious, demanding to know why the gifts weren't for her. Flustered, Shomi quickly ends her stream, apologizing to viewers. Chen Yuan smirks, pleased by her reaction. He hopes Zia Yuki doesn't disappoint after his massive gift. At the streaming company, the employees go wild. They wonder who this mysterious donor could be. One speculates that he must be the son of royalty to throw around money like that. Another streamer jokingly grabs a triangle instrument, saying maybe he likes music. Yuki and her friend talk about what happened. Her friend suggests she could become a celebrity, but Yuki is hesitant. She says she doesn't think pleasing men online is a long-term goal and values financial and personal independence. Her friend asks if she knows the donor. Yuki shakes her head. Still, she feels grateful and wants to send a thank you message. Her friend reminds her that she said she didn't want to get involved with anyone. Yuki suddenly says maybe she does know who he is. She imagines he must be someone rich and talented who chooses to live an ordinary life and fell for a simple girl like her. Her friend laughs and says she watches too many dramas. Yuki continues imagining his life must be hard, hiding his true identity. Her friend tells her it's late and time for bed, but Yuki still wants to message Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan checks his phone and sees a message from a girl inviting him to lunch. He says he wants to eat his favorite dish, crayfish. She agrees to meet him at the school gate that afternoon. He notices she didn't ask anything about the gifts or his money. Curious, he wonders what she really wants. The next morning, Chen Yuan arrives on his scooter. A guy standing next to a luxury car asks if he's waiting for someone. Chen Yuan asks the same. The guy says he's waiting for his girlfriend. Then Kiki appears. The guy tells Chen Yuan not to stare because it takes hard work and money to get a girl like her. He boasts that he'll take all the pretty girls. To his surprise, Kiki runs straight toward Chen Yuan. The guy thinks she wants a ride in his car. But instead, she hops on Chen Yuan's scooter. The guy is left speechless, questioning why he even bothers being rich. Kiki and Chen Yuan ride away together. Kiki daydreams that they are engaged as they arrive at the restaurant. They order spicy crayfish. The dish is served, and Chen Yuan arranges the table neatly. Kiki is touched by his manners and thinks he's noble despite not going to fancy places. As Chen Yuan eats the tiny crayfish, Kiki playfully comments. She says it must be the smallest he's ever had. She admires how humble he is, imagining that he seeks a peaceful life. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuan gains 10 favorability points. Then Kiki peels a crayfish and offers it to him. Just as he's about to eat, Chuang shows up. Chuang sees Kiki feeding him and turns to her boyfriend. She suggests they find a different table because the place is too crowded. Her boyfriend replies that it's not about the crowd, but the familiar faces. He approaches Chen Yuan and throws a stack of cash on the table, offering him money to give up the table. Chen Yuan is confused and wonders if the guy thinks this is impressive. The man throws more cash, asking if Chen Yuan wants more. Kiki looks angry, clearly bothered. She clutches her bag tightly, upset their peaceful lunch is ruined. The man waves more fake-looking money and claims he can buy out the whole place. A server offers to find them another table. The boyfriend refuses and insists on that exact table. Suddenly, a handbag flies and hits him. A large woman walks over to them. Chen Yuan is confused. The man turns pale. He recognizes the woman and calls her by name, Elena. Elena glares at him, saying that if she hadn't shown up, she wouldn't have caught him cheating. She scolds him and he denies it, claiming she's everything to him. Onlookers gasp. Elena yells at the other girl, accusing her of seduction. The girl cries and says he lied about being single. He says she's just making things up and slaps her across the face. She falls to the ground in shock. He moves to strike her again. But Chen Yuan stops him. He questions if the man enjoys humiliating himself. The system notifies Chen Yuan that he has earned another 20 favorability points. Chuang tells Chen Yuan that she believes he truly cares. He keeps gaining points, another 20 and then another 20. Finally, the system announces that the second target, Chuang, has reached over 95 favorability points. Chen Yuan has successfully turned the tables. The system reports that Chen Yuan spent 50,000 on Chuang and will receive 5,000 back. She is now part of his bootlicker group. As a reward, Chen Yuan receives 20 strength points and allocates 10 of them to strength. Chen Yuan allocates 10 more points to fitness. Flexing his arm, he faces off against the angry blonde man, who grabs a bottle and threatens him. Chen stays calm and simply calls him annoying before punching the bottle and the man, sending him flying. The blonde crashes to the floor, defeated. Chen says that depending on others isn't shameful, but using women and hurting them is disgraceful. The blonde trembles, gripping a knife handle. The girl next to Chen, Kiki, nervously tells him to end things quickly. The blonde man tries to charge Chen again. But with his upgraded abilities, Chen dodges effortlessly. Chen strikes with his elbow, and the attacker collapses in pain. The entire food court watches in silence. Foaming at the mouth, the man lies motionless as Chen walks away, hands in his pockets. Chuang clings to his leg, begging for forgiveness and another chance. Cold and detached, Chen reminds her of the man who once carried her for 10 kilometers at 3 in the morning to the hospital, the one who saved for half a year to buy her a phone that she didn't even like, and the one who saw her vanity yet always believed she had a kind heart. He finishes by saying that all those versions of him are gone. Later, he talks with the school president. He apologizes for the commotion, but she brushes it off and tells him to call her Kiki instead. She says she wasn't bothered and finds him more interesting the more she sees him, believing he has many surprises in store. Back home, Chuang arrives soaking wet from the rain, crying silently. Her friend asks why she didn't use an umbrella, but Chuang can barely speak. Her friend then asks if it was Chen Yuan who upset her, mentioning that she heard he donated over 10 million to Zia Yuki's livestream. Shocked, Chuang asks if that's true. Her friend confirms it, saying the news came from Yuki's classmates. Chuang screams his name, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan's friends are in the dorm playing mobile games. They're amazed he's won 18 matches in a row. Chen had no idea that using 20 attribute points would make him so strong in online games. A stylish guy suggests Chen could become a top streamer and make millions. Chen, impressed by his new skills, wonders who will be the next to benefit from his physical upgrades. Suddenly, his phone rings. His friends shout that someone is calling. Chen wonders what Sulil will try this time to manipulate him. He picks up and speaks coldly, addressing her as Miss Sulil and asking what she wants. Sulil, crying and sitting in a room filled with past gifts from Chen, says she doesn't know what to do. She then asks to borrow 500,000. Sulil explains her family used to be wealthy, but now they're deep in debt, unable to even pay the interest. She pleads for help. Chen Yuan simply asks what she needs and to send the account details. Stunned, she quickly sends the info, still unsure if he'll really do it. Then Chen sends her 5 million. She panics, thinking he added an extra zero. He casually replies that maybe he did and tells her to keep it. Sulil is overwhelmed, crying and thanking him repeatedly. Her favorability shoots up. She promises to pay him back when she can. Her feelings grow stronger, now reaching 94. Chen Yuan sees this and grumbles that winning her over is taking too long. He considers confessing but stops himself, knowing showing feelings too soon can lead to failure. The next day, he's with his friends when Chuang appears with pastries. She offers him breakfast. His friends are surprised. Before he can respond, Sulil also appears, bringing more breakfast, saying he must be tired of cafeteria food. A face-off begins. Just then, another girl calls his name. It's the school president, Zia Yuki. She brought ramen for him to share. The three girls stare each other down. Yuki is graceful and confident, the second most admired girl on campus. Chen Yuan asks how she knew he liked ramen with meat. She explains it was easy to guess since they went on a date. Chen, no longer trying to charm anyone, now waits to see who will try to charm him. He says the president wins since she understands his tastes. A subtle jab to the others. Yuki comments that she wouldn't bring breakfast without knowing his preferences. If someone doesn't know those details, it means they don't truly care. Her words hit hard. Then she gives him a new iPhone as a gift. Everyone is stunned. One of his friends jokes that this hurts more than losing a parent. Another girl comments on the phone's value, 10,000. Chen tells Yuki she didn't need to do that. She replies it's the thought that counts. She knows he spent far more on her and she doesn't have much money. Elsewhere, Chuang is heartbroken, wondering how she'll ever win him back. A few days later, new competitors appear. Sulil approaches Chuang and suggests they team up to deal with Yuki. Meanwhile, Chen walks by, holding his new iPhone. Chen compliments Yuki for her thoughtful gift. She looks back, thinking he said something, but Chuang says it was nothing. Chen sees that his favorability with Yuki is at 40. He grumbles, thinking she should have fallen for him already. Still, he's impressed by how she makes him feel like a better person. Despite not having full points, she treats him as if he already earned them. His phone buzzes. It's Xiaomi, the small-time streamer from earlier. She messages him, saying she was just joking last time and wants to meet, though she's scared to meet fans in real life. Chen is confused and wonders if that's just an excuse. He tells her to send photos because he's not easy to impress. Soon after, he gets an invite from someone named Dragon King to join a secret group of wealthy otaku. He joins under the name Solitary Cigarette. Other members are amazed he was invited, calling him the biggest donor ever. Chen introduces himself and asks them to take care of him. One member notes that he must be rich and probably has some special skills. Another offers a business opportunity. Chen decides to play along. He replies that he's interested and asks for details. One person offers to sell him a villa. Chen asks where it is. They tell him it's in the Anu district, where homes cost over $1 million. He decides he'll go check it out soon. Inside the mansion, a bald man wonders if Chen Yuan is serious about buying it, and if this legendary spender even exists. The next day, he visits the villa with Zia Yuki. She asks why he brought her there so suddenly. At the entrance, the villa owner greets Chen and confirms if he's the person known as Solitary Cigarette. Recognizing the man, Chen greets him warmly. The villa owner, surprised, notes that Chen doesn't look particularly wealthy, but being accompanied by the school president adds credibility. He suspects Chen might come from a secretive, rich background and anticipates a tough deal. The villa owner introduces himself as Hong Yano, a small businessman in financial trouble and needing to sell the villa. He invites them inside and starts describing the property. The house spans over 500 square meters, with the land measuring more than 2,000. It's fully decorated with Italian-designed furniture. He invites them to enjoy the view of the river and the skyline, saying if he didn't need money, he'd want to be buried there. Yuki starts to understand that Chen might be seriously considering buying the place. Chen looks around and comments that the house isn't as beautiful as he expected. He casually asks about the price. Hong Yano replies that due to multiple offers, it's hard to negotiate, but he wants to sell it for about 50 million, though he's thinking maybe 60 million is fair. Chen reacts with surprise, and the seller assumes it might be too expensive for him. But then Chen says he didn't expect it to be that cheap. Everyone is stunned by his remark. Hong Yano silently regrets not asking for 70 or even 80 million. Chen turns to Yuki and asks if they should buy the house. She's startled and says it doesn't matter to her. He steps closer and says he's buying it for her. Hong Yano is speechless, never imagining someone would buy the place for the school president. Yuki stands frozen. 60 million feels like too much. She starts imagining various situations, afraid that she might end up as his hostage. Yuki apologizes and says she can't accept such a big gift. Chen gently takes her hand and asks her to hear him out. He explains that due to ownership limits, he was planning to transfer this house to her anyway. He says this way she'll have a place of her own. Her imagination goes wild. Chen lines in and whispers that everything he owns is also hers. The system rewards him with 10 favorability points, then another 10 and another. He reaches 90. Chen mentally praises his own acting, saying he deserves an award. Another girl nearby nudges the seller, asking when someone will do that for her. The seller sighs, saying he doesn't have that kind of wealth. Chen swipes his card, saying he will handle the money transfer and finish the paperwork soon. The seller assures him that everything will be taken care of in the next few days. Everything is going according to plan. Chen calculates that once she reaches the required favorability, his 70 million investment will earn him over 700,000. She looks at Chen, expecting him to say something romantic. Her thoughts jump to weddings in Milan, expensive rings, even future baby names. She starts worrying if he'll forget her as time goes on. But before she can imagine more, they reach her destination. She steps out and asks if he's not coming with her. Chen replies that a friend invited him to play games and waves goodbye. She waves back sadly, clearly expecting more than a casual farewell. Chen arrives at the internet cafe and greets his friends. They scold him for taking too long, saying they had to start without him. They urge him to register and join quickly because they're losing. Then he notices Su Lil is there. She explains that her father owns a chain of internet cafes and recently opened this one. She's there to help attract customers. She happily announces that their family's debt has been cleared. She tells Chen to wait while she gets him a drink and an unlimited credit card for the cafe. Chen says it's not necessary, but then chaos erupts. Two shady men appear. One of them, looking like a movie villain, asks Su Lil if she's the daughter of Mr. La Shu and when he plans to repay his debts. Disheveled, Su Lil says the 5 million was already paid. The man laughs and says that was only the principal. There's still 15 million in interest. Su Lil accuses them of scamming and threatens to call the police. The man grabs her wrist and warns her to be quiet. He says that if she refuses to pay, she can work off the debt at his nightclub. Chen intervenes and tells the man to back off if he wants to leave unharmed. Su Lil becomes emotional. The thug laughs and orders his men to attack. A fight breaks out. Some of the thugs wield knives, others just their fists. Chen lands a perfect kick on the main thug's chin, impressing his friends. One says it looks like a cyclone strike. The scene cuts to the gang retreating. A representative from a casino warns that if they're seen again, there won't be any talking. Su Lil throws herself into Chen's arms. The system notifies him that he reached 95 favorability with her and spent 5.3 million, earning 530,000 in return. She is now officially one of his loyal followers. As Chen hugs her, Chuang watches from a distance, but Chen only focuses on where to assign his newly earned attribute points. Then Chuang storms in, calling Su Lil a traitor for siding with Chen. He scolds her for trying to form alliances. Chen, annoyed by the noise, tells the system to assign all his points to strength and agility. Everyone looks around, but realizes Chen has vanished. Chen casually strolls through campus, reflecting on how he already reached favorability milestones with Chuang and Su Lil. Now, only President Yuki remains. Since there's only one president, she's the key to his plan. Suddenly, someone taps him on the shoulder. A girl asks him to move because the track team needs that space. Chen notes her confidence and straightforwardness. He asks for her contact, but another person steps in, warning that she's already in a relationship and that Chen should back off if he doesn't want trouble. Chen recognizes the guy and has a flashback to a time when this same person beat him up. He asks the guy if he remembers, then mocks him for criticizing others. Curious, Chen activates the system on the girl. Her name is He-Jai. She is 19, stands at 1.69 meters, weighs 50 kilograms, and has an appearance rating of 8.2. Her current favorability is -5. The system says that due to the difficulty level, she will yield more attribute rewards. Excited, Chen calculates that he can earn 22 points. Meanwhile, the jealous boyfriend prepares for a race. Spectators wonder who the new guy is in the last lane. The race begins and the boyfriend speeds off, mocking his opponents. But he doesn't realize Chen is already speeding past him, leaving only dust behind. Chen tells He-Jai to watch closely as he's about to win. The sporty boyfriend, nearly bursting with anger, accuses Chen of mocking him. But before he realizes it, Chen laps him with ease. The crowd gasps in awe. In just 15 seconds, Chen completes his 5th lap. He crosses the finish line as people cheer wildly. A professor, noticing Chen's talent, asks if he would like to join the track team and compete nationally. With some training, he says Chen could become a champion. The embarrassed boyfriend demands to know why his spot was taken. Chen replies that it's not his spot anymore. Jai watches, imagining Chen as a professional runner. This earns Chen 5 more favorability points. The boyfriend, frustrated, asks if she's thinking of something else. She denies it, saying she was only worried about him. Chen gains another 5 points, and then 5 more. Back in her room, Yuki's friend asks where she was. Surprised, Yuki asks her friend if she knew that Chen Yuan had bought her a house. She confirms that it was true, and that the villa cost 60 million. Her friend wonders how the school president could be so lucky, yet so naive. She then picks up her phone and sees a forum post spreading rumors. She calls Yuki over to see. The post accuses Chen Yuan from our university of being trash, claiming he's involved with multiple women at the same time. The two girls exchange concerned looks. Chen wonders to himself if people really see him as trash just for spending money, and decides it's all lies. Elsewhere, 3 students are gleefully planning to ruin Chen's reputation. Suddenly, a guy appears behind them and asks what they're doing. Startled, they justify their actions by saying Chen has been too arrogant, and they're trying to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Liang, the guy who lost the race, sees the same rumors. He realizes Chen is the same guy he beat up years ago at their old school. He recalls how Chen was strange and always chased after girls. Liang sits down on a chair, and the 3 schemers gather around him to hear more details they can use against Chen. Liang says that Chen thinks he's above everyone since winning the race, but he'll show people the truth. The forum post spreads more lies, saying Chen manipulates women and causes them to fail academically. Students begin to doubt him. In the president's office, an administrator sees the post on a student's phone. He declares that Chen must be expelled, but says he'll investigate first. The story takes a turn as someone says Chen Yuan is not what people think. They describe him as someone who can't stand seeing a girl suffer and will spend all his money to help. They call him a dark knight who fights evil at night with powerful punches. The one saying this is Yuki, the student president. To her, Chen is a hero. Some question whether that's an exaggeration, but she says it's her instinct. The vice president assures everyone that Yuki may be eccentric, but is trustworthy. Still, the university president isn't satisfied and demands they interview more people. The next person they question is Chuang. She admits Chen was too good for her and calls herself foolish and greedy. She cries, wishing he would take her back. A police officer hands her tissues and asks if Chen continued to act kindly even after she rejected him. The university president watches her cry, thinking she doesn't deserve Chen's love and that Chen has done nothing wrong. Outside, the president smokes a cigarette to calm his jealousy. Deep down, he realizes Chen is innocent. Then he sees 2 people approaching with a banner. It's Su Lil and her father. Su Lil says she wanted to make a banner for Chen. Her father explains how Chen helped protect their family. The president is both impressed and even more jealous. The president walks away, feeling guilty for judging Chen too soon. He rereads the post and sees a girl's comment that if Chen is trash, then she's willing to jump into the trash can. Girls across campus begin to praise Chen, saying he makes their hearts race. The president is stunned that only women are defending Chen. He wonders if people attack Chen simply because he stands out too much. He makes a formal announcement, saying he conducted a full investigation and confirms that all the rumors are false. He publicly clears Chen's name. He praises Chen for helping others without seeking attention. With emotion in his voice, he presents Chen with a special award for positive contributions to society, urging all students to learn from him. Chen is bewildered, wondering why he's receiving the award. Liang, watching from the crowd, curses the president for not destroying Chen's reputation. He also notices his own girlfriend smiling while talking about Chen. Chen gains 10 more favorability points. Another 10 points are added to his favorability score as the event ends. Liang's girlfriend questions his behavior, asking if he's jealous or just going crazy. She says she truly admires Chen, especially because he helps others without asking for anything in return. She brings up how Chen beat Liang in the race, but didn't join the track team. Liang grabs her wrist aggressively, but she tells him to let go and that he's hurting her. She accuses him of being inferior to Chen. Just then, Chen calls his driver, asking to be picked up. He requests not to be picked up in an expensive car, wanting to maintain a low profile. Unfortunately, the driver arrives in a flashy vehicle. Chen gets angry, reminding him not to draw attention. The driver apologizes, saying he misunderstood. As Chen leaves, Liang's girlfriend tells him she wants to break up. Liang refuses but ends up sitting alone, dejected. Chen transfers money to the driver, who thanks him. Chen says he'll return to school and doesn't need a ride because the car is too flashy. The driver respects his wishes. Chen reflects that he needs only a few more points from Yuki to complete the bootlicker system. He decides he must buy her something special and wonders if someone from the group chat has anything to sell. One of the guys jokes that Chen must be rich since he bought a house so casually. Another asks if he wants to buy a luxury car. A new guy introduces himself, saying he's from the Jiang family and they run an imported car business. Chen sees the name on the business card and realizes it belongs to a powerful automotive group. He assumes the guy must be a second-generation heir. Chen compliments him for managing such a huge business at a young age. The guy says he thought Chen was older because he bought such an expensive house. Two other students watching from afar guess that Chen must come from wealth if he's talking to someone like the manager of the Jiang group, but they give up, thinking they don't stand a chance. The manager mentions his store has the city's largest selection of luxury cars. He invites Chen to choose any vehicle. Chen, thinking big, says he wants a Bugatti Chiron. The manager is surprised and says they don't have one. Chen asks for a Lamborghini Veneno or a Pagani Huayra. Again, the manager apologizes. They don't have those either. The staff start sweating, feeling pressure from Chen's high expectations. The manager explains that their cars range between 2 and 8 million, and the ones Chen wants are far above that range. Chen says he's disappointed and expected more. The manager, embarrassed, offers to show him a Ferrari LaFerrari instead. He describes it as a rare supercar with a 12-cylinder engine, 800 horsepower, dual transmission, and a 0 to 100 speed in under 3 seconds. The price is 22 million. Chen decides this might be a perfect gift for Yuki. If the price is above 20 million, he says he'll take it. He tells the manager to prepare the car and asks for it to be delivered to Riverside Villa Community, number 1. The manager nervously agrees. At that moment, Chen gets a phone call from Liu Wenyi yelling in his ear. The next day, one of Chen Yuan's friends shares a painful memory. On his birthday, his girlfriend Juoya said she was getting her nails done with a friend. Hours passed, it started to rain, and she had no umbrella. Concerned, he decided to bring her an umbrella. But what he saw broke his heart. She was with another man. They had been together for 3 years and were even planning to meet each other's families. Still heartbroken, he asks Chen how to win her back. Chen says the mistake was hers, not his, and scolds him for acting like a bootlicker. The devastated friend insists he can't let go that easily. Frustrated, Chen grabs his phone. His friend asks who he's calling. Chen says not to worry, he has a plan. He will make Juoya regret everything. Chen contacts the car dealership and asks to borrow cars worth over 20 million. The dealer agrees to arrange it all. Then Chen calls Sula. His friend watches, surprised at how easily Chen can call someone like her. Sula wonders if Chen is introducing her to someone important, but he clarifies that he just needs her help for a prank. The next day, Chen's friend arrives looking flashy. Sula clings to his arm, pretending they're a couple. She jokes about the expensive car and nearly causing an accident. Juoya, the ex-girlfriend, is shocked to see her former boyfriend like this. She accuses him of showing off. He nervously replies that someone was barking, hinting at her new boyfriend. Other friends prepare for the act, saying it's time for the big show. Several guys arrive in Ferraris. A white-haired guy steps out of the car and mocks Juoya's new boyfriend, accusing him of pretending to be rich just to impress girls. The new boyfriend begs to be let off, but the white-haired guy continues his rant, saying girls like Juoya are easily fooled and have already lost. Angry at being deceived, Juoya turns on her new boyfriend. Meanwhile, Chen's friend tries to walk away, but she clings to his leg, begging for another chance. She confesses she's not greedy, but afraid of being poor. He coldly tells her it's over and to never contact him again. As the new boyfriend tries to sneak out, he bumps into Chen. Chen asks if he wants to leave, but only if he can take 100 slaps first. Inside the bar, everyone with Ferraris celebrates meeting Chen. They tell him he doesn't need to be formal. The white-haired guy mentions he has a favorite streamer, but no money to send gifts, asking Chen for help. Chen suspects they're testing him. The dealer reassures him it was just a joke. Chen leaves his phone on the table and tells them they can spend as much as they want. Chen knows his account is empty, but trusts that the guy won't realize it in time. In the bathroom, he listens from afar. Back at the table, the white-haired guy starts spending. Others stare in shock, announcing the total reached over 14 million. Chen returns, asking why everyone looks stunned. The guy hands back the phone nervously. Chen mocks him for only spending 20 million, saying he expected more. He boasts that he'll spend 60 million next time. The white-haired guy tries to stop him, saying it's too much. The white-haired guy proposes a toast, calling Chen their leader now. Onlookers whisper, wondering who he really is. Just then, Chen gets a message from the little streamer. She says she's in town and wants to meet. Chen agrees to a date. He thinks it's finally time to enjoy the rewards of his generosity. The chapter begins with a long message from Chuang, asking for forgiveness and saying she dreamed of traveling the world with Chen, but when she woke up, she was alone. Chen reads the message and blocks her, focused on his date. The streamer asks what he's doing, but he brushes it off. She recalls her boss warning her that this rich man spends more in a day than all her fans combined, and that she must win him over no matter what. She tries to charm him, asking how he became rich so young. Suddenly, the system alerts Chen that her favorability is too high, making it impossible to connect. Chen realizes he must lower her favorability. He begins acting horribly, putting his feet on the table, picking his nose, and admitting he's jobless and living off his bankrupt father. He even asks for his gifts back, saying he gave too much. The streamer is disgusted, her favorability dropping quickly. She calls someone, saying the man is harassing her and might be a stalker. Chen calls her shameless for switching her attitude so fast. Then a guy bursts into the room demanding to know who's bothering his woman. She runs to him, pretending to be scared. But the man walks up to Chen and greets him warmly, calling him Brother Yuan. The man who entered is thrilled to meet Chen Yuan and calls it an honor. The little streamer stands there confused, unable to understand why such a powerful man is treating Chen Yuan with such respect. It turns out this man is one of the wealthiest second-generation heirs in the area, owning several major businesses. He slams the table, furious that the little streamer insulted one of the most important people he knows, calling Chen poor. She suddenly realizes this was a test of her sincerity, and she completely failed. Desperate to fix her mistake, she begins apologizing and begging for forgiveness. With this, the system connects to her, allowing Chen to track her favorability again. Chen pretends to forgive her, calling her a naive girl. She eagerly agrees and says he truly is her favorite, raising her favorability by another 10, then another 10. Chen wonders if this is how people make a living now, seducing others for money and status. He decides he's not letting her off that easily. The rich friend scolds her as well, reminding her how much he spent to promote her fame. He then invites Chen to an exclusive event, saying it's out of respect for their friendship. Chen agrees and gets into the car. The little streamer insists on joining. On the way, she hugs him and apologizes again. Chen opens his streaming app and starts donating large sums to another girl on a live broadcast. The girl in the stream is shocked and overwhelmed by the flood of money. She faints on camera, stunned by the amount. The little streamer stares at Chen, shocked that he's giving money to someone else. She mutters that all that money should be hers. Her favorability spikes by 30. The girl on the stream wishes Chen would touch her instead of just the screen, another 30 points. Chen laughs at how ridiculous it is. Arriving at the venue, his wealthy friend welcomes him to one of the city's most elite private restaurants, accessible only with a special invitation. He mentions there are 3 special things about the place. Chen guesses 2 correctly, the food and the unique ambience, but can't guess the third. It's revealed when the president, Yuki, begins playing an instrument. That's the third feature, live music by the chef's daughter. She stands and sees the little streamer holding onto Chen. She drops her instrument and runs away in tears, losing 5 favorability points. Chen realizes he might have blown his chance and rushes after her. He pins her against the wall. She calls him an idiot for toying with her feelings. Chen knows he can't waste this chance. He quickly asks her if she's seen a certain movie. She looks at him, tired and confused. Lighting a cigarette, Chen tells her he's the son of a tycoon. He says his family has a hidden rule. At 18, he must spend 10 billion in 1 month to inherit 50 billion. He explains he's been investing in various causes and that the donations to streamers were just part of the spending plan. He says he told her all this because he trusts her and she's the only one who knows. Yuki is moved and hugs him, saying she misunderstood everything. She believes now that he truly cares and was trying to keep the secret to protect her. Her favorability rises by 20. On the way back, Yuki apologizes for her earlier behavior and insists on paying the bill. Chen's rich friend is amazed that Chen made peace with the president in less than 5 minutes. Meanwhile, the little streamer is fuming. She mutters that Yuki thinks too highly of herself and that she will win Chen in the end. At the table, she asks what Chen's relationship is with the president. Yuki jumps in and says that Chen hasn't even told his real name yet, and she should just call him Big Brother. The friend comments on how dominant Yuki is in the situation. The little streamer restrains herself. Chen tells them to stop arguing and eat. The two girls glare at each other, but Chen seems completely unaffected. The friend observes how one girl is a wealthy streamer and the other a highly accomplished woman. He says Chen is truly living the dream, having both options. He even calls Chen a seducer beyond compare. Later at home, Chen reflects on the expensive meal and thanks Yuki for covering the bill. He checks his system stats. Both Sula and Chuang are still listed as loyal bootlickers. Yuki is at 91 favorability and the little streamer at 92. Chen wonders if now is the time to make a bold move. Then he notices someone behind Yuki. It's Liang's girlfriend, with a favorability score of 76. He remembers it used to be just 25 and wonders if he's become more charming lately. Suddenly, a group of students rushes by, talking about someone confessing their love downstairs. Downstairs, a crowd watches a guy surrounded by candles, holding a guitar and roses. He pleads for another chance, saying he was always wrong and he will never hurt her again. Liang's girlfriend listens, torn and unsure. Chen arrives and asks what's going on. Then the girl suddenly slaps the bouquet and runs away. She stops in front of Chen and asks if he is the famous Chen Yuan, saying she's finally found him and begs him to add her. The crowd is stunned. Liang is furious and accuses her of betraying him. Chen tells him he's only seeing the consequences of his own actions. Chen lectures him about ignoring his girlfriend's feelings while chasing glory and attention. Liang admits he was wrong. Some girls in the crowd comment that if Liang was aggressive, then he deserves everything that's happening. Liang's ex stares at Chen, her favorability jumping to 91, even though he barely interacted with her. Yuki's friend rushes to warn her. She bursts into a room and demands to know what's going on, saying Chen Yuan is cheating and she needs to stop everything right now. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Kiki said it was impossible for Chen to betray her because he was a prince-type person. Her friend tried to tell her that he was downstairs talking about feelings with another girl. But Kiki interrupted, saying it did not matter if others confessed to him. Her friend pointed to the phone and asked what Kiki thought about him spending money on another woman. Kiki said it was fine. He had already mentioned it, and he had plenty of money. She patted her friend's head, adding that trust was the most important part of a relationship, and he was honest with her. Her friend felt heartbroken, thinking Kiki had lost her clear mind. Meanwhile, Chen was fighting sleep. His friend was frustrated, asking who could get sleepy in the middle of a mystery game. 2 girls with hearts in their eyes stood in front of Chen, telling him he could sleep if he wanted, saying he even looked handsome while unconscious. His friend reminded him that the girls were there only because he looked good, and now he needed to help his friend get something out of it too. But Chen wanted to know why Chuang was there. It was clear she still wanted revenge on him. Chen's friend explained he was worried about Chuang because he had heard she was often going to the hospital. Chen thought back, wondering if she really had gone that far. He remembered the first time she had rejected him. Maybe she did want to apologize. Still, thinking that way felt too harsh for him. The girls asked if Chen was the famous, lonely cigarette from the internet, since he used the same name on messaging apps. Chen was about to answer when Chuang leaned in, trying to listen. Suddenly, a voice in the room said that if Chen really were that guy, he would let them use his head as a bowling ball. A man in a blue suit told Chen to stop comparing himself to that rich man. Chen recognized him. It was the same man who walked up to Chuang and introduced himself as Li Yuntao. Li Yuntao asked for Chuang's contact information. She looked embarrassed and shy, clearly uncomfortable. Chen remembered that Li Yuntao used to make his life difficult back in high school. He always relied on his family's connections. Even so, Chen did not want people to know he had money, so he was ready to let Li Yuntao show off. But looking at Chuang, he thought it was time to test her. Chen stood next to Li Yuntao and introduced him to everyone. He described him as a high-status man with wealth and successful businesses. Then Chen explained that the little money he had was only due to the demolition of his family's old house. Chuang was shocked, realizing that Chen was not the rich, lonely cigarette she thought. On one side was a wealthy man, and on the other side was a poor man who had once liked her. Her favorability towards Chen dropped sharply, and her bootlicking system failed. She lost 60 points, leaving only 15 remaining, but Chen smiled. Chuang rushed to add Li Yuntao's contact. Her expression showed she knew exactly who the better option was. Li Yuntao laughed, telling Chen it was funny that the girl he introduced had added him right away. Li Yuntao leaned in and told Chen he had been stepping on him since middle school and would keep doing it. Chen felt cautious. Li Yuntao said he would cover everyone's bill. Chen began to laugh quietly. People asked what was so funny. He said it was nothing, he had just understood some things. Chen thought he had given Chuang her best chance, but she had shown her true colors again. From that point, he would feel no sympathy for her. As Chen was leaving, Li Yuntao asked if he would join the middle school reunion tomorrow. Chen thought for a moment. Then he said he would be happy to come. At a fancy restaurant in room 888, the middle school reunion was already happening. Everyone was gathered and enjoying the event. Everyone was happy, celebrating their successes, especially Li Yuntao's achievements. Chen stood among them, invisible. He thought Li Yuntao never missed a chance to show off. Suddenly, the door opened, and a girl with great presence walked in. She apologized, saying the taxi took a long time. Chen recognized her as Zio Royu. She had been the moonlight of his high school days. She was mysterious and noble, like an unsolved equation. The poet in Chen stirred again. He smiled and approached her, asking if they could exchange contact information. Li Yuntao got angry, warning Chen he would regret it. Royu felt like she had seen Chen somewhere before and agreed to exchange contacts. With that, a bootlicking relationship started, and her appearance score was 9.2. Someone shouted from the table that Chen had never been special, so why was he acting bold now? One of the girls accused him of pretending to be rich. She warned everyone that Chen spent time with second-generation wealthy kids who hurt many women. One of Chen's friends defended him, saying she did not know what she was talking about. The girl claimed that Chen had embarrassed her in front of her ex-boyfriend, the guy who delivered the car, and made her cry. She insisted Chen only asked for Royu's number to sell it to his rich friends. Royu started losing favorability points because of this. Li Yuntao saw his chance to ask Chen if he was so poor that he needed to rely on others, and offered him a job. Seeing both of them insult him at once, Chen thought they were clearly plotting together. If they were showing their true faces now, he would step on them both. He sent a message to a friend, telling him to come to the restaurant with a Ferrari. A while later, everyone was leaving the restaurant. Li Yuntao was sure that Chen and his friend would never show up again. He offered to take Royu home, but she declined. Then an attendant approached Li Yuntao, asking him to move his car. Li Yuntao got angry, demanding why he had to move it from the restaurant parking lot. The attendant explained that after 9 o'clock in the evening, the restaurant was reserved. Only VIPs were allowed at that time. Li Yuntao wondered who this VIP could be. Standing next to his car, he saw a Ferrari worth over 20 million. It was the kind of car he had only seen in exhibitions before. Then he saw Zhang Heishan getting out of the car and recognized him. That made him feel nervous. Li Yuntao had heard how important Heishan was. But then Chen greeted Heishan, who smiled back. Chen thanked Hayashin for bringing his car, and Hayashin said it was always good to help the boss. Lei Yuntao was in disbelief. This car actually belonged to Chen. People around started asking if Chen was really that rich. The girls said the one girl had lied about him needing others. Royu realized that this girl and Li Yuntao had tried to ruin Chen's reputation. Yet Chen had not even bothered defending himself. She found this admirable, and her favorability increased by 20 points. Seeing this, Chen smiled and asked if he could escort her home. She agreed. The whole class now seemed to admire Chen, and his friends joked about Li Yuntao. They were driving through the city at night, as Royu felt a little uneasy. Maybe she had been too quick to get into Chen's car. Chen mentioned that he had noticed the pendant on her bag. It was a Dikao, a character from a Chinese cartoon. Royu was impressed he recognized it. Chen said he loved watching that series, especially the transformations. Royu said she liked it too. She glanced at him, a little embarrassed, and smiled. Chen thought she was really cute. Maybe her cold attitude was just a defense. Looking at her beautiful face, he felt he wanted to protect her. For the first time in his life, he was experiencing the feeling of love. At her house, Chen made a hand gesture from the cartoon, saying it was really nice to meet her. She returned the gesture, thanking him for bringing her home. They stood there like two fools, laughing. As he left, she thought he was interesting, different from other rich men who always tried to control her. Once inside, her mother immediately scolded her. She asked if she had gone on the blind date her mother had arranged. Her mother reminded her that her father's business was in serious trouble and they had no choice. Royu cried, saying she did not want to marry just to save the company. Her feelings mattered. But her mother insisted it was her duty. Everything Royu had came from them, and if her father's company failed, they would all be ruined. The boy from the Han family might not seem exciting, but their situation was more important than her feelings. Crying, Royu said she understood. A single tear fell onto the small doll she carried. Ken Hyun was quietly watching a group of millionaires chatting. The man with the expensive car spoke up. He mentioned he had some surprising news. Curious, Chen Yuan listened and found out that Royu was going to marry an overweight man with terrible hair just because her family was going bankrupt. Chen Yuan started wondering if this situation was partly his fault. Thinking about her, he felt unsure. He asked himself if she would really go through with such a marriage. Ever since high school, he had not been able to take his eyes off her. This time, he would not let things slip by. He decided he had to act. A girl wearing glasses noticed Chen Yuan walking by and asked if it was really him. Her companion confirmed it seemed so. Suddenly, she stopped Chen Yuan and introduced herself as Shen Shui. Then she asked if he wanted to become an internet celebrity. Chen Yuan looked at her business card and politely refused, saying he was not interested. Shen Shu guessed he must have already received similar offers from other companies, so she tried a new approach. She started talking about how her company was one of the largest, offering very competitive payments. She even mentioned that their platform hosted the famous Lonely Cigarette and warned him that if he did not sign with them, he might face problems with that celebrity. Hearing this, Chen Yuan became angry. This girl did not even realize he was actually Lonely Cigarette himself, and here she was wasting his time. While she kept talking in his face, Chen Yuan thought that if he did nothing, someone else would handle it. He grabbed his phone, opened the group chat with the wealthy kids, and mentioned Shen Shui's name and her company, asking if anyone could help sort this out. She kept trying to convince him. Then her boss called. He ordered her to return to the company immediately or lose her job. She looked confused, telling her boss she had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan quietly stewed, thinking about how people like her were trying to take Royu from him. While sitting in the car, Royu's mother told her that they were just going to meet someone, and she should not look so sad. This meeting would help the family with their financial crisis. Suddenly, Royu received a message from Chen Yuan asking where she was. She replied that she was at the restaurant, and he said he would come help her. Royu wondered if Chen Yuan already knew about the blind date. She compared the unpleasant man from the Han family to Chen Yuan. In her eyes, Chen Yuan seemed much more attractive. Her father mentioned that he had never asked anything from her before, so he hoped she would consider helping the family. Everyone in the car went silent. Royu eventually said she understood. The car stopped in front of a luxurious restaurant, and someone came to guide them inside. Meanwhile, the man from the Han family was already imagining something. In his mind, Royu would soon belong to them. Royu noticed a briefcase in his hand. She found it odd that they were carrying so many documents for what was supposed to be a blind date. When they entered the private room, the father of the Han family greeted them. His son, nicknamed Pineapple Head, was already acting inappropriately. Royu immediately noticed the table full of documents. It became clear this was not a normal meeting. Suspicious, she started to wonder what her own father was planning. He seemed lower than low. Royu thought to herself that even if a family was completely ruined, it was not right to sell their daughter like this. She knew the Han family was influential in the city, and Pineapple Head's father was known as a terrible man. He approached Royu, saying she looked even prettier in person. Trying to stay calm, she sent a message to Chen Yuan, letting him know she was in room number 35. Pineapple Head stepped closer, saying he was excited about their future together and promised her family's business would succeed. Royu pulled her hand away and awkwardly thanked him. First, he placed his hand on her waist, then slowly moved it lower. After that, he grabbed her by the butt, saying there was no need to be polite because soon they would be family. Royu slapped him and demanded to know who said they would become family. Her own father scolded her for being rude. With tears in her eyes, she had nothing left to say. Her father turned to Han Sanu, saying his daughter was still young and did not know what was best for her. He suggested they look at the contract. A man entered and started explaining the details. The Han family would buy 20% of her father's company for 100 million on the condition that Royu married Pineapple Head. However, the money would only be available after Royu gave birth to Pineapple Head's child. Shocked, Royu grabbed the documents and asked if they were serious. Crying, she asked her father if he had really brought her there to sell her like this. Her mother tried to calm her, but Royu refused. Through tears, she asked why the family's failures had to ruin her life. She declared she knew Pineapple Head was addicted to alcohol, gambling, and worse, and she would never marry him. Her father slapped her, leaving her stunned. Her cheek quickly turned red. Her father shouted that he had spoiled her too much and that she only thought of herself. Royu was confused, asking how they could say that. Her mother told her she needed to be more understanding, explaining that if she did not agree, the entire family would fall apart. But Royu argued that if things went wrong, they could start over together. Her mother showed her true colors, falling to her knees and begging Royu to have mercy on her poor mother. Everyone in the room was shocked. Royu asked her mother to stand up, but her mother refused, saying she would only get up if Royu agreed to the marriage. Royu felt completely lost. Pineapple Head spoke up, claiming she could trust him to give her everything she ever wanted. At that moment, Royu felt her spirit break. She accepted that being born into a rich family meant sacrificing some parts of her life. Without any emotion, she told her mother she agreed. Her mother immediately stood up, her tears vanishing as if they had never been real. Sanu congratulated her and said they should sign the contracts immediately. Her father started taking the documents out of the briefcase. Sanu commented that once the marriage happened, both companies would prosper. Pineapple Head licked his lips, already imagining what would come next. The room was silent. Royu did not even sit in her chair. Suddenly, Chen Yuan kicked the door open. Royu was the first to notice him, and no one in the room could believe what was happening. Chen Yuan stepped into the room and said they were very brave, completely unaware of the danger they were in. Royu was thrilled to see him. Pineapple Head rushed at Chen Yuan, shouting, but Chen Yuan slapped him so hard that he fell, breaking things in the room. Chen Yuan called him an idiot and told him to get lost. A guard stepped in, warning Chen Yuan that he did not know who he was dealing with or how important the Han family was. But Chen Yuan only laughed, saying it was ridiculous, a family selling their daughter and another family buying her. He asked who would dare touch him. Sanu told everyone to calm down and started wondering how Chen Yuan knew where they were and still acted like this. He realized Chen Yuan was not an ordinary person. Sanu approached and asked Chen Yuan which family he came from, but Chen Yuan replied that Sanu was not qualified to know. Pineapple Head tried to speak again, but his father told him to stay quiet. Chen Yuan turned to Royu and told her to relax. He would help her family get through their difficulties. Then he walked over to the table to look at the contract. Royu's father asked what he was doing. Chen Yuan told him he must be suffering from brain damage to try to sell his daughter so cheaply. He tore up the papers and said he would buy 60% of the company for 500 million. Everyone was stunned. Sanu crouched down, realizing that for someone to spend such an amount, their family must be worth at least 10 billion. Yet he had never heard of Chen Yuan before. Royu's father got excited, thinking such money could not only save the company but also allow it to grow. But Chen Yuan added that he had one condition. He pointed to Royu. She was left wondering if he really intended to buy her for that price. Royu dropped her bag on the floor, feeling hopeless. She thought Chen Yuan was just like everyone else after all. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she held her little doll. But then Chen Yuan made his real condition clear. The 60% share of her father's company would be transferred to Royu's name. Once she had control, he would send the 500 million. Suddenly Royu felt free, like a bird finally let out of a cage. Her opinion of Chen Yuan soared. Her trust and feelings for him rose quickly, reaching 85 points. A man brought in a contract and handed her a pen. Chen Yuan took her hand with the pen and told her that by signing it, she would gain control over her own life. The money was transferred right away to her family, and her father got emotional. He asked Chen Yuan if that was really all he wanted. Chen Yuan confirmed it, but gave him a warning. From now on, Chen Yuan controlled the family's future, and her father had better not make Royu suffer anymore. Chen Yuan said there was nothing else to discuss, and they should leave. Sanu quickly changed his tone, pretending to admire Chen Yuan's business skills and asking him not to take Pineapple Head's behavior personally. Sanu kept thinking Chen Yuan must be some kind of money god, casually spending 500 million. Sanu also realized it was better not to turn Chen Yuan into an enemy. Meanwhile, Pineapple Head was angry, yelling at his father for letting this happen. But Sanu slapped him and told him to stay quiet. As the family argued, Chen Yuan calmly walked out with Royu. Later, sitting together in the Ferrari, Royu thanked him for saving her. Chen Yuan quietly told her this was not the first time he had saved her. There was a memory. Royu once rode her bike home, hoping nothing strange would happen. But she met a group of so-called honest people who tried to bother her. They started bothering her, and one of them even tried to kiss her. From a distance, someone ran toward her. Chen Yuan arrived, headbutting one of the men and fighting the others off. He shouted for Royu to run without looking back. While he stayed behind, taking hits, she escaped. Later, Royu returned with the police, but the boy was gone. She cried, not knowing who had helped her that day. Now, realizing it had been Chen Yuan all along, her excitement grew. Her favorability points increased by another 10, reaching a legendary 95 points. The system detected that Chen Yuan had spent 500 million to raise her favorability, and in return, he earned 50 million as a reward. Plus, he gained skill points in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Chen Yuan was amazed. He had become fluent in several languages instantly. Looking at Royu beside him, he thought it felt unreal. Back in school, he never had the courage to speak to her. The only time he did something for her was when he saved her, and even now, that moment still made him proud. Now they sat so close they could feel each other's breath. They were drawn to each other. But before anything else could happen, Chen Yuan's phone rang. They both stepped back. It was Zhao Yuki. She mentioned she had already moved into the new house and bought some furniture. She asked if he remembered what tomorrow was. Chen Yuan said he did. It was her birthday. He had already prepared several gifts. Zhao Yuki asked him not to be too flashy in front of her friends. Chen Yuan reassured her, thinking it was a critical moment. Chen Yuan invited Royu to a party his friend was hosting, using it as part of his plan to seem relaxed and approachable. Royu declined politely, saying she had a lot to handle already. But she wasn't foolish. She understood things she didn't ask out loud. Chen Yuan joked that she would have been the most beautiful woman there. Royu smiled and said she would visit another time. Afterwards, while getting out of the car, Royu thanked Chen Yuan again for everything he had done for her that day. He told her if she felt guilty about not being able to go with him, she could repay him in another way. She gave him a kiss on the cheek, a kiss worth 500 million, as she put it. But she warned him, from now on, he belonged to her. Chen Yuan got back in the car, smiling as he thought about going home to play some games. Suddenly, someone called out to him, asking if that was his car. Turning back, he saw Chuang standing there and pointing at his car. The door closed. The car drove off, and Chuang was left standing there. Her friend commented that it looked like Chen Yuan had lied to her before and was testing her again. Chuang was shocked, realizing for the 10th time she had messed up. She asked her friend what she could do to win him back. Her friend told her honestly there was no more chance. Chuang grew angry and demanded if her friend now wanted to try her luck with Chen Yuan. Her friend admitted that Chen Yuan was amazing, so why not, especially since Chuang no longer had a chance. Chuang's frustration exploded. She grabbed her friend by the hair and started fighting with her, like two rivals. Others around them started recording everything on their phones. A while later, Chuang sat on the ground, completely crushed. She had lost both the man she liked and her friend. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan kept growing stronger, the distance between them getting bigger and bigger. Suddenly, someone approached Chuang, telling her to stop crying. Shen Shui suggested that this might be a way for Chuang to get close to Chen Yuan again. Shen Shui suggested that this might be a way for Chuang to get close to Chen Yuan again. At home, Chen Yuan was wondering what present to get for Kiki. He was about to leave his room when one of his friends mentioned that Chuang had started a live stream. In the stream, Chuang talked about everything that had happened between her and the platform's biggest spender. She told viewers about how their relationship had started a long time ago, but now he no longer wanted her. Chen Yuan's friend wondered aloud if Chuang really had been with such a rich guy. But Chen Yuan was already furious. Chuang was still trying to act like a victim, but he felt there was definitely someone pulling the strings behind her. He called one of his contacts, asking who was sponsoring Chuang's live stream. Soon after, he found out it was Dream Media. It was the company where Shen Shui worked. Chen Yuan was beyond angry. That same woman who had bothered him before now thought he wouldn't fight back. Meanwhile, at Dream Media, Shen Shui was pleased that Chuang's stream had been so successful. When she had suggested the idea to her boss earlier, she had been scolded. But one of her employees had dug up information about Chen Yuan's old crush, Lin Chuang, and she had seen an opportunity. Shen Shui thought she was a genius until her phone rang. Her boss informed her that their company had just been banned from the streaming platform. Chen Yuan went to the private chat group for billionaires and advised everyone to cut ties with Dream Media immediately, removing investments and partnerships. Since the group was exclusive to the ultra-wealthy who trusted each other, they followed his advice without hesitation. Soon, dozens of calls were made, and every investor pulled out. This caused chaos in Dream Media. In the end, the company was banned from all major platforms and had to shut down operations completely. One of the employees informed Shen Shui that without investor money, they would need at least 10 million to keep the company running. But they had nothing left. Shen Shui stood there trembling, furious, trying to figure out who had such power to destroy her so completely. As Dream Media collapsed, other investors visited in person to pull out their remaining funds. Even the streamers working for the company left, not wanting to be part of a banned platform. Without money or workers, the company lost its office lease. Shen Shui was left standing in an empty building with just a few boxes, having no idea what to do next. She felt certain this level of influence could only come from Chen Yuan. Even Chuang was banned from streaming platforms now, obviously because of the powerful contacts Chen Yuan had. Chen Yuan had just gotten into his car, ready to go buy a gift for Kiki, when Shen Shui suddenly threw herself against his car window, startling him. With tears in her eyes, she admitted she had been foolish and begged for forgiveness. At that moment, her favorability reset to 0, but Chen Yuan was not interested anymore. He thought she was too old for him, even if she kept trying to get his attention. He rolled down the window and, staying cool, told her it was better if she did not bother him again. Shen Shui collapsed to the ground. She wondered why she had not realized earlier how handsome he looked, especially when he spoke so coldly. Her favorability quietly increased again as Chen Yuan drove off in his Ferrari. At Kiki's mansion, her friends were gathered, amazed by how luxurious the place was. One of them, a girl with green hair, asked if the house really belonged to Kiki. Rumors said the owner was an older man. Kiki's close friend shut them down, saying it was nonsense to think Kiki would be involved with someone like that. However, another girl's boyfriend confirmed the rumor, adding that the supposed owner even had a 12-year-old daughter. The group started whispering, believing the mansion might just be a gift from some rich old man. To prove them wrong, Kiki's friend slapped official documents on the table. The papers showed that Kiki was the sole owner. People were shocked but soon accepted that she had bought it with her live streaming income. Meanwhile, Kiki felt nervous, wondering why Chen Yuan had not shown up yet. Just then, Chen Yuan arrived in his Ferrari, holding a teddy bear. He parked the car far away to avoid attracting attention. Suddenly, a car sped past, almost running over his foot. Everyone looked over. It was a flashy car, and a blonde man named Tang Ziyuan stepped out, handing his keys to someone to park it for him. Tang Ziyuan noticed Chen Yuan nearby and started wondering if Kiki had really invited someone like him. He also mocked Chen Yuan silently for bringing something as simple as a teddy bear. But right then, Kiki called out happily that Chen Yuan had arrived. She said she had been waiting for him for a long time. Tang Ziyuan, with his confident attitude, greeted Kiki and acted pleased to see her happy. But Kiki walked right past him. She went straight to Chen Yuan, thanking him for the teddy bear. Everyone began whispering, noticing how Tang Ziyuan had been completely ignored. He could not believe Kiki was giving attention to someone like Chen Yuan. Just then, a red truck pulled up. Tang Ziyuan saw an opportunity to show off. He told Kiki he had brought her a special gift, something she would really like. Workers started unloading a grand piano from the truck, a Yamaha F6. Tang Ziyuan explained that he thought the piano was perfect for her, being the star of the event. Kiki said she liked it, but it was too expensive, so she offered to transfer the money back to him. Tang Ziyuan brushed it off, saying it was nothing to him. He even claimed he had composed a piece of music just for her. The other girls at the party were amazed, calling the two of them a perfect match. Kiki gave Tang Ziyuan a polite compliment, saying she could never compare to such talent. Tang Ziyuan turned toward Chen Yuan, asking why he did not show some of his skills as well. Chen Yuan simply smiled, understanding that Tang Ziyuan wanted to embarrass him. Chen Yuan agreed to show what he could do. Kiki quietly wondered if he actually knew how to play piano. Of course, Chen Yuan knew nothing about it, but he had 35 enhancement points, and the system notified him that it would take only 10 points to learn piano skills. Without hesitation, he used them and requested 50 years of piano experience from the system. Sitting at the piano, his whole vibe changed. Tang Ziyuan noticed it right away. Chen Yuan started playing. It was the exact same piece Tang Ziyuan had just performed, but Chen Yuan had already memorized it perfectly. Confidently, Chen Yuan said the real surprise was yet to come. He began speeding up the tempo, playing faster and faster without missing a note. Everyone stared, sweating and wondering if it was even humanly possible. His hands moved like a machine, hitting each note with precision, as if he had 4 hands instead of 2. He played so fast, it felt like he had a machine gun in his hands instead of a piano. When he finally finished, smoke actually rose from the piano. The entire party fell silent. With the mood set, Chen Yuan took a cigarette from his pack, placing it on the still-hot piano string. It lit on its own. Everyone watched as he calmly placed his hand on Tang Ziyuan's shoulder, telling him to keep practicing because real piano playing was about expressing emotion, not showing off. Then, still cool as ever, Chen Yuan put the cigarette in Tang Ziyuan's mouth as a final gesture. Tang Ziyuan looked at him like he had just found his idol. The room stayed quiet. Kiki, sitting on the couch with a mischievous smile, thought to herself that she had chosen the right person. Her favorability kept increasing until it finally hit 95. The counterattack was complete. Chen Yuan's piano skill automatically leveled up to master level 60. Kiki became a true loyal supporter of his now. Since Chen Yuan had spent 78 million on her, the system rewarded him with 7 million in return. Now he was really starting to make serious money through the system. He even gained 25 more enhancement points, though he was not sure where to use them next. Suddenly, Kiki came over from behind, telling him he was full of surprises. She said he made her very happy that night. Chen Yuan replied that his piano performance was actually his second gift to her, and now he wondered how she planned to thank him. Tang Ziyuan was watching them. He felt humiliated and lost. But then a silhouette of a new girl appeared in the doorway. A new girl appeared. Her name was Qin Bingsu, also known as the Ice Beauty. People didn't talk about her for her looks, but for her cold attitude toward men. Many assumed she preferred women. Since she was always seen with the student council president, rumors spread about a relationship between them. The truth was different. When Bingsu was a child, she had been kidnapped. Although the police rescued her in time and nothing serious happened, the event left her deeply traumatized. It made her distrust and dislike all men. Later, Kiki asked Chen Yuan who he thought was more beautiful, her or Bingsu. Chen Yuan told Kiki she was the most beautiful woman he had ever met. But secretly, he thought he wanted to avoid women like Bingsu altogether, too much trouble. At that moment, Kiki called Bingsu over to introduce her to Chen Yuan. Bingsu apologized for being late because of traffic. Kiki introduced Chen Yuan as the guy who played piano. Bingsu immediately made a comment about Chen Yuan. She said she had heard he was the kind of man involved with many women, lacking morals, even if he had some talent. Chen Yuan wanted to say something sharp in return, but Kiki told him to relax, saying Bingsu always acted like that. The system, however, marked Bingsu as a new target, 25 years old, weighing 52 kilograms, with an appearance score of 9.3 but a favorability score of -80. If Chen Yuan completed her storyline, he would gain combat skills. Chen Yuan sighed, thinking last time it was an older woman, now it was another cold-hearted girl. He really wasn't in the mood for more bootlicking. The evening passed, and it was time to celebrate Kiki's birthday. Everyone gathered around, cutting the cake and enjoying the moment. But then Bingsu pulled Kiki aside for a private conversation outside. Bingsu warned Kiki it would be better to stay away from Chen Yuan. Kiki asked why. Bingsu explained that Chen Yuan was surrounded by many girls, and she didn't want Kiki getting caught in a bad relationship. Besides, Bingsu mentioned she was about to graduate and was thinking of passing the student council president position to Kiki. That surprised Kiki. She remembered how much she used to compete with Bingsu when she first joined, always arguing with her. Now, in the end, Bingsu wanted to hand her the top spot. Kiki quietly wondered if the rumors about Bingsu were true and if she was secretly looking for fun in a more personal sense. But feeling embarrassed, Kiki said she didn't deserve the position and suggested Bingsu find someone else for it. Bingsu stepped closer, saying that love really blinded people. Kiki wasn't acting like her usual self anymore. Kiki admitted she was thinking about leaving the student council altogether to have more time with Chen Yuan. Bingsu got upset, telling her she was losing all ambition and becoming foolish because of a man. Her favorability towards Chen Yuan dropped again, and Chen Yuan wondered if he couldn't even enjoy some cake without losing points. The party was wrapping up and guests were leaving. Suddenly, Kiki called out to Chen Yuan, asking him to wait. He thought she was getting even cuter with each passing moment, as her favorability increased again. All she wanted was to invite him to watch a movie the next day. Chen Yuan misread it for a second, thinking she meant something more romantic. Then he heard someone crying. It was Tang Ziyuan, leaning against his car, devastated and wondering why he had practiced piano his whole life if it meant nothing now. Chen Yuan felt awkward but approached Tang Ziyuan anyway. Tang Ziyuan was startled, asking what he wanted. Chen Yuan told him honestly, losing in a piano contest wasn't such a big deal. Tang Ziyuan thought Chen Yuan was mocking him. Chen Yuan tried to explain, but Tang Ziyuan insisted that it didn't matter. His family was still extremely wealthy. He waved his car keys around, saying he was sure Chen Yuan must be poor and had nothing. But as Tang Ziyuan looked over, he saw Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was heading to the Ferrari. Tang Ziyuan's car key slipped from his hand and fell on the ground. Tang Ziyuan couldn't understand how someone wearing simple clothes could drive such an expensive car. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was already thinking about what movie to watch with Kiki tomorrow. But while driving down the road, he saw Bingsu standing all alone by the side. She looked cold. Chen Yuan figured she might catch a cold, but decided not to get involved. He drove away, but then checked the mirror and noticed some men surrounding her. The men asked Bingsu if she was alone and whether she needed protection. They said if she kept them entertained, they would do it for free. Bingsu told them to back off or she would call the police. The men just laughed, saying her angry face made it even more fun. But they stopped laughing when she kicked one of them hard between the legs. Bingsu ran while the man doubled over, telling his friends to catch her. She was confident at first, thinking she could outrun them, but there were too many. Suddenly, she bumped into Chen Yuan. He asked if she was okay. She looked up at him, surprised. But there was no time to talk. The men had already surrounded them both. The man she had kicked told his friends to grab her immediately. Bingsu cursed all men in her mind, blaming Chen Yuan for blocking her escape. But Chen Yuan gave the men a warning. He told them they had 2 minutes to leave. The man with a mohawk asked what would happen if they didn't. Not long after, every single one of the men was lying on the ground, beat. Chen Yuan wiped his hands and told Bingsu he had warned them. Then he asked if she was all right. But right after that, he lost 5 more favorability points. Now Bingsu's score was -95. She looked furious, glaring at him like he had done something terrible. Chen Yuan couldn't understand why this was happening. Bingsu accused him of trying to act like a hero. She believed the entire situation had been planned by him. She was waiting for a car, gangsters showed up, and suddenly he was there to save her. She figured he must have set everything up just to impress her. Chen Yuan was speechless. She grabbed him by the collar, saying Kiki was willing to give up her council position for a guy like him, someone who tricked everyone around him. She called him trash, making it clear he made her even angrier than before. Chen Yuan tried to explain, but she told him not to bother and warned him never to pull a stunt like that again. Left standing there, confused, Chen Yuan could only watch as she walked away. The guys on the ground were starting to wake up. Chen Yuan vented his frustration on one of them before walking off, cursing under his breath. Then his phone rang. It was Royu calling from her bed at home. She asked if he was free tomorrow. Chen Yuan wanted to know why. Royu said she just had some free time and wanted to watch a movie with him. Now things were complicated. He had already promised Kiki a movie date. Before he could say anything, Royu mentioned it was her first time inviting someone like this, so she really hoped he wouldn't turn her down. Chen Yuan thought quickly and came up with a clever plan. One movie in the morning and one at night. A friend suggested meeting up the next morning. Chen Yuan agreed. Chen Yuan remembered that during their last meeting, his friend had mentioned buying movie tickets to go with a girl, but she never showed up. Now he wanted Chen Yuan to join him instead, since this friend had always supported him back when Chen Yuan had no money. Saying no wasn't an option. His schedule for the day became complicated. A movie with his friend at 2 in the afternoon, with Kiki at 5, and with Royer at 8. He knew it was going to be a challenging day. While waiting, Chen Yuan suddenly noticed a girl sitting in his car. She was doing her makeup. She casually apologized, saying she got distracted and accidentally sat in the wrong car. Chen Yuan asked her to step out, but she insisted maybe it wasn't a mistake after all and asked for his contact information, saying she felt a connection. With his phone in hand, Chen Yuan calmly told her he didn't have one. It was clear he wasn't interested in giving her a chance. She agreed to leave, but as she stepped out, someone recognized her. It was Lei Wenyi, Chen Yuan's friend, who he was about to see the movie with. Liu Wenj asked why she was in the car and if she knew Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan quickly got out to explain. But Liu Wenj was already annoyed. He assumed the girl had approached his rich friend just because of the luxury car. Chen Yuan confirmed that's exactly what happened. They got into the car and drove away. The girl stayed behind, shocked that Liu Wenj knew people this wealthy. While watching the movie, Liu Wenj asked Chen Yuan why he couldn't seem to find a girlfriend, saying he was unlucky. Chen Yuan told him not to overthink it. Two girls sitting behind them commented it was unusual for two guys to watch a movie together. Chen Yuan explained to his friend that showing too much neediness around women only made things worse. A real man, he said, didn't spend money on women, he invested in himself. That was how to impress others. His friend was amazed, saying it sounded like advice from the gods. Grabbing Chen Yuan's hand, he thanked him, saying he finally understood. Chen Yuan warned him to be careful, as people might get the wrong idea. He also added that attracting women was about being a little more handsome, a little wealthier, and having a few admirers already. His friend looked frustrated, realizing those tips weren't exactly practical. As they left the cinema, his friend thanked him again. Chen Yuan mentioned he'd need a favor in about 2 hours. The girls behind them left convinced they were a couple, which was all part of Chen Yuan's plan. Outside the cinema, Kiki was waiting. Suddenly, a man named Wu Banshee approached her, asking for her number. Kiki politely said she was on a date, but Wu Banshee didn't back off, saying giving her number wouldn't ruin her evening. Then someone tapped Wu Banshee on the shoulder. It was Chen Yuan. He confidently placed his hand beside Kiki's and suggested they go somewhere quieter to talk. Wu Banshee couldn't believe what he was seeing. Kiki agreed without hesitation. Wu Banshee was left standing there in disbelief. While watching an action movie, Kiki kept glancing at Chen Yuan. She noticed he was always checking his phone. It made her wonder what was bothering him so much. She asked if he wasn't interested in the film. Chen Yuan explained that it was about family matters troubling him lately. Kiki believed him, thinking that someone with so much money must have a lot of responsibilities. In her mind, she thought about how people only saw his talents, not the effort behind them. She imagined he must have been training hard since childhood. Suddenly, she placed her hand on his. Chen Yuan was surprised to see her crying quietly. He felt awkward, not understanding why she was so emotional. After the movie, as they walked down the street, she asked him for a recommendation. Just as he was about to answer, his phone rang. It was his friend, as they had planned earlier, to give him an excuse to leave. Chen Yuan answered, changed his expression, and said he had to handle something urgent. Kiki accepted it calmly, saying it was fine for today. As he left, she thought that he was truly a good person, someone willing to leave a date to help a friend. Meanwhile, sitting in the car, Chen Yuan smiled, thinking his plan worked perfectly. Only one meeting remained. Chen Yuan arrived in front of Roya's apartment and messaged her, saying he was waiting downstairs. He thought to himself he never wanted to plan such a crazy day again. While he waited, someone called him. Soon after, Roya appeared, asking if he had waited long. Seeing her, Chen Yuan felt she looked stunning. He thought she was truly a rare woman, able to look beautiful in any style. She asked if he was ready to go, and he said yes. Quietly, he thought that if things went smoothly tonight, their relationship might move to the next level. They went to the cinema, then to a restaurant, and after a pleasant evening, they returned to her place. As he was about to leave, she told him to rest well and said she enjoyed the evening. But Chen Yuan asked if he could come inside just to get a glass of water. She seemed happy to let him in. The scene shifted to Chen Yuan taking a shower. Meanwhile, Roya sat thinking about what she had done. She couldn't believe she let him stay just because it was late. Then she noticed something in his pocket. She pulled it out. It was a stack of movie tickets from earlier that day. Chen Yuan stepped out of the shower and froze. He saw the tickets laid out on the table. Roya wanted to know what it meant. Was he addicted to movies, or was he dating several women at once? Why would he get involved with her if he had so many others? Chen Yuan didn't know what to say while she scolded him, accusing him of playing with her emotions. Her favorability toward him dropped by 20 points, falling to 75. Chen Yuan thought he should have seen this coming. He tried to explain, saying he never thought she would trust him so little over a few tickets. Everything he had done for her seemed forgotten now. She angrily told him to stop making excuses. Then Chen Yuan called Liu Wenj, asking him to confirm what they did that day. Liu Wenj sounded confused, wondering why Chen Yuan was calling so late. But he confirmed that they had gone to the cinema because the girl Liu Wenj invited didn't show up. Roya overheard and paused, unsure if Chen Yuan was telling the truth. To be sure, she called the girl herself. When the girl answered, she confirmed that she had been invited to the movies but declined, until she saw the Ferrari. Chen Yuan calmly asked if Roya wanted to check his bank cards to see exactly what he spent. Turning away, he said he was disappointed. Roya realized there might have been a misunderstanding and asked for forgiveness. But Chen Yuan had already closed the door behind him. Outside, he thought he had finally gotten out of the situation safely. Later that evening, Roya sent Chen Yuan a message. He calmly replied that he understood and forgave her. Feeling relieved, she thought he was a kind person. Her favorability increased by 21 points. Now that things had calmed down, Chen Yuan reminded himself he needed to be more careful. He realized some relationships were just for gaining points and status, while others brought real joy or were simply for fun. If the system had given him this power for revenge, he could also use it to build a large harem. As he walked, a group of girls passed by talking about watching something. He recognized the name and decided to check it out. The basketball court was crowded with people. Girls were cheering loudly. Nearby, Chuang and her friends stood, and they quickly walked over to greet Chen Yuan. He met Liu. Then someone tapped Chen Yuan on the shoulder. It was Xian, asking if he liked basketball. The guys standing around all looked jealous, saying Chen Yuan was too lucky with women. Then Bangsu showed up, making a comment about men always gossiping. Kiki told her to relax, since everyone was just here to watch the game. On the court, Ziyuan noticed Chen Yuan was there again, surrounded by girls. He thought this was the perfect chance to show off. Ziyuan had been practicing basketball for 6 months. Ready to prove himself, Ziyuan threw the ball toward Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan sensed it coming and caught it easily, like a scene out of a superhero movie. He looked at Ziyuan and pointed out how sad it was he still acted bitter over the piano competition. Ziyuan didn't care. He challenged Chen Yuan to play basketball instead. Chen Yuan was clearly annoyed but threw the ball back at Xiuan, saying he would play. Xiuan tried to catch it, but he was knocked backward from the force. Kiki was impressed by Chen Yuan's strength, while Bingsu muttered that men were just wild fighters. Ziyuan's friends rushed to help him up, shocked by Chen Yuan's strength. Chen Yuan then suggested playing a full 5 versus 5 match to really see who was better. The crowd was stunned. They couldn't believe he had challenged the school team like that. Ziyuan felt confident since he had the school's team, the coach, and even the referees on his side. He was sure he would win. The game started. Ziyuan received the ball and planned to humiliate Chen Yuan. But Chen Yuan wasn't worried. He knew teammates didn't matter when he had the system. He added 30 more years of basketball experience using the system's points. Ziyuan kept thinking he had this under control. He went for a dunk, but suddenly Chen Yuan appeared and blocked the shot easily. Everyone froze. No one could believe what just happened. It took only one play for Ziyuan to start losing confidence. Chen Yuan then said it was his turn, but the referee blew the whistle and called a foul. Ziyuan took the free throw and scored 1 point. He felt proud, thinking Chen Yuan didn't stand a chance with the whole school supporting him. But the crowd was starting to notice how unfair things looked. Calling fouls like that felt cheap. Now Chen Yuan was really ready to put an end to this. The game resumed. Chen Yuan stole the ball and scored immediately. The defenders hadn't even moved. Ziyuan scolded his team, blaming them for letting Chen Yuan score so easily. Once again, they tried to block Chen Yuan. He jumped higher than anyone expected. Without any trouble, he scored another basket. Even the referee seemed confused. Why was Chen Yuan trying so hard if the game was rigged against him? The referee remembered teaching students about giving their best effort, no matter what. Watching Chen Yuan play made the basketball community emotional. Chen Yuan advanced again, noticing how everyone else on the court seemed frozen in place. From the stands, Kiki quietly said he was winning and staying true to himself. Ziyuan could not figure out why no one was following his plan anymore. The score was now 60-2. Ziyuan was completely exhausted while Chen Yuan kept going. Ziyuan thought that if he could block just one shot, maybe he wouldn't look so bad. Chen Yuan approached. Ziyuan jumped, elbowing him in the chest. But instead of hurting Chen Yuan, it was Ziyuan's own arm that broke. He fell to the ground in pain while Chen Yuan finished the dunk. Chen Yuan gained favorability points with Kiki. He also gained points with several other girls watching the game. As he left, he said Ziyuan didn't deserve to be the team captain. Ziyuan snapped back, saying Chen Yuan would regret this arrogance. Some girls admitted they had forgotten to record because they were too busy watching how incredible Chen Yuan was. Now, even Jian wanted to know where Chen Yuan was to give him a water bottle. Kiki also had a bottle for him. 4 different girls now stood holding water bottles, each hoping he would pick theirs. Chen Yuan panicked, knowing choosing one could make the others jealous. After the game, while taking a shower, he got a friend request from someone in the rich kids group. The person called and casually asked if Chen Yuan was interested in finding a wife. Chen Yuan wasn't sure how to take that. The next person Chen Yuan had to deal with was Gao Xunian, a 22-year-old actress. Her career had been going well until she got caught in an online scandal. Her contract was cancelled. The man who called from the rich group was Gao Lang, her brother, asking if Chen Yuan could help her. Chen Yuan asked if he heard correctly. Was Gao Lang trying to marry his sister off to him? Gao Lang said it wasn't exactly that. He explained more casually that his sister was falsely accused and now needed money. Gao Lang offered to sell her house to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan considered it. He did need to buy a house eventually. An actress like her would probably be a perfect target for the system. She would spend lots of money and fit into his plans easily. He told Gao Lang to arrange a meeting so he could see both the house and the sister. Gao Lang agreed, thinking Mr. Yan was as amazing as the rumors said. At home, Gao Xunian was furious. Her career was falling apart, and now random men were offering to marry her as if that would solve everything. None of them deserved someone like her. All she wanted was to act, not deal with this nonsense. Just then, her brother called, telling her not to worry about money anymore. He said he had found the perfect person. When she asked who, he said it was a very influential man who had recently become well known. Hearing the name Mr. Yan, Gao Xunian immediately imagined some fat old man. Angrily, she told her brother he was going to get hit when he got home. Gao Xunian's brother tried, explaining that the person coming to see the house was impressive and asked her to show it properly. But she hung up, frustrated, thinking all men were trouble. She told herself she would rather jump off a building. She would never take even a single coin from a man like that. Meanwhile, outside her house, Chen Yuan arrived, impressed by the building's structure and its convenient location. He rang the doorbell. Xunian assumed an old man was already waiting outside like some desperate fool. Taking her time, she walked down the hall slowly just to irritate him. When she opened the door and saw Chen Yuan, she was surprised. He introduced himself. Then he stepped inside before she could even ask who he was. She found it hard to believe someone that young and good-looking was the so-called boss her brother had mentioned. Chen Yuan sat down on the sofa and casually invited her to join. She felt awkward, it was her house after all, but went along with it. When she asked if he wanted to see the rest of the property, he said he had already seen enough. That wasn't why he came. He told her directly that what mattered to him wasn't the house but her. He wanted her as his mistress. Chen Yuan had activated the system again, aiming for favorability points. Xuanian had an appearance score of 9.2 and favorability at -35. Deciding not to waste time, Chen Yuan was bold. But Xuanian wasn't pleased. She thought he was too forward and said if he really wanted something like that, there would be conditions: a car worth 10 million, an amazing apartment, and an investment of 2 billion into 2 films starring her. Before she could finish listing her demands, Chen Yuan simply said it sounded easy. She stared at him, stunned that someone would actually agree so quickly. The boy clearly had no problem spending the system's money. When Xuanian's brother returned home, he was surprised to see Chen Yuan's car still parked outside. He rushed in and asked his sister why the famous Lonely Cigarette's car hadn't left yet. Xuanian, sounding tired, said she had already received the car as a gift from Chen Yuan. She showed her brother the money transfer on her phone. Her brother asked if she at least got the 2 million he expected from selling the house. But she showed him she received 1 billion. His eyes lit up, realizing Chen Yuan really liked your sister. Now he could relax and retire as an easygoing uncle. Meanwhile, Xuanian couldn't stop thinking about Chen Yuan. He had given her everything: money, a car, even transferring ownership of the house to her, then casually left, saying he simply didn't like to see beautiful women suffer. At Bang Su's graduation, she warned Kiki to be careful around Chen Yuan. Kiki tried to explain that he wasn't like that, but Bang Su wasn't ready to change her mind. Then Bang Su told Kiki she believed Chen Yuan had arranged gangsters to show up on her birthday just to impress her. Kiki pointed out how strange that sounded. She reminded Bang Su that everyone at school liked Chen Yuan and showed her a picture of Shoyle and her father holding a sign in support of him. Besides, on Kiki's birthday, Chen Yuan had no idea she was even going there, so how could he have planned such a thing? Bang Su started doubting herself, wondering if she had overreacted. Embarrassed, she left without saying anything else. She realized she might have been caught up in her own paranoia. Back at work, Bang Su felt drained. She regretted accusing her friend's boyfriend of flirting with her when it wasn't true. Every time she remembered the incident, all she could think of was Chen Yuan protecting her. Suddenly, her boss called her into the office, snapping her back to reality. Her boss explained there would be a charity dinner with the city's top businessmen, and she needed to attend to network with a wealthy man named Yang. Bang Su felt disappointed. She had joined a female-run company to avoid things like this, but had no choice if she wanted to keep her job. At home, Chen Yuan was chatting with the millionaire group. Since giving all that money to Xuanian, she had managed to clear her name. Chen Yuan was genuinely impressed with how well she handled everything. While on a call with Ha Cheng Kai, he was invited to the same charity dinner. Knowing it would be full of rich people, he figured it was a good chance to meet someone new to spend money on. At Gao Xuanian's house, she continued working hard to defend herself against the scandal. Each time she needed more money for marketing, Chen Yuan sent her another transfer. She told herself it didn't mean anything, but her favorability score kept rising anyway. The charity dinner day arrived. All the wealthy people Chen Yuan had beaten in various competitions were there, from the bar guy to the basketball guy. Ziyuan mentioned he was going to the bathroom, but in truth, he was hopping to meet the new magnate of the group. He had done his research. He was expecting someone mature, elegant, and experienced. He positioned himself at the door to be the first to greet this person. But instead, he saw Chen Yuan walking up. He wondered why Chen Yuan was there, dressed like security staff. The suit Chen Yuan wore cost 20,000, but Ziyuan didn't know that. Ziyuan mocked him, asking if he had fallen so low as to work security now. Chen Yuan calmly replied that he was there as an invited guest. Ziyuan laughed and suggested they enter together, secretly thinking Chen Yuan was lying. At the entrance, security asked to see Chen Yuan's invitation. Chen Yuan realized he didn't have one. Ziyuan started laughing loudly, making fun of him for showing up like that. Another car arrived at the event. It was Bang Su showing up for work. As soon as she stepped out, many of the men couldn't take their eyes off her. Though she disliked showing up in such a fancy car, it was part of her job. Hearing some noise, she looked over. She saw Chen Yuan arguing with the security guard. He was frustrated, saying he knew he had been invited. The guard explained that official guests had received something at home as proof. Bang Su couldn't help but laugh, asking if he really thought he was that important. But then she spoke up and said each invitation allowed bringing a guest. Chen Yuan could enter as hers. The guard let him through without issue, while Chen Yuan stood there confused, wondering why Bang Su would help him since she clearly didn't like him. She told him not to misunderstand. Her opinion of him hadn't changed. She just owed him for saving her that night with the gangsters. Chen Yuan didn't like the idea of being treated like a favor someone repaid. He was just about to make a call to embarrass Ziyuan when Bang Su stepped in and ruined his plan. He told her bluntly that she shouldn't think of helping him as returning a favor. He never asked her for anything and would prefer she stayed out of his business. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Inside the event, a man in a suit named Tang Aoji was excited to meet someone known as Mr. Yuan. The man who came with him, a car enthusiast, explained that although Chen Yuan was very rich, he always treated people like brothers. Suddenly, Aoji received a phone call saying that Chen Yuan was being humiliated and blocked from entering. Aoji was shocked and questioned how they could treat such a special guest that way. The caller explained that the one who barred him was Tang Ziyuan, who belonged to the same family as the person sitting beside Aoji. Without hesitation, Aoji rushed out, shouting that Ziyuan was tarnishing their family name. Outside, Ziyuan continued insulting Chen Yuan, saying he looked like he belonged as a security guard. Chen Yuan slapped his hand away, telling him to stop ordering people around. He quietly reminded Ziyuan that even if they were comrades, Ziyuan had no right to treat him that way. Ziyuan, showing off, claimed his brother had billions, and as the second son of the powerful Tang family, he was far superior to someone like Chen Yuan. Watching the scene, Bang Su thought Ziyuan was arrogant, but still preferable to Chen Yuan, who had once turned down her friendly gesture. Just then, everyone noticed Aoji approaching with the car guy. He looked angry. Ziyuan asked what he could do for his big brother. In response, he was met with a slap. Confused, he asked why Aoji hit him. Aoji told him he was being disrespectful and should apologize to the great Mr. Yuan. Ziyuan was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Aoji then walked up to Chen Yuan and apologized sincerely. Everyone suddenly realized Chen Yuan was no ordinary person. People began to line up to give him their business cards and try to befriend him. Ziyuan felt crushed. He had lost at piano, basketball, and now even in terms of family status. He couldn't help but feel like Chen Yuan was his natural rival. Zhang also came over to apologize to Chen Yuan, admitting that the event hadn't been planned well, and he should have been informed of Chen Yuan's arrival. Chen Yuan reassured him, saying they were friends and it wasn't a big deal. He was finally welcomed into the event. Bang Su was impressed. Chen Yuan clearly had wealth but never flaunted it. She realized someone like him would be chased by all the girls at the university. Now she felt embarrassed, thinking she had assumed he was following her. She covered her face, unsure how to complete the task her boss had given her, especially since the man she had spoken to earlier turned out to be Mr. Smoke himself. She wondered if she'd have to rely on her appearance after all. Meanwhile, inside the charity auction, Zhang explained that the items up for bid included jewelry, paintings, and even parts of an island. Chen Yuan was impressed. The man added it was all for a good cause. Chen Yuan had a wild look on his face, eager to spend. He thought about buying land in the city to build something big. But the catch, as always, was that he had to gift it to some woman just to get a share of the benefit. His thoughts drifted between Royu and Zhao Yuki, but then he noticed Bang Su standing behind him. He quickly dropped the idea. Every time he tried to win her over, she pushed him away. Just then, someone in the crowd excitedly pointed out someone's arrival. It was the blonde Gao Xunian, the woman to whom Chen Yuan had once given a mansion. She looked healthy and confident. Seeing her from a distance, Chen Yuan, who looked more and more like a madman ready to spend everything, started thinking about buying everything at the auction just to give it to her. He noticed the seating arrangement. The closer someone sat to the front, the more important they were. That's when he noticed the name beside his own belonged to a highly influential figure in the city. Apparently, Mr. Yuan had a lot of respect here. Soon, someone came and sat beside him. It was a girl with incredible potential and a very high status. People around them whispered that she was the daughter of Secretary Chu. Chen Yuan listened quietly. He blushed, feeling embarrassed and nervous, unsure why he was reacting this way. Aoji went to greet the girl, clearly thinking about alliances or even marriage. She recognized his name and greeted him politely, though she was already thinking about how much she hated these events her father made her attend. Still, she was curious about the boy sitting next to her. Usually, these seats were taken by older men. She tried talking to Chen Yuan, but he acted like he didn't hear her. She felt confused and wondered if she was being avoided. Was she that frightening? Chen Yuan, in fact, was terrified. He feared that if he spoke to her, the system would trigger some bond. But she kept insisting, saying it was rude not to introduce himself. Hassan reminded Chen Yuan that the girl was the secretary's daughter and offered to help. Chen Yuan finally turned and introduced himself. Right then, the system kicked in. It registered her as Chu Yumo, 22 years old, 1.73 meters tall, weighing 54 kilos, with an appearance score of 9.1 and 0 favorability. The reward for completing the task gave a 10% return on spending, 35 points, and firearm mastery. Chen Yuan was crushed. The system had betrayed him again. Still, she responded politely, saying she would remember his name. The auction began. The first item was a replica of the Titanic necklace, made of diamonds and platinum. Someone quickly offered 20 million. Girls in the crowd panicked, saying their fathers had to buy it for. The bidding climbed rapidly, 130, 150 million. Then Chen Yuan raised his paddle and offered 300 million. Everyone was stunned by the amount. Chu Yumo thought he must control his own money. No father would allow his son to spend that money. The older men were furious. The auctioneer confirmed that Mr. Yuan's bid of 300 million was the winning offer. No one else dared to speak. The item was sold to Chen Yuan. When it was time to process the payment, he declared it a gift for Miss Gao Xunian. Everyone heard this. Her favorability toward him instantly rose by 10. Her brother commented on how impressive the gift was. Her favorability kept increasing. Gao Xunian knew he was just trying to mess with her. Still, she couldn't resist. Her favorability score hit 35. She told herself she couldn't be swayed by flashy gestures. She had dreams and goals. With a serious face, she asked if Chen Yuan truly believed money could win her over. She would prove him wrong. Then the next item was revealed, a crystal piano. The starting bid was 30 million. Quickly, it went to 35, then 40, then 45 million. Chen Yuan raised it to 200 million, thinking it would make a perfect gift for Miss Kick. But someone in the back shouted a higher bid, 210 million. Chen Yuan turned and saw a woman holding 2 fire spheres. She was the heir to the fire group and owned several game companies. He raised his bid to 300 million. She responded with 310. He gave her a stern look and jumped to 500 million. The older men were practically weeping, and even the auctioneer looked frustrated. No one wanted to challenge Mr. Yuan's bid. The piano was sold to him. The fire group heiress admitted defeat, but mocked him for buying a piano just to show off. She assumed he couldn't even play. Chen Yuan asked why she thought that. He then walked up to the piano and announced he would perform. Thanks to his 60 years of mastery in music, he played beautifully. The girls were genuinely moved. This time, they cried for real. His music touched everyone in the hall, stirring memories and deep emotion. Chu Yumo, with real skills, seemed interested in Chen Yuan and tried to connect with him. But he acted distant, saying he didn't have his phone with him. Despite that, he secretly enjoyed being rejected. It earned him another 30 points from the system. He started to wonder why all the people he met lately seemed a bit off. The girl said she didn't mind that he forgot his phone. He could just give her his number, and she'd write it down. He claimed he had a bad memory. Unbothered, she said she would just find out his number herself. They sat there in silence for a moment, looking at each other. Realizing there was no easy escape, Chen Yuan admitted defeat and agreed to add her. She smiled, saying she always knew he had his phone and was just messing with her. She believed good things don't just fall into your lap, you have to go after them. Just then, the auctioneer announced the next item for sale, failing company. Gao Xunian's eyes lit up with interest. The woman on stage introduced a streaming company that had recently shut down. The opening bid was 50 million. It seemed to be the same company Chen Yuan had once tricked someone into losing. He immediately placed a bid of 60 million. Chen Yuan was puzzled. Why was no one bidding against him? What he didn't know was that everyone thought he'd raise the value by 3 times, so no one dared to compete. The host joked that Chen Yuan seemed determined to buy everything. After 3 strikes of the gavel, the company was his. The auctioneer hoped he would bring the business back to life. Meanwhile, someone in the crowd who had just gathered information about Chen Yuan walked to a corner and ordered a deeper investigation. He wanted to destroy Chen Yuan's smug look. The man discovered Chen Yuan was 21 years old and came from Hue province. His parents ran an orange orchard and owned a fish pond. He checked all of Chen Yuan's school record. But when the hacker looked into his bank account, things didn't add up. The card linked to Chen Yuan's account was a global VIP type, the kind used for international transactions. Only a few dozen people in the world had access to one. Usually, these cards were reserved for world leaders or top government officials. The old man was stunned. How could a boy from a farm have such a card? Even the hacker's data was being altered in real time. That meant Chen Yuan had enough power to interfere with government-level systems. The man told the hacker to stop immediately. This was someone far too dangerous to mess with. Tang Aoji noticed the man snooping around and found something that frightened him. He began to wonder if Chen Yuan belonged to a hidden elite family. But this guy couldn't keep a secret and gossiped like an old woman. Soon, word spread like wildfire. Everyone began whispering that Chen Yuan might be from the mysterious Shen family. It was said to be one of the 4 secret families in China with worldwide power. The crowd was in a frenzy, convinced a major storm was coming. Even Zhang felt uneasy. He said only a royal dynasty could handle that kind of money. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan wandered around, wondering who had started such a crazy rumor. His father was just a fruit vendor. But suddenly he found himself surrounded by girls. Some gave him their hotel room numbers, others asked him to dance, and one even offered to show him a backflip. Chen Yuan stood there awkwardly, unsure what to do. While the crowd danced, Chen Yuan searched for an escape. Then he saw Gao Xunian in the distance and decided she was his way out. He told the people around him that he already had a dance partner. He walked up to Gao Xunian and invited her to dance. She hesitated, unsure if she should refuse. But since he had already gifted her the necklace, she felt she couldn't embarrass him in front of everyone and agreed. Chen Yuan pulled her closer, saying he wanted to enjoy this moment. He had turned down 18 others just to dance with her. He used the system to activate advanced dancing skill. She was touched by how well he danced and how warm his hands were. She was starting to enjoy it and maybe even like him a little. But after all that effort, he only gained 5 favorability points. People in the hall whispered about the two of them. Chu Yumo thought it was strange that he chose Gao Xunian, considering her history, but she was relieved that at least he wasn't distracted by all those desperate women throwing themselves. Still, she was clearly jealous. One man came up and asked Yumo for a dance. She snapped at him, saying she wasn't interested in older men. He walked away heartbroken. Despite being only 30, he had just been called old. Chen Yuan was happy to earn even a few points from the dance. Then someone else came over, asking for a dance before he left. The man who had been rejected earlier fumed in frustration, unable to understand why this young guy was getting all the attention. Chen Yuan, staying calm and cool, said he was tired from the last dance. The girl said it was okay and asked what he wanted to know about her. He admired her persistence, even after being turned down. They moved to a quiet corner. She asked if Gao Xunian was his girlfriend. He said no. That gave her hope. If there was no official relationship, she had a chance. Then she brought up her own scandal, asking if he was aware of it. He said he didn't care and that her reputation would soon be cleared because he was supporting her. She asked how much he had spent. He replied that she hadn't asked for much, only a few luxury cars, a mansion, and 2 blockbuster films worth 500 million each. Chu Yumo overheard this and assumed Chen Yuan was being manipulated. She imagined he must have grown up isolated and focused on self-improvement, which made him naive and easy to deceive. In her mind, Gao Xunian was using him to drain all his wealth. She asked if he thought those demands were too much. Chen Yuan, unfazed, said that a man should spend money on a woman. That was why he had also transferred another 200 million. She grabbed him by the tie, warning him he was being taken advantage of, and reminding him that he and Gao Xunian weren't even officially together. Then she calmed down, saying it was his money, but he would learn the consequences eventually. Chen Yuan confidently said he wasn't being fooled. Yumo still believed he was making foolish decisions for love. She remembered him playing the piano and bidding wildly for Gao Xunian. It was hard to believe someone so talented could be so clueless. Her favorability rose to 45. Chen Yuan knew she thought he was being used. But deep down, he believed he was the one in control. He smirked and told her not to criticize Gao Xunian, saying she was acting exactly like the person she wanted to condemn. Yumo was deeply hurt. She stood up angrily and stormed off, convinced she had better looks, a better background, and a stronger personality than the actor. Still, she left with determination, saying Chen Yuan would be hers eventually. She always got what she wanted. Chen Yuan sighed, deciding to keep his distance from this woman in the future. As the event came to a close, many people asked to stay in touch with him. While he was on his phone, Zhang approached him. He introduced a shy friend named Zhou. Zhou lowered his head and barely spoke, Zhang nudged him to speak up and talk to Mr. Yuan. Chen Yuan asked why Zhou was so quiet and why Zhang brought him over. Zhou stammered and explained that his family was selling a skyscraper. Chen Yuan perked up and asked for detail. Zhou explained the building had more than 10 floors, each around 1,000 square meters, with a total value of 2 billion yuan. Zhang was stunned. He had no idea his chubby friend was sitting on a fortune. Chen Yuan told him to add his contact info and said he'd come see the building. Zhou was shy, assuming Chen Yuan might want just 1 or 2 floors, but Chen Yuan seemed to want the whole thing. Before leaving, Chen Yuan told him not to sell it to anyone else. In the taxi, Chen Yuan started thinking about who to give the building. It couldn't be just any girl. It had to be someone mentally strong enough to handle it. Just then, the taxi braked suddenly. He bumped his face on the seat. The driver got out, shouting at someone to move aside. Chen Yuan looked out and saw Bang Su. She walked over, opened the door, and got into the taxi beside him, surprising everyone. She turned to the driver and firmly told him to start driving. Chen Yuan stared at Bang Su, confused about why she was suddenly there. Bang Su, motivated and serious, said this was her first assignment after graduation and she couldn't afford to fail her boss. Chen Yuan was annoyed. He had just gotten rid of Yumo, only to now deal with someone he considered even more troublesome. Bang Su explained that she came representing the Carpfish app, which already had millions of downloads, and was hopping for investment. Before she could finish, Chen Yuan interrupted and asked if she was asking for help. She said it could be seen that way. It was a partnership with potential benefit. But Chen Yuan pushed further, asking if she was begging for his support. She admitted she was and pleaded with him to stop mocking her, almost in tears. Finally feeling like he had the upper hand, Chen Yuan smirked. He told her that if she wanted something, she should offer something in return. He hinted at what he meant, but even the taxi driver thought Chen Yuan was being gross. But Bang Su slapped him, told him to get out of the car, and said this behavior was exactly why he didn't deserve someone like her. Favorability toward him dropped from 10 to -5. Chen Yuan defended himself, saying he wasn't trying to sleep with her, he was just teasing her. He didn't like women who acted so cold. She told him to stop messing around, but he said he wasn't interested. They'd only met twice, and she was already asking for business help, even after disrespecting him before without apologizing. She lost her temper and told him that he brought this humiliation on himself. Then she ordered the driver to stop the car. But just then, something worse happened. They were suddenly surrounded by 3 dark vans. A gang of shady men stepped out of the vehicle. They were criminals, clearly after Chen Yuan. He realized the night was about to go downhill fast. Bang Su asked what they should do. Chen Yuan said they should just surrender. The men were delighted. They thought this was a great opportunity, likely set up by someone from the auction who believed capturing a rich man would be a huge win. Chen Yuan played along, saying he was willing to cooperate. One of the thugs even said they wouldn't tie him up too tight. But before he could finish, Chen Yuan kicked him in the neck. The guy dropped instantly, and his friends were shocked. Chen Yuan understood these weren't school bullies, they were the real deal. But with his martial arts skills and recently boosted stats, they were no match. He started knocking them out one by one. One thug tried to grab Bang Su as a hostage, but she fought back fiercely. She put one of them in a chokehold so tight that the guy lost a tooth. He groaned, wondering what kind of monster woman she was. Chen Yuan realized things were getting serious with her involved. He had no choice. He used all the system points he'd saved, 10 for strength, 10 for stamina, and 20 for agility. His system warned him he was now powerful enough for a battle. He became a whirlwind of punches. The enemies didn't stand a chance. The leader yelled to capture Bang Su again, but she kicked him hard between the legs, telling him that men like him needed to learn respect. Then, in a last-ditch effort, the thug pulled out a knife and lunged at her. She panicked, thinking she was going to die. But Chen Yuan caught the blade with his bare hand and said threatening, "Women was disgusting." Bang Su trembled, realizing how close she came to dying. Chen Yuan kicked the attacker aside, furious. Moments later, all the gang members were lying unconscious in pools of blood. Bang Su began mumbling nonsense. Then she suddenly jumped into Chen Yuan's arms, shaken and overwhelmed. Chen Yuan comforted her, saying she didn't have to be afraid anymore. He was there. He admitted he was only joking earlier in the taxi. In truth, he thought she was amazing. She asked if he really meant that. He nodded, even saying he would visit the Carpfish company because he believed it had potential. Bang Su's view of him changed. He seemed rough and shameless on the surface, but underneath he was kind-hearted. Despite coming from what appeared to be a powerful background, he had risked himself to protect her. He shrugged it off, saying it was just a small injury. But the truth was, he had just earned a huge boost. Her favorability shot up to 80. The police finally arrived and arrested the gang. One officer commented they hadn't seen Chen Yuan for just a few hours, and he was already in another chaotic situation. That officer turned out to be none other than Chu Yumo, a specialist from the explosive squad, always carrying her signature pair of spheres. Chen Yuan had beaten the gang so badly that officers were laying blankets over them on the pavement. One of the attackers had died, and 7 others were seriously injured. It looked like a war zone. Chu Yumo was impressed. She couldn't believe one guy had turned the tables on 8 criminals. She smiled, thinking his combat abilities were worth watching. She also noticed how Bang Su kept looking at Chen Yuan and assumed, once again, that every woman was falling for him. Frustrated that she always had to compete for his attention, Yumo told Chen Yuan to go to the police station. He and Bang Su needed to give statement. Later, around 3 in the morning, an officer told Bang Su she could go home. She asked if Chen Yuan was also leaving, but the officer said he was still being interviewed by the captain. Bang Su decided to wait for him. The officer found it strange. She seemed very eager to stay just for this one guy. The captain instructed the cameras to be turned off during the interview. Chen Yuan sat in the chair, wondering if things were about to take a bad turn. Then the door opened, and someone brought him noodles. Chen Yuan ate them, joking that he never expected the person across from him to be a police officer. That earned him 5 more favorability points. Yumo said that with him, the possibilities were endless. Chen Yuan wondered why a bowl of noodles made her like him more. He asked why he, the victim, was being questioned. Yumo leaned in and said maybe he was trying to run away from her, but he should remember, he had taken a life tonight. She grabbed his chin and asked what was really going on between him and Bang Su. Embarrassed, he explained that she only came to talk about investment, but then all hell broke loose. Meanwhile, Yumo continued grilling him. Yumo pulled out a first aid kit and told him to stop imagining weird things. She wasn't going to hurt him. Seeing his suspicious expression, she teased him, finding it funny he actually thought she'd take advantage of. Chen Yuan insisted he didn't think that, but told her she was too busy and he'd take care of it himself. She told him to sit still because he was clumsy and might just make it worse. He began to feel like he was losing control of the situation. But he also realized something. She was playing a game. He remembered how women in the past had acted interested, only to abandon him in the end. That was when he humiliated himself, trying to win their approval. Seeing Yumo as dangerous, he stood up. He told her to keep her distance. They had only known each other for 1 day. Yumo was confused. She was just trying to bandage him. He said he wasn't angry, just honest. He had someone else in his heart. Life was full of chance meetings, but unfortunately her time had passed. If she had acted earlier, maybe things would be different, but if he were the kind of guy to keep changing his mind, she wouldn't like that either. Yumo didn't understand. In her mind, this meant he was a man who loved. She went a little wild with excitement. Chen Yuan panicked and ran to the taxi. From a distance, Yumo watched him leave, swearing she wouldn't lose this guy to the other women chasing after him. Meanwhile, Bang Su was asleep at the police station. When Chen Yuan finally got home, he was exhausted. The day had been complete chaos, and all he wanted was sleep. But as he walked in, he heard water running. He looked toward the shower, saw a silhouette through the steam, and realized someone was inside. His heart pounded. He suspected the company president was testing his self-control. Inside the apartment, Chen Yuan struggled between 2 voices, one urging him to be respectful, the other telling him to step in. But before he could do anything, a girl he didn't recognize walked out of the bathroom, drying off. She froze when she saw him, let out a loud scream, and rushed to call for help. Later, the girl cried in front of Kiki, saying she was ruined and would never get married now that someone had seen her like. Chen Yuan, already irritated, said he was just trying to take a shower. But Kiki's friend was furious, accusing him of being inappropriate and demanded an apology. Kiki tried to defend him, saying he was actually a good person, but her friend Meng Meng wasn't convinced. She questioned why Kiki was even defending someone like him. She warned Kiki not to get involved with guys like that, especially now that she was living in a luxury house and had become a successful streamer with millions of followers. Kiki blushed, not daring to explain the house wasn't really hers. She simply said Meng Meng had the wrong idea and that Chen Yuan was actually a remarkable man. But Meng Meng wouldn't stop. She went on about an auction the night before where a real man spent hundreds of millions, saying only someone like that was worthy of. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was a delivery. Meng asked what it was, and the delivery team replied it was a piano. She assumed it would be an old, worn-out one. But then they saw a helicopter land in front of the house. A team of armed guards exited an armored truck. They all stared in shock, wondering what kind of piano required that level of security. Soon, the delivery crew placed the piano in the living room. It was still covered. Everyone hesitated. Chen Yuan remained quiet, observing their reaction. Meng, impatient, pulled off the cover, and instantly the entire room lit up. The piano sparkled brilliantly. It was the crystal piano. Meng was stunned. She gently touched it and confirmed it was real. Her view of Chen Yuan began to change. Then the TV came on, showing news footage from the auction. It labeled Chen Yuan as the mysterious millionaire who had spent over 500 million. Meng was frozen with disbelief, hit by the realization of just how wrong she had been. Kiki turned to her and reminded her she had said all along that Chen Yuan was someone special. At that moment, someone commented that the piano had arrived, and all eyes turned toward the staircase. There he was, Chen Yuan, descending like a star, looking radiant. Meng's opinion flipped instantly. He asked Kiki if she liked the piano. She smiled, saying it was beautiful, maybe even too much. Chen Yuan then said he had a business meeting and asked if she wanted to come along. Seeing that her friend was still at the house, Kiki declined politely, not wanting to leave her alone. Chen Yuan didn't mind and left calmly. As soon as he did, the system triggered a new connection with Meng. It started with 20 favorability points. But Chen Yuan wasn't thrilled. Meng was supposed to be Kiki's best friend, and now she was looking at him with interest. He realized he had to make Kiki see what was really happening, while she played the piano happily in the background. Meanwhile, Meng couldn't stop thinking about how amazing it would be to have a man like him. Not wanting to attend the business meeting alone, Chen Yuan called Royu to join him. But she wasn't pleased. He had disappeared for days, and now he was suddenly inviting her out. She felt he had grown distant, and even wondered if it was because nothing had happened between them yet. Already annoyed, she grumbled that all men were the same. Her favorability dropped to 95. Chen Yuan, unaware of what he had done wrong, quietly wondered why her points dropped when he hadn't even done anything. Face to face, he asked if the problem was that he didn't go to pick her up. But being his usual confident self, he ignored her mood and just called his chubby friend to send a driver. He figured apologizing would only encourage more drama. Better to let the system handle things. At the same time, inside a tall building, an older man was asking his son if this Mr. Yan was really as impressive as people said. The son confirmed it. Chen Yuan was very wealthy and definitely trustworthy. The father nodded, curious to meet him. Nearby, Chuang noticed a bald man with a mohawk and wondered who he was. A colleague warned her to be cautious. That man was actually the richest person in the building. She found it hard to believe. Her employer, a millionaire, had hired her, yet he considered that other guy even more powerful. Then the moment arrived. A man came to greet Chen Yuan in person, which was surprising. Chen Yuan humbly said it was an honor to meet him. The son joined them and said everyone was excited to see him. Chen Yuan smiled, impressed by how polite they all were. As he walked in, a few papers fell to the ground, and Swang stared, stunned that even the building's owner had come to greet him. The older man explained that the building had taken 9 years to complete. It was incredibly luxurious and home to over 300 companies. It included everything: shops, movie theaters, karaoke, and even high-end office space on the top floor. Chen Yuan admired the place, but Royu didn't look too excited. She felt like he brought her there just to show off. The old man offered to give a full tour. Chen Yuan turned to Royu and asked what she thought. She said it wasn't bad. He responded that if she liked it, he liked it too. All they needed to do was name the price. He would buy the entire building and give it to her. The older man was shocked, asking if Chen Yuan was really planning to put the entire property in her name. Chen Yuan confirmed it. As long as she liked it, he had no issue. Royu hesitated. It was an entire skyscraper after all. She said it was too much. But Chen Yuan explained that if she owned this building, she'd never have to worry about money again. She would soon have to take over her parents' company, and this gift would make her life easier. Now, Royu started to understand why she had been brought there. Maybe she needed to stop acting spoiled. As her feelings shifted, her favorability climbed past 98. Chen Yuan gained another 20 strength points. Then the chubby friend stepped in and confirmed that the price had been agreed upon, 2.6 billion. Chen Yuan calmly pulled out his black card and said that if everything looked correct, the money would be in their account immediately. Soon after, the deal was sealed, and everyone in the room applauded. Chen Yuan then told the crowd that he was just the investor. The real owner of the building was Miss Royu. Everyone turned to her, congratulating her. Royu, blushing, wondered if this was what it felt like to be a real boss. Now she understood why her parents loved working in the office. It wasn't so bad to be pampered, but then her slightly dark side showed. She admitted to herself that seeing so many people bowing before her was actually kind of satisfying. Meanwhile, poor Chuang watched the celebration from a distance. Her friend explained that the entire building had just been bought and gifted to a girl in her 20s. Chuang stared at the scene, but the woman had already vanished. Determined, Chuang ran off, whispering to herself that everything, no matter the cost, should be hers. She wouldn't let this go. She was determined to win Chen Yuan back. Elsewhere on the subway, Royu sat next to Chen Yuan, amazed by everything that had happened. She asked if he enjoyed this simple kind of life. Chen Yuan said it was refreshing to be around everyday people and to spend time with her like that. Then Royu asked if he knew someone named Gao Xunian. Caught off guard, Chen Yuan asked if she meant the actress. Royu brought up some rumors about Gao Xunian being involved in shady relationships with men. Chen Yuan shrugged, saying he didn't follow celebrity gossip. She said she didn't care much either, but recently there were stories about someone offering Gao Xunian a piano as a gift, and she didn't even respond. Chen Yuan started sweating and said the subway was too warm. Royu asked what was wrong, but he brushed it off. After some time, he said goodbye and stepped off the train, thinking that subway rides felt like a trap. He also began to suspect Royu was testing him. Just then, a friend called and told him that Bang Su had been waiting for him at the dorm for 6 hours. Outside the dormitory, a small crowd had gathered. Everyone recognized the woman standing there. She was a well-known graduate, and people were curious why she had been waiting so long. Bang Su stood still, eyes fixed on her phone, wondering where Chen Yuan had gone. When she woke up at the police station, he had vanished like a ghost, and somehow her feet had led her to this place. She thought she was losing her mind. Her heart wouldn't calm down. She asked herself if she had fallen for Chen Yuan, but then she tried to dismiss the thought, reminding herself that he was just Kiki's friend. She shouldn't think like that. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was hiding in the crowd, wondering if she had really been waiting for him all this time. Then Bang Su spotted him, ran over, and wrapped her arms around him. Everyone watching was stunned. They had always thought she only liked women, but there she was, clinging to him, saying it was the only way she felt safe. Chen Yuan asked what was going on. She told him not to move, that she didn't want to let go. His friends were stunned, watching in envy, joking that they wanted to get rid of him. Suddenly, it began to rain. People ran for cover, and Chen Yuan suggested they find shelter too. The next thing they knew, the two were inside his dorm room. His friends couldn't believe it. Bang Su sat on a chair and thought it wasn't as messy as she expected. Then she pointed at his laundry basket and asked why it was overflowing with dirty clothes. Once the rain stopped, Bang Su started wondering why she had come in without thinking. Chen Yuan didn't seem bothered. He casually said he'd take her home. On the way, he asked if this whole thing had been about her company needing help. She remembered her original reason and said yes, that was why she had come. She explained she didn't have his phone number, which is why she hadn't sent a message earlier, and asked if he could give it to her. Chen Yuan said that wasn't a problem and told her she could message him anytime. She asked if he was just talking about the financial help, but he was already walking away, saying he'd visit the company tomorrow. Alone again, Bang Su whispered to herself that she was a terrible person for acting like this, but she felt so at peace when she was near him. Still, she didn't know how Kiki would react if she ever found out. The next day, Chen Yuan received a message from Royu asking for help managing company funds, but he told her to assign it to someone else. She was the boss now, and he had other things to do. While riding in the car with Bang Su, she asked why he looked so cheerful. Chen Yuan couldn't understand why she was moody again after just one day. Bang Su sighed and said she couldn't get involved with someone who was clearly connected to other women. Chen Yuan had too many choices, and he clearly didn't want her. Then her boss called and said they were almost at the destination. When they arrived, Chen Yuan was surprised to realize her company office was inside Royu's building. He asked if this was really where her company was located. Bang Su confirmed it. Now he was in trouble. If Royu saw him, he might lose all the favorability points he had gained with her. He stepped into the elevator just as it opened, and there was Royu inside. She asked what was so important that morning that he had to leave so early. Inside the elevator, an awkward silence fell over them. Chen Yuan tried to stay calm, hiding his stress. He quickly introduced Bang Su, explaining she worked at the carpfish company in the tech field. Then he introduced Royu as the owner of the entire building. Bang Su was impressed to learn such a young woman owned a building this size. She politely introduced herself, curious about Royu's relationship with Chen Yuan. Royu barely responded, giving only a cold greeting. She didn't trust the situation. It was suspicious to see such a pretty woman with Chen Yuan. Even though she already knew he wasn't completely loyal, she couldn't believe he would be this bold. Once rent was collected, she decided she'd deal with him directly. When Bang Su stepped out of the elevator, she said she would call her boss and ask them to wait. Chen Yuan panicked. He didn't want to be left alone with Royu. He turned to her and said he wanted to explain things. But Royu, not in the mood for lies, demanded he speak clearly. Chen Yuan leaned in and quietly warned her to be cautious around Bang Su, saying she had a reputation for liking women and had once tried to flirt with him at school. Royu asked if that was true. He said everyone at school knew about it. Still unsure, Royu said she would need to confirm it. She decided to call someone from university who might know more. When the man saw who was calling, he was startled. He wondered what he had done to deserve attention from someone like. He mentioned that people used to say the student council was like her personal playground. That answer made Royu feel better. She thought Chen Yuan hadn't lied after all. The man asked if she was talking about the same Chen Yuan he knew. But Royu ended the call without responding. Frustrated, the guy tried sending her messages to warn her about Chen Yuan's true nature. But she blocked him right away. She was now fully convinced that Chen Yuan had told the truth. At the company, the president, wearing a flexible suit, went over financial report. Chen Yuan sat through it, uninterested. He only came to spend money. He raised his hand and said there was no need to continue. Bang Su had already explained everything. He asked the president to name her price for the company. The president hesitated. She knew his wealth made no sense and that he had more power than most. Her company was worth about $1 billion, but she needed at least $100 million in investment. She cautiously said the company's value was $1 billion. Chen Yuan was surprised. It seemed too low. He said he would buy 49% of it for $1 billion, but on one condition. The president asked what that condition was, wary that it might be inappropriate. She thought she was too old for him to have personal motive. But even if he did, she wasn't sure she would mind. Chen Yuan finally explained. He wanted all the shares to be transferred to Bang Su. When Chen Yuan stepped out of the room, the president stood speechless. Bang Su asked how the meeting went. Chen Yuan said she had done a great job and that a promotion was likely on the way. She told him she wasn't working for promotion. She also asked what he was trying to pull. Judging by how he treated Royu, it was obvious something was going on between them. She warned him to be careful. The president had real feelings. Then she started thinking about her own intentions. Chen Yuan asked her why he should settle down with someone who acted like a jealous maniac. He said he wanted everyone. Shocked, she asked what kind of business they were even in. He gave her a smirk and asked if that was wrong. She told him he had just revealed how crude he truly was. She couldn't believe she had ever thought otherwise. Chen Yuan reminded her that she had grabbed his arm yesterday and invited him to her house. As Kiki's friend, she shouldn't have flirted with him. He said someone who behaved like that had no right to judge him now. He walked away feeling great. Giving her a moral lesson had felt fantastic. Bang Su, meanwhile, started questioning her own actions. Maybe she had been hypocritical. She admitted to herself that after what she did yesterday, she couldn't claim the moral high ground. At that moment, some employees passed by, announcing that the president had called an emergency meeting. Now Bang Su was nervous. What if the deal had fallen through? In the meeting room, everyone was anxious, waiting for the announcement. No one knew what to expect. Then the president appeared and officially declared that, from that moment on, the new vice president of the company would be Bang Su. Bang Su sat there, shocked. She couldn't understand why she was suddenly promoted. The other employees were furious. After all, she had only been at the company for 1 week. The president told everyone they had no say in the matter. Bang Su was not only talented and wealthy, she had made a big impact on the company. To back it up, the president showed the contract stating that Bang Su now owned 49% of the company. With that, no one could argue. The president was impressed. Chen Yuan, so young and already in control of half a company, was clearly no ordinary man. The employees whispered among themselves. They never imagined Bang Su had so much power and money. Then the president raised her arm, asking everyone to applaud her. Bang Su, emotional, realized this had to be Chen Yuan's doing. She remembered when he asked if she was sure he wouldn't choose her. She blushed and felt warm inside. This had to mean he had chosen her after all. Her favorability increased by 10 points, reaching 95. Now she was entirely loyal to Chen Yuan, and he earned 35 strength points in return. Since he had invested 1 billion, he received a 10% return, 100 million. He felt proud of his new approach, spending with purpose. Before he threw money around without much gain. Now, with careful planning, he spent more and earned even more. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Gao Xunian crying. She asked if she was stupid. He asked what had happened. She said the former director had paid people to ruin her reputation again. The whole industry was turning against her. Chen Yuan was furious. Someone had reversed all the progress he made, even after spending 200 million to fix her public image. He told her not to worry, he would handle everything. The man responsible was known as Wang Hu, or Mr. Hu. He was infamous in the entertainment world for using his influence to exploit women. But this latest public backlash appeared to be caused by another actress named Fang. Chen Yuan asked if she was really that influential. Zhang confirmed it. She was very popular and known for her charity work. Anything she said would sway public opinion. Zhang warned that taking down someone like Wang, who would require more than just money, it needed a creative approach. Then he handed Chen Yuan a card. It belonged to someone who had damning information about the man. All they needed to do now was find that person. The scene shifted to a chaotic office building. Chen Yuan climbed several floors, hearing someone yelling about being paid next month. Curious, he approached and found the chubby pineapple-haired guy threatening someone on the ground. The man being yelled at was a bespectacled director named Scene. He apologized, saying he was finishing a movie that would earn enough to pay off his debts. But the pineapple guy reminded him that he had offended Wang Hu. With that man's influence, the film was doomed to fail. Still, Scene insisted the movie had potential. Just as the pineapple guy was about to hit him, someone intervened. Chen Yuan stepped in and punched the bully. The guy fell to the ground and looked up in shock. He asked who would dare do that. When he recognized Chen Yuan, he instantly panicked. He remembered his father's warning, never mess with this man. He apologized, said he didn't want any trouble, and ran off. Scene, amazed by what he just witnessed, stood up excitedly. He asked Chen Yuan for a favor. Then suddenly, Scene dropped to the floor, begged to be adopted as Chen Yuan's son, and said he needed help. Once things calmed down, Chen Yuan asked if Scene really wanted to take down the Wang Hu. Scene said yes, and that while he didn't want a sugar daddy, he was desperate to destroy Wang Hu. Scene admitted he had something that could ruin the man's career. Chen Yuan asked what it would cost. Scene said the price was for Chen Yuan to fund his movie project. Chen Yuan, moved by his persistence, agreed. He revealed that he was starting a film company with Gao Xunian and invited Scene to join. If Scene needed money, he just had to ask. With the deal set, Scene gave Chen Yuan a USB drive. He claimed it held a secret weapon, evidence that could shake not only Wang Hu, but the entire entertainment industry. Chen Yuan asked what was on it. Scene said everything would become clear once he watched. The video showed Wang Hu with a well-known actress. With this evidence, Chen Yuan said they could bring both of them down. Scene warned it would be dangerous, but Chen Yuan said he had no fear. With friends like this, nothing could go wrong. Meanwhile, at Gao Xunian's house, she had spent 3 days being attacked online. She was considering quitting acting altogether. Then she got a call from Chen Yuan. Confused, she wondered why he wanted to talk to her. He asked if she was alone. When she said yes, he said he'd come over. She blushed, wondering why he asked if she was alone. Was he planning something? Her imagination went wild. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuan arrived at her door. She thought he was acting way too eager, like every other guy. But when she opened the door, he wasn't alone. A chubby man stood next to him. She asked what was going on and teased him for having strange ideas. Chen Yuan ignored her and introduced the man. This was Yang Engzin, a talented film director. Now she felt embarrassed, realizing his visit was purely business. A little while later, she watched the video footage with shock. Chen Yuan told her this would change how people saw her. Yang Eng started talking about starting a new production company. Chen Yuan, focused on building favorability, was aiming for 95 points. He had already spent 2 billion on it. The video of the actress and the director was uploaded online. The media went wild. People turned on the director, calling him out. Furious, Fang demanded to know how that video got leaked. Police launched an investigation and caught the director in the act with another woman. He was arrested on the spot. He knew the moment he saw the handcuffs, it was over for him. With public support on her side again, Gao Xunian held a press conference. She announced the launch of her own film company, partnering with director Scene. Investors quickly poured in, raising $2 billion for a major new project. Journalists were amazed. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan sat back and smiled, happy to play the mastermind behind it all. But the man Royu had blocked wasn't done. He called President Kiki, saying he had something important to tell her about Chen Yuan. Soon after, Kiki was extremely angry with Chen Yuan. Her friend tried to calm her down, but Kiki was overwhelmed with doubt. She said she wasn't sure if the rumors about Chen Yuan being involved with so many women were true. Still, she found it odd that he had been ignoring her lately, and it made her uneasy. Her friend Meng Meng admitted that a man like him would naturally attract attention, but Chen Yuan always seemed deeply loyal. Then they noticed Bang Su nearby, unsure if she should accept his latest offer. Seeing Kiki, Bang Su was surprised. She hadn't expected to run into her. Kiki asked why she hadn't mentioned she was coming and reminded her she was a graduate, after all. Bang Su replied that she was only there to talk to Chen Yuan about work. But Kiki found it strange. Bang Su used to dislike him, so why was she suddenly willing to cooperate? Just then, a luxury car pulled up in front of the dorm. Everyone turned to see who it was. Out stepped Royu, looking elegant. Even the women who admired Chen Yuan were stunned. Royu asked the group if they knew someone named Chen Yuan who lived in these dorms. Kiki was confused. What did she want with him? Realizing the tension, Royu turned to Kiki and asked what kind of relationship she had with Chen Yuan. The situation became tense. Meng Meng tried to keep things calm. Later, the four women sat down at a restaurant. Royu broke the silence and asked Kiki if she liked Chen Yuan. Kiki responded that it didn't matter. Chen Yuan clearly liked her too. Royu told her to stop fooling herself. Chen Yuan had chased after her for 5 years. Back in high school, he even got beaten up just to defend her. Clearly, his feelings were stronger. Meng Meng, who once tried to steal Chen Yuan for herself, now supported Kiki. She pointed out that he had given Kiki a mansion and a crystal piano worth hundreds of millions. Royu remembered the news about the piano and began to wonder, was Chen Yuan really dating multiple women? But she wasn't ready to back down. She announced that he had given her an entire building worth 2.6 billion. Kiki was stunned. Could it be that everything he told her was a lie? Then Bang Su spoke up. She said she had also received shares worth 1 billion from Chen Yuan. All four women fell silent. Kiki said she would call him right then and demand an explanation. But then she admitted he had never actually said they were in a relationship. Whenever someone asked, he just said they were close friends. Royu said it was the same with her. Meng Meng suggested maybe he was using this tactic to date multiple women without commitment. Royu stood up and said she would settle this now. But Meng Meng stopped her. She said a man like that deserved serious payback. They all agreed it was time for revenge. Their plan forced Chen Yuan to keep spending endlessly until he ran out of money. That way, he wouldn't be able to trick anyone else again. They were determined. In their eyes, Chen Yuan had it coming. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. Kiki felt uneasy, thinking the plan might be too manipulative, but her friend insisted that the boy deserved it. Her friend took Kiki's phone and sent the message herself. At that same time, the message reached Chen Yuan. Kiki expressed her wish to start her own streaming platform. Chen Yuan was curious, realizing she was basically asking for money. But he knew the president and suspected she either had a big plan or was being influenced. He had just bought a failing streaming platform, so he told her their ideas matched and that he would help. The two girls felt embarrassed. Chen Yuan was not only offering a platform, but also promising an initial investment of 5 billion. Instead of getting angry, Kiki felt even more drawn to him, thinking he always planned for her future. She was touched, feeling that even if his actions sometimes seemed wrong, he still cared for her growth. Meng Meng told her to accept the offer quickly before Chen Yuan changed his mind. Kiki replied that he never went back on his word. Despite Kiki's trust, her friend Meng Meng sent the message on her behalf to start the process right away. Meng Meng felt frustrated, wondering why she couldn't find a man like him. In his room, Chen Yuan already knew it was not Kiki sending the messages. The tone and style were completely different. He suspected it was Meng Meng. That was fine for him, as it meant he would end up spending more money. At Royu's house, her mother asked if Chen Yuan was cheating. Royu said yes, since he was involved with many girls. Even though their relationship was not official, they were already close. Royu got a message and said the group was active. Her mother asked what group she meant. Royu explained it was a group formed by Chen Yuan's girlfriends for revenge. In the group chat, Kuki shared that she was going to receive a streaming platform. Royu became angry, wanting to get more than the others. Her mother told her to listen carefully, warning that these girls might just be deceiving her while pretending to work together. Royu's mother told her daughter that in the past, there had been a big difference in family circumstances between her and Royu's father. No matter how well their family lived, compared to Chen Yuan's background, they were still modest. A capable man like him would naturally attract many women, so she advised Royu to believe in her own strength and prove herself. All the girls said Chen Yuan was cruel, but none of them left him. This meant each of them wanted to keep him for themselves. Royu became excited, thinking this must be true. Her mother advised her to act with determination to secure her future. Royu decided she would not lose Chen Yuan to the others. In his room, Chen Yuan received a message from Royu apologizing for blaming him. This confused him because they had not argued. Combining this with what Kiki had said earlier, he realized something strange was going on. At that moment, Chen Yuan called Royu. She panicked and asked her mother what to do. Her mother told her to answer and do her best. When she picked up, Chen Yuan said he had something to tell her. He explained that he had recently invested in a streaming platform and appointed Zhe Kuki as the manager. Royu became excited that he had told her the truth. Her mother asked what he said, and Royu replied that he had shared everything the girls had mentioned in the group chat. Her mother smiled, saying this showed she was the most important to him. Royu felt happy, thinking Chen Yuan was not as bad as she believed and that he really liked her. She became emotional, feeling she was repaying his affection by working with the other women. She also realized she needed to treat him better. Her mother asked why she was crying. Royu said she knew she had made mistakes and wanted to make it up to him. She planned to give him a gift that would surprise him. Chen Yuan still had no idea what the girls were planning. The next day, a man delivered the paperwork for Kiki to sign, making her the owner of the streaming platform called Big Cat. When she saw the debts, she understood why Chen Yuan had sent 5 billion. She felt conflicted, thinking that even though he cared about her, his personality was still difficult. Her mood changed instantly when she realized he had transferred 2 billion without hesitation. She decided she needed to show gratitude. At a car show, she wanted to buy a car for him and wondered which one he would like. She remembered he already had a Ferrari and thought of buying another. But then she saw Royu there. They recognized each other. Royu explained she was buying a car for her father's birthday. She asked if Kuki was buying something for Chen Yuan. Kiki denied it and said she was also buying for her father. They both pretended it was a coincidence. Then someone else arrived, Bang Su. She said she was also buying a car for her father's birthday. All three of them were now sweating, realizing how strange this coincidence was. Royu began to suspect the so-called revenge plan was a lie. The problem for her was that Zhao Kiki had 2 billion, while she did not have as much money. She decided she would need financial help from abroad. Royu called her mother and explained everything. Her mother told her not to worry. She immediately instructed the household staff to transfer money to Royu. The man said the money was meant for the younger son's wedding, but the mother insisted that keeping Chen Yuan with Royu was the top priority. Royu received 60 million from the family. She felt emotional, realizing her family now valued her. Determined, she decided she would win against Zhao Kiki. At the car fair, Hosen was showing Chen Yuan the VIP area, filled with expensive items beyond cars. Chen Yuan was amazed, saying the fair was incredible. But then he noticed Royu and Zhao Kiki talking together. Even Bang Su came over to bring them water. Chen Yuan began to suspect they were forming an alliance. Bang Su sensed something and turned around, but only saw Zhang. Chen Yuan had hidden behind him, knowing trouble would come sooner or later, just not this soon. Still, he noticed that none of them had left him. Seeing this, he decided to take advantage of their goodwill, thinking their affection was above 95%. Acting confidently, he told Zhang he was interested in the most expensive cars there. Zhang assured him they had everything: Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Aventador, and Bugatti Veyron. Chen Yuan instantly said he wanted all three and asked for the total cost. Hosen was embarrassed, asking why he wanted them all. Chen Yuan planned to use the cars to test the strength of the supposed alliance. Zhang looked uneasy, explaining that selling all three cars would be difficult. Chen Yuan replied that money was not an issue. But Zhang explained the cars had already been reserved by someone else. Chen Yuan asked who had reserved them, and Zhang said they were set aside for the eldest son of the richest family, Mr. Lin. The son had reserved them last year to give to his sister. Chen Yuan knew how powerful that family was, but Zhang reminded him there were many other cars to look at. Meanwhile, Mr. Lun approached Ra. He introduced himself, saying she reminded him of a friend he had lost and that it was one of his biggest regrets. At that moment, Royu noticed Chen Yuan watching. His angry expression confused her. She wondered why he looked like that when she had no intention of giving her number to Mr. Lin. Frustrated by Chen Yuan's behavior, she decided to give her number to Mr. Lin anyway. When she turned back, Chen Yuan was gone. She wasn't sure if she had made the right choice, but she felt uneasy. Later, Chen Yuan told Zhang he had known Royu a long time ago, but not anymore. He offered to pay more than Mr. Lin's original price for the cars. Chen Yuan asked if 1 billion was enough. Zhang smiled, saying he hadn't expected this deal to interfere with his business. But when Chen Yuan mentioned 1 billion, Zhang became excited. With that amount, anything was possible. He realized he would earn 800 million more than usual, just because of the rivalry between Chen Yuan and Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin might be powerful, but 800 million was more important. The payment went through, and Chen Yuan now felt confident. Zhang asked if Chen Yuan wanted anything else. Chen Yuan replied that he wanted to prepare something for the exhibition. Royu was still searching for Chen Yuan at the event when workers brought a piano into the middle of the venue. Everyone was confused, as this was unusual. Suddenly, Chen Yuan sat down and began to play. Royu wondered about the song, as she had never heard it before. The melody was sad, and tears welled up in her eyes. The audience was moved, saying it felt like seeing a distant loved one. Kiki noted that Chen Yuan didn't seem happy. Bang Su asked if it was because of Royu. Royu herself began to realize that the music carried disappointment. When Chen Yuan finished, he stood and said that when you love someone, you let them do as they wish, even if it hurts you. He told Ra she was now free, then walked away. Royu burst into tears, begging him not to leave. Royu tried to run after Chen Yuan, but Zhang stopped her. He asked if she was Ra, and she confirmed. Zhang handed her documents, saying she had received a Lamborghini from Chen Yuan. Royu trembled, not understanding. Zhang explained that Chen Yuan had bought the car for her, without hesitation. It was clear he had deep feelings and was very generous. Royu was overwhelmed with guilt, realizing she had ruined his trust out of selfishness. The other two girls approached and told her not to cry. Zhang returned, informing them that each of them had also received multi-million-dollar cars. They exchanged glances, thinking about Chen Yuan. Bang Su remarked that it seemed Chen Yuan knew everything. Kiki agreed, saying he never questioned their actions, only tried to keep balance between them. She admitted that even though he could be a jerk, he was a jerk who cared about them emotionally. Kiki added that he gave everything, without expecting anything in return. Bang Su said they could always rely on him. Royu confessed she felt terrible for trying to take advantage of him for money. Chen Yuan, riding in a taxi, was pleased. 1 billion had brought the girl's favorability to 99%. He was curious to see what would happen when it reached the maximum. While Chen Yuan was at the university, Ra sent him a message apologizing, but he replied that he wanted some time alone. He knew if he spoiled her too much, she would keep causing problems. While walking, someone called out to him. It was Su Lil, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. She looked casual, but Chen Yuan thought she seemed different. She took his arm, saying she wanted to show him something. He guessed she probably wanted a designer bag, like the others, but decided to see what she had in mind. They arrived at an apartment. He asked what she was planning, and she told him to be patient. She opened the door, and Chen Yuan saw the walls covered in his portraits. He felt embarrassed and asked if she had painted them herself. She said she had. The place had been too empty, so she decorated it with his portraits. He asked if this was the surprise, but she said it was only part of it. The real gift was the house itself. Chen Yuan was surprised and asked if she really meant to give him the entire apartment. Su Lil explained that after Chen Yuan's donation, her father had stopped gambling, rebuilt their family, and his business had improved. Seeing her father change made her realize she also needed to reflect on herself. She admitted she had been too materialistic and understood why Chen Yuan had not liked her. She said she wanted to become a woman worthy of him and win him over again. Chen Yuan was confused. As far as he knew, Shu only cared about material things. He said the house was too extravagant, but Su Lil pointed out that he had already given her 5 million. The apartment cost only 3.5 million, so technically she was still taking 1.5 million from him. She handed him the keys, saying she knew it might not mean much to him, but it was the best way to repay him. Chen Yuan thought about it and realized why she had not contacted him recently. Among all the girls he had helped, she had the poorest background, yet she had taken the least money. He smiled, thinking she matched his values, and accepted the gift. Just then, his friend invited him to dinner. When he arrived, the group was surprised to see Su Lil with him. They had heard of her before. Chen Yuan apologized for being late and introduced her. The men said there was no need, since everyone already knew her. One friend wearing glasses asked about their relationship. Both Chen Yuan and Su Lil felt awkward. Su Lil said she wasn't sure yet. She was chasing him, but he hadn't agreed. She joked that she was willing to give him a warm place to stay, meaning the apartment, but she hadn't been lucky so far. The friends were shocked, saying not even the most unrealistic story would have such a plot. At that moment, a cup fell nearby. Bang Su was there in disguise, not wanting to be noticed. She was stunned that Su Lil had given Chen Yuan a house, while she had never given him anything. She worried his impression of her would worsen while Su Lil's standing would rise. Bang Su quickly messaged the group chat, telling the others about a girl named Su Lil who had given Chen Yuan an apartment. She also mentioned the restaurant location. Ryu said she was heading there immediately. After finishing their meal, the group asked for the bill. Su Lil said she wanted to pay since it was their first time eating together. Chen Yuan thanked her but explained he had already paid. Su Lil smiled, thanked him, and said she had to return to work at the internet cafe. She told him she would see him later. Chen Yuan started to appreciate her more, thinking she was surprising but not annoying. Meanwhile, Bang Su saw her as a skilled opponent, likely at least S-rank in terms of tactics. Chen Yuan's friends teased him, asking when he had developed such legendary charm. Chen Yuan replied that he could teach them, but they had to be willing to learn. One friend warned that Su Lulla seemed like a different kind of woman and hoped Chen Yuan wouldn't hurt her. Chen Yuan assured him that he always gave his all in love. As they left, they ran into a man named Li Yang. He got excited when he saw Chen Yuan, not realizing Chen Yuan knew he had been passing information to the girls. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the restaurant. Li Yang stared in disbelief. Ryu stepped out of the car, looking furious. Li Yang, however, was captivated. Ra walked toward Chen Yuan. Li Yang expected her to scold him. Instead, she hugged him, crying and apologizing, saying she had been wrong. Ryu told Chen Yuan she had deleted someone's number and didn't want to see that person again. She just wanted his forgiveness. Seeing her use dramatic tactics, the group was impressed by her skill. Li Yang was furious, having badmouthed Chen Yuan to her earlier, yet now she was clinging to him. Chen Yuan told Ra not to worry. He said she had never been wrong, they weren't in a relationship, and she was free to be friends with whoever she wanted. Ra insisted she didn't want him to misunderstand her and offered him a gift. Besides the cars he had bought, she presented him with a Rolls-Royce, the most expensive car at the event, and asked him to accept it. Li Yang fumed while Chen Yuan realized she was getting better at these games. He told her it was a shame he no longer believed in love, but accepted the car so she wouldn't lose face. Then he invited Bang Su to join him for a ride. Bang Su pointed out that the car was Royu's gift. Chen Yuan replied that once a gift was given, it was his, so she should get in. Bang Su agreed, saying she didn't want to seem too insistent. Chen Yuan drove off, leaving Ryu behind. Li Yang told Ryu to face reality, claiming Chen Yuan was only playing with her. Ryu said Chen Yuan had sacrificed a lot for her. Li Yang insisted it was all for her father's sake, but she told him to stop talking. If Chen Yuan wanted to play with her, she would let him. She believed his actions were meant to irritate her, which meant he still hadn't forgotten their relationship. In the car, Bang Su asked why Chen Yuan treated Ryu that way. He said she hadn't become what he hoped for, and in the end, he was disappointed. He admitted the mistake was his, not hers. Bang Su said it seemed like he cared, and asked if Ryu had been his first love. Chen Yuan laughed, saying someone like him never had a first love. Bang Su laughed too, making him feel slightly embarrassed. She said she had a question and wanted an honest answer. He told her to go ahead. She asked why he had given her 1 billion in koi fish shares. Chen Yuan asked if she wanted the truth or a lie. Bang Su said she wanted sincerity. He told her he had no romantic feelings for her and had done it as a favor. She didn't believe it and asked what he gained from it. Chen Yuan said there was something he wanted her to do. She was confused. He then joked about having a system that gave him many trillions, but could only be used to impress women. Bang Su told him to stop joking and be serious. Chen Yuan then said he spent the money because she was beautiful and he wanted to sleep with her. Bang Su felt embarrassed but admitted to herself that if it was Chen Yuan, she wouldn't mind. Chen Yuan was puzzled. This woman seemed to have changed a lot, perhaps even having some kind of personality shift. Chen Yuan dropped Bang Su off at home and left. She stood there thinking. He had never made any physical move, which was strange. If he truly wanted her in that way, he would have acted already. She started to suspect his intentions weren't simple. Then she got a call from Re, asking what Chen Yuan had said about her. Royu wanted to know if he had revealed anything. Bang Su said she had asked, but he seemed unwilling to talk, so she didn't press further. Bang Su added that when she asked why he gave her 1 billion in shares, he said it was to take her to bed, but she didn't believe it. Royu admitted he had told her something similar. Both agreed that his efforts were too great compared to what he claimed to want in return. They started speculating that Chen Yuan must have a bigger plan. Royu pointed out that he first became famous on the streaming platform as Mr. Yuan. Then he invested in the Zhe family, later in the Koi company. Both her father's company, Su Lula's father's company, and even her own company were thriving. Bang Su agreed, noting that the money he gave them allowed them to develop AI applications, which were now bringing in much greater profits. Royu said his Playboy image was probably just a cover for his true business strategy. In reality, he was a highly strategic and mysterious man who was hard to understand. They wondered if his real goal was to take over the world. At that moment, Royu received a message from Kiki, asking if she could rent one of the building's floors for the streaming platform. Royu began to think, was Chen Yuan once again creating a major company? Meanwhile, at Kiki's mansion, she and Meng Meng were full of excitement. She said they just needed to start recruiting people. Kiki agreed and said Meng Meng would be the first hire as an executive planner. The only issue was finding girls to host live streams. Meng Meng told Kuki to check her contacts, since Kuki had streamed before. Kiki said she knew someone, a former head of a company, who had been dismissed for offending someone at a cafe. In another part of the city, someone splashed water on a man at a cafe. He complained that the woman had changed, and he was tired of her behavior. The woman was Shen Shui, formerly of Shark Live. She shouted that he had been living off her money and now wanted to leave her. The man said he wanted to break up, claiming he was still young and could find everything she offered in another woman. He said goodbye to the lady at the counter and mentioned that he had already paid the bill. People in the cafe whispered that Shen Shui was like an older woman chasing younger men. She fumed, swearing she would make him pay for this, even if it took 60 years. At that moment, she got a call from Kiki, wondering why this girl was contacting her. Kiki invited her to join a new business venture. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was sleeping in his room when he heard someone at the door. Thinking a thief had entered, he grabbed a vase to strike. As the person entered carrying a jug, Chen Yuan swung. Then he stopped when he saw it was Su Lil. He asked what she was doing there, surprised she hadn't greeted him first. She apologized, saying she hadn't expected him to move in so soon. Outside, she was quietly impressed, noticing his strong build. Boldly, he teased her, saying she had seen him shirtless, but he hadn't seen anything yet. She opened the door wider and hinted that if he wanted something, he just had to ask. Chen Yuan joked that she was stalling and probably wouldn't have the courage. She moved her hand to her shirt, as if ready. He told her to calm down, saying it wasn't that serious. She playfully warned that they were playing with fire. She then mentioned she had brought breakfast and placed the items on the table. Chen Yuan hugged her, asking why she had brought breakfast if she didn't know he was living there. Close to her, he teased that she wasn't being honest. She told him to stop focusing on details, saying she had prepared everything perfectly. Chen Yuan saw she had prepared buns and said they looked delicious. Su Lil explained that she could not only make dumplings, but could cook for him every day. Chen Yuan became excited, saying a good breakfast daily would be ideal. He asked if she wanted to become his personal assistant and earn a salary. She told him to stop being so formal, saying she would do it for free. Chen Yuan started to feel touched. Even with all the systems training, he found it hard to resist. Her food was tasty, and he began to understand why she had once been called a heartbreaker. Suddenly, he received a call from Gao Xunian, who asked for his help. He told her to stop wasting time and explain what she needed. Gao Xunian said the company was ready to start filming a new movie, but the city studio wasn't cooperating. Chen Yuan told her to explain quickly. She began talking about the director and the TV situation. He said he would help and informed her he would transfer funds so she could start her own TV company. He told her he would visit in a few days and just wanted updates. Gao Xunian was puzzled by how easily he spent money. Chen Yuan didn't care. He turned his attention back to Su Lil, thanking her for breakfast. He then suggested that it might be better for him to move out. Su Lil looked startled. She asked if she had done something wrong. Chen Yuan explained that if she kept entering without knocking, things could get awkward. He asked if he could have a spare key. Su Lil agreed and handed him one, but she secretly had more than one spare. Chen Yuan turned and told her he knew she had more than one key. He warned that if she didn't respect his privacy, he would leave. He said goodbye, confident that she understood people's feelings well. He decided this time he would keep things more controlled. Outside, his friend greeted him, saying he had finally arrived. Du also appeared, looking irritated, because she wanted to discuss personal matters with Wei. Du was excited and had dressed carefully, expecting they would go somewhere special. But when they arrived, it was just a small corner shop. Wei thanked Chen Yuan, saying he preferred such places. Chen Yuan agreed, saying it was more comfortable. Du said she appreciated it too, but began to wonder if Chen Yuan might be a poor man pretending to be rich. While they were at the restaurant, a TV company prepared to make an announcement. Gao Xunian appeared on TV, saying she had something to share with the public. Chen Yuan thought she couldn't resist the chance to speak publicly. She revealed that a man named Chen Yuan had invested in the TV company they were creating. Du asked if it was the same Chen Yuan sitting with them. Du realized this meant Chen Yuan was far wealthier than she had imagined. Chen Yuan was annoyed because he didn't want people to know about his involvement. Wei asked for Gao Xunian's autograph, and Chen Yuan said he would arrange it one day. When his friend began to talk about money, Chen Yuan quickly shoved food into his mouth to shut him up. Meanwhile, Du thought Wei was her ticket to wealth. She decided to stay close to him because if Chen Yuan ever gave something to Wei, she could benefit too. She leaned on Wei, saying he was grown now and needed to take care of himself. At the company the girls were setting up, they saw Gao Xunian's announcement. Kiki commented that it seemed like a normal move for Chen Yuan. The girls discussed how he seemed involved in more industries than they had imagined. Royu remarked that even for Chen Yuan, this must have been a decision years in the making. Bang Su agreed, saying his actions might appear random, but always had a deeper meaning. Royu thought back to everything he had done, still unsure of his ultimate plan. Meng Meng suggested Kiki announce that Chen Yuan was also an investor in their company, which would attract more people. She knew that having a billionaire investor would completely change public opinion and bring in many sponsors. Royu suspected this was part of his plan as well. The group began to think Chen Yuan was truly intimidating. Just then, Shen Shui walked in and asked what they were discussing. Kuki said they were talking about Guk Shonian and the investor, Mr. Yuan. Embarrassed, Shen Shui asked who Mr. Yuan was. Meng Meng explained that it was Chen Yuan, someone well known to all of them, and that he was also an investor in their company. Shen Shui froze, trembling, and asked if she could resign from her position. Kuki told Shen Shui to think carefully before resigning because the company needed her help. But Shen Shui explained it was because of Mr. Yuan. She revealed her own company had gone bankrupt after she offended him, and if he found out she was there, it could create trouble for their plans. Kiki thought about how friendly Chen Yuan usually seemed, and decided it was unlikely he would cause problems. She told Shen Shui she would talk to him and reassured her not to worry. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Wei and the girl were leaving. Chen Yuan received a call from Kiki. He assumed she wanted to ask about the billions he invested in the actress. Instead, she asked about Shen Shui and whether he had played a part in her company's downfall. Playing dumb, Chen Yuan was reminded that she was the woman who had owned a streaming company he had helped bankrupt. He admitted he remembered her, explaining that she had been arrogant and he had to teach her a lesson because she was using his name to deceive people. Kiki told him that Shen Shui had learned her lesson and asked if he would accept her apology. Chen Yuan said it was fine, thinking that if she sincerely wanted to apologize, he wouldn't be harsh. On the phone, Shen Shui apologized, promising to work hard and be a good employee. Chen Yuan said the matter was settled. Shen Shui felt relieved, and Kiki remarked that Chen Yuan was always a good person. Chen Yuan, however, thought that having someone as experienced as her in Kiki's company could help. Still, he knew some people lacked emotional intelligence, so guidance would be necessary. Later, reporters asked Gao Xunian where the studio would be. She excused herself, saying she needed to take a call. Then she answered Chen Yuan's call. He answered irritably, saying he wanted to stay low profile, but now everyone knew about him. Gao Xunian found it strange that he complained, considering he had spent millions on that piano. Chen Yuan said there was no point in arguing anymore. Chen Yuan told her she would need to help him with one thing. Guk Shanian became curious about what that might be. She told the reporters she had to take a call from the investor. Everyone wanted to know what was being discussed. Gao Xunian then announced that Chen Yuan would relaunch the Big Cat streaming platform and that their newly opened TV station would be a strategic partner, directly connected to it. In other offices, streamers who knew how generous Mr. Yuan could be began to think that moving to his company might be a good idea. At the Shark platform, the owner started to worry. At that moment, an employee entered to report that a large number of streamers were leaving the company. The owner was shocked, saying it was happening faster than expected. At Royu's building, Kiki proudly said she had been right. This was all part of Chen Yuan's plan. Royu admitted she had only guessed and didn't expect it to be correct. They all concluded that Chen Yuan was a powerful figure in business. Meng Meng suggested that his flirting might be part of his investment strategy. Royu said that if that were the case, then they were simply business partners. The girls agreed, saying that in the end, they were just employees of Chen Yuan. Still, they felt sad, wondering if Chen Yuan actually loved them. The three girls continued wondering if Chen Yuan loved them or not. Royu, glancing at them, knew they were all thinking the same thing. She didn't want to hesitate, so she admitted she didn't know who Chen Yuan really liked. He could like all of them or none of them. However, she decided she would stay by his side, no matter what he chose. The other three looked at each other in silence. Then someone clapped, telling them to drop the matter. It was Shen Shui, who reminded them to focus on their careers, as this would make others value them more. The four women agreed that becoming more capable would naturally make Chen Yuan want to stay closer to them. Meanwhile, Shuang was working when a man named Lun arrived, asking for a package. She politely handed it over. Her friend suddenly shouted that Gao Xunian had received investments exceeding 100 billion. Shuang dismissed it as a lie, saying Gao Xunian had recently been involved in scandals. Her friend explained that Gao Xunian was supported by a mysterious wealthy man. When Shuang heard the name Chen Yuan, she accidentally cut her finger. Her friend went on, saying Chen Yuan had invested in television and bought an entire streaming platform. A man nearby added that he had heard about this famous entrepreneur. Shuang felt devastated, thinking Chen Yuan had spent a lot of money on another woman. She sank to the floor, regretting her choices. In the Shanghai Financial Center, someone angrily threw something at Gao Xunian's photo, cursing Chen Yuan's name. A man in glasses asked if Chen Yuan was trying to oppose him. It turned out he had been sabotaging Gao Xunian's business, but now his plan was failing. His secretary told him not to worry because they had already sent people to investigate Chen Yuan. Looking at a large portrait of Gao Xunian, he promised she would learn her lesson. Spreading his arms, he declared that eventually he would get everything he wanted. Sometime later, the secretary reported that she had spoken to everyone, but nobody knew anything about Chen Yuan's family. Confused, the man said it was strange that no one knew where Chen Yuan's money came from. The secretary reassured him that Chen Yuan wasn't anything special, but the man replied that she was being naive. His own family was the most influential in the audiovisual industry, so he wasn't worried. Chen Yuan's actions were a direct challenge to him. Their main concern should be the properties they owned in the city. The secretary promised to look deeper into Chen Yuan's background to find out more about him. Meanwhile, someone brought soup to Chen Yuan. It was Su Lil, taking care of him while he played games. She told him he was amazing. Chen Yuan turned to her and asked if she wasn't bored, considering he had just been playing for 3 days while she cooked, cleaned, and washed clothes. He thought even his mother hadn't cared for him this much. She said he could do whatever he wanted and she wouldn't object, but he asked if she thought he lacked ambition. Su Lil told him that climbing so high in game rankings was impressive. Chen Yuan felt embarrassed, thinking it was shameful to be pampered over game scores. When he got up, she asked where he was going and if she could come along. Chen Yuan said it wasn't convenient because it was business. Su Lil told him to be careful and said the most important thing for a man was space. Her plan was to make Chen Yuan gradually grow accustomed to her presence so that he would start to miss her. This way, she believed she could defeat all her rivals. At an event, the women mentioned that the CEO would be visiting. Guxianian dressed carefully to receive Chen Yuan. When she spotted him arriving, she was so excited her expression twisted awkwardly, but it was out of happiness. As she approached, Chen Yuan teased her about coming down to greet him despite being so famous. Guxianian replied that he was the main investor, so it was only polite. She thought privately that Chen Yuan had been becoming more and more attractive lately, and she felt secure around him. Soon all the men at the event bowed to Chen Yuan, saying they hoped to learn from him. Chen Yuan told them it wasn't necessary. Gao Xiunian smiled mischievously, thinking he clearly enjoyed it despite his words. Later, in a meeting about the broadcaster's future, someone suggested the headquarters should be in the city center for better visibility. Guxianian pointed out that a large place in the city center would be too expensive and suggested a more distant city instead. Yang spoke up next, saying he preferred somewhere with greenery, which would be better for filming. Then all eyes turned to Chen Yuan. He asked if his opinion really mattered. Gao Xiunian replied that it did, since everyone there essentially worked for him. Chen Yuan looked at the map, dismissed the current options, and drew a large circle on a remote area, saying that was the best location. Someone objected, pointing out that the place had no airport and little potential for development. Chen Yuan confidently said he had a perfect plan to create a grand vision there. The others admitted they didn't understand, but a smart investor like him surely knew what he was doing. Privately, Chen Yuan wasn't aiming for success. He simply wanted to invest in his hometown, a place unlikely to grow. It was the perfect excuse to spend more money. If he kept earning too much, it would ruin his goals. The decision to invest billions was quickly approved. As people were leaving, they said it felt like they had been discussing a deal worth only 1,000 yuan instead of 100 billion. They couldn't tell if the CEO was a genius or a mysterious madman. Chen Yuan thought to himself that even more money would be needed to develop the area, meaning he would have to invest even more later. Just then, he received a video call from Kiki. He thought she was going to say something bold, but she only wanted to discuss a meeting about recruiting people for the company. She noticed he was outside and asked if he was forgetting his duties. Chen Yuan assured her he would never forget something so important. He was just outside for better signal. The company still needed a location for the meeting. Kiki explained that after the conference, they had caught the attention of several investors. But it hadn't been easy. They needed to decide how to split profits with the streamers. The standard split was 50-50, but other platforms used a 30-70 split to exploit streamers. She wanted a 60-40 split, but the administrators argued that this would hurt profits. Shen Shui added that such a split would cause heavy losses. Chen Yuan frowned and asked what kind of business lost money like this. Shen Shui explained that Big Cat was already struggling, and this would make things worse. Chen Yuan pretended to be troubled, but was delighted inside. He declared that the platform must maintain its integrity and shouldn't exploit female streamers. His dream was to create a platform that empowered them. Paying them more would help capture the market and set a new industry standard. He said firmly that this was his stance, regardless of opposition. The room went silent. Kiki received a message on her phone. Chen Yuan had just sent a check for 5 billion. She noted calmly that the money came surprisingly fast, while Chen Yuan celebrated inside, knowing the worse the business performed, the more they would need him. Someone at the meeting asked why Kiki seemed surprised. She said it was nothing major, just that she had received 5 billion from Mr. Yuan. Everyone was shocked at how casually she said this. A mustached man thought that with such a smart woman, the company would grow quickly. Shen Shui considered it unfortunate she hadn't known Chen Yuan's importance earlier. Her luck was that he didn't seem to be a one-woman man. Kiki believed Chen Yuan was clearly carrying out a master plan. He was the city's true visionary. The strange part was that the money had gone into Kiki's personal account rather than the company. She concluded he did this to give her maximum control. Feeling emotional at his thoughtfulness, she messaged him, calling him husband and thanking him. Chen Yuan felt motivated, thinking this was a mistake worth making. As he built an empire of companies, it would be easier to burn money. When investments failed, they would need him more, and he would gain more in return. The goal of 100 favorability points was now close. Kiki announced that she had received another 5 billion to implement the new strategies. She also told everyone their salaries would increase and bonuses would be given. She asked if they were motivated to make the company the best. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Kiki felt determined to bring maximum profit to Chen Yuan. That night, Chen Yuan returned home and didn't see Su Lil. He found a note saying she had to take care of some business at home, so he would need to make dinner himself. Chun Yuan realized she was playing a clever game. By stepping away, she was making him miss her. Even knowing this, he still felt unsettled without her around. He admitted to himself he missed the peace she brought. Suddenly, he wondered how his parents were doing. He decided to visit, taking a train back to his hometown, then a bus. The trip was long. Chen Yuan thought he hadn't realized how far it was, or perhaps he had simply grown too comfortable in the city. He knew he couldn't arrive flashing wealth, or his parents might suspect something shady. Just then, someone in a car called to him. It was an old-school friend named Zhen Ba, who still looked youthful. Zhen asked what Chen Yuan had been up to. Chen Yuan said he had just been studying. Zhen invited him into his car, a Mercedes, saying he should broaden his horizons. Chen Yuan admired the car. Zhen boasted that he was making money selling goods on streaming platforms. On the way, they saw a girl standing by the road. Both men noticed her. Chen Yuan quickly remembered her name, Wang. Zhen commented that Wang's daughter had grown more beautiful than even city girls. He stopped the car in front of her. She greeted Chen Yuan, saying he looked taller and more handsome than before. Chen Yuan observed that she had changed a lot, calling it a kind of genetic upgrade. Compared to big city women, she was more innocent. He patted her head gently, saying she had grown a lot. She told him she wasn't a child anymore, having finished school, and asked him to stop patting her head. Zhen stepped out, agreeing she had become more charming and suggesting they enjoy life. She dismissed him, saying he was too chubby for her taste. Zhen replied that he just needed to lose weight. She countered that at 22, he was already too old for her. Chen Yuan's system notified him that she had a beauty score of 9.5, which surprised him. Unfortunately, she also had a favorability score of 35. The system explained that it was impossible to influence someone who already liked him this much. Chen Yuan thought her beauty came from being completely natural, without cosmetic work. Since her favorability was so high, he had to handle it carefully. He teased her, saying she should respect Zhen or risk staying a village girl forever, suggesting she give up on studying and take her chance with him. Her favorability dropped by 10 points. Zhen laughed, saying Chen Yuan was skilled at speaking. But he also thought it was strange that Chen Yuan had studied in the city for years, yet was still treated like this here. The girl began to cry, saying Chen Yuan wasn't like this before. Her favorability kept dropping. She ran away, saying she didn't expect him to have changed so much. Chen Yuan apologized to himself, admitting that 9.5 was very attractive. Back at his family's house, he called for his parents and knocked, but no one answered. A neighbor across the street called out, saying there was something he needed to know. Confused, Chen Yuan asked Uncle Liu what was wrong. The man explained that while Chen Yuan had been away, a lot had happened. His father had run off with Wang's mother, while his own mother had returned to her religious family home. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. He explained that his father's first love had always been Mang's mother. Back then, Aunt Tang's family looked down on Chen Yuan's father for being poor, so they did not approve of their marriage. As a result, they ended their relationship, and Aunt Tang married Uncle Wang instead. In the end, he was abandoned. When Meng was born, people said she did not look like her father at all, so DNA tests were done. The aunt told Chen Yuan that his father was about to be exposed as Meng's real father, so the two of them had fled. Shocked, Chen Yuan asked if that meant Meng was his sister. She said there was a very high chance. Frightened, Chen Yuan wondered if the system had really linked him to his own sister. He slapped himself, thinking this was sick. The woman told him to calm down and that it was not his fault. But feeling hopeless, he walked away, saying he had something to deal with. The aunt thought he had a strong sense of morality, which would cause him problems in life. Now determined, Chen Yuan decided to keep that troublemaker, Zheng Biao, away from his sister. At her home, Meng wondered why Chen Yuan had changed so much. She was afraid of going to the big city and sharing his fate. Nearby, her father was kicking things and complaining about the day. She asked why he was drinking so early, but he ignored her, holding the bottle. He suddenly slapped her, claiming he was not her father. When he was about to hit her harder, someone stopped him. Chen Yuan entered, and the man thought it was his own father. Realizing the man was just drunk, Chen Yuan saw him grab a side. He charged, shouting that he would kill him. From the ground, Meng yelled for Chen Yuan to be careful. But her father attacked with full force, saying he would send him to hell. Chen Yuan stayed calm and grabbed the man's wrist. He crushed it in seconds, forcing him to the ground. The man kept shouting for him to let go, or he would kill him. Chen Yuan told him he was too old to be mistaking him for his father. The man said if he was Chen Yuan, then he was as much of a disgrace as his father. Chen Yuan was unsure how to deal with him since he would not calm down. He told Meng Meng to go inside and bring a rope. He also asked the crowd to stop filming and posting online. People commented that his calmness made it look like a movie scene. Chen Yuan then told Meng Meng's father he wanted to apologize on behalf of his father. The man mocked him, saying he was wrong to think tying him up and apologizing would solve anything. Chen Yuan told him to give up on revenge and asked if anything could make up for his loss. The man said the only way was for Chen Yuan to castrate himself to end his father's bloodline. Chen Yuan pointed out that even then, the lineage would continue through the daughter. The man hesitated, realizing this. Chen Yuan then asked about financial compensation. The man said that money could not bring back his family or his daughter of more than 10 years, and questioned if Chen Yuan could even give him $1 billion. Chen Yuan replied that he would pay $1 billion if it would make the man forget the hatred. At first, the man thought Chen Yuan was lying, convinced that no one could have that much money. Then he noticed Chen Yuan's phone and the screen showing the balance with an unusually large number of digits. At that moment, he realized the money was real and felt completely shocked. The man became thoughtful. With that amount, he could start a new family and have a fresh start. Such an opportunity made him question holding onto old hatred. He asked Chen Yuan if he was truly willing to give $1 billion. Chen Yuan said he would transfer the money to Meng Meng, and she would give it to her father over 10 years. The man disliked the idea, but Chen Yuan insisted it was the only way to ensure trust. Although Chen Yuan felt uneasy about solving the matter this way, Meng Meng was devastated. She had just learned her father was not her real father and that she was Chen Yuan's sister. She wondered where this story was heading. Her opinion of Chen Yuan grew much more favorable after seeing him help with the money. He noticed that the system's reaction to her was different and wondered if it was because she was family. The father kept watching his daughter. Suddenly, she received the full amount. Chen Yuan told the father that the transfer was complete, so there was no reason to fight anymore. Meng Meng told Chen Yuan she was scared and wanted to stay at his place that night. Meanwhile, a scene showed someone finding information about Mr. Yuan. It was the secretary from before, explaining there was something strange connected to his mother 20 years ago. The man told her to continue. She said records showed his mother had been unable to have children. This meant Chen Yuan was not Meng Meng's brother. The man found it interesting that Chen Yuan was not the biological son of the woman he called his mother. The secretary confirmed this. Suddenly, the man slapped her, saying he wanted to know where the money came from, not family drama. Frightened, she promised to contact Chen Yuan. He warned her to solve the issue because without the Lin family, she was worthless. He told her to keep in touch. At Chen Yuan's house, someone was clearly taking a shower. He mentioned that he found some of his mother's clothes and told the person to wear them. After she came out, she thanked him and called him Big Brother. She was confused by the situation, but felt glad to have gained an older brother. She wondered where his money came from, remembering that his family sold fruit, and suspected he might be involved in something illegal. She decided that even if he was, she would help him overcome it. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan sat on the couch, angry at his parents for leaving him to deal with this mess. Meng Meng, who was not actually his sister, came out of the shower and said she was done. As she dried her hair, he told her to stay in that room while he slept alone in his own. She could call him if there was any problem. Suddenly, she clutched her shirt and admitted she was scared, asking him not to stay far away. He agreed, thinking there was no harm in sharing a room. He lay in bed peacefully, thinking about the news. He had always dreamed of having a younger sister to care for. The next day, a train arrived in the city. Gao Xunian and her entire company team came to inspect the location. She thought the place looked abandoned and old. A man welcomed her to the city of Tianmen and offered to guide her. She agreed. She began meeting the locals. Soon, machines started working, marking the beginning of the city's construction. The man explained that the area had already been analyzed by the team. Meanwhile, an innocent-looking man in the corner was secretly taking photos. Somewhere else, someone received a message saying the region had been chosen, so the plan could begin. This appeared to be the father of the pineapple-headed man from earlier in the story. He thanked them for their work and promised to send the money. He ordered them to start buying all the property in the city, planning to later sell it to Chen Yuan for a large profit. His assistant adjusted his glasses, calling it an incredible plan. The Pineapple Head's father said he would not fight Chen Yuan directly, but would make a fortune from him. The assistant passed the order to another person, telling them to begin buying land there. Many people involved received the same instructions. Meanwhile, someone picked up a watermelon from the ground. It was Chen Yuan. He found it strange that his parents had left everything behind. Suddenly, he received a call from Gao Xuanian, who told him that property prices in the area were rising rapidly. Chen Yuan smiled, saying that if prices were going up, it only meant others would have to spend more. She was confused why he seemed happy about spending more money, but he explained it would be easier to handle than she thought. The system then asked if he wanted to make another transfer, and he agreed. However, he was told that since he was directly involved in this project, he could no longer transfer funds that way. Realizing that the woman had exposed him to everyone and that he was now benefiting from the situation, he understood he was in trouble. He considered transferring the money to Gao Xuanian, but the system warned that this would count as money laundering since it would still benefit him. Feeling frustrated, he thought of sending it to Meng Meng instead so she could handle the purchases. Just then, Meng Meng came over and asked if he had been talking to his girlfriend. He explained it was Gao Xuanian, who wanted to be his girlfriend, though he was not sure about it. Meng Meng told him to stop lying, since Gao Xuanian was a famous celebrity starting her own company. Chen Yuan then shared an idea with his sister. He explained that Gao Xuanian was thinking about buying land in the area, and Meng Meng could use the money she had received to buy property too. She asked how she would manage that, and he told her she could purchase all the houses in the area. Later, she could sell them for a big profit, especially since the filming base would bring in many people. Meng Meng, still unsure, said she would think about it. He imagined that if she succeeded, she could live a comfortable life. Suddenly, several cars pulled up outside his home. A young woman stepped out of the car, complaining about the poor roads, and approached him, asking if he was Chen Yuan. When he said yes, she introduced herself as Lin Zhiluo, saying they had met before. He was confused, unable to remember her. Puzzled, Chen Yuan asked when they had first met. Surprised, she reminded him that she had been at the car exhibition as the sister of Lin Xiao. He finally remembered her as the girl who had opposed the man he competed with. Lin Zhiluo seemed annoyed that he could not recall her, since she had thought he was well known for being surrounded by many women. He claimed he did remember and asked why she was here. She questioned whether he always made deals outside and asked to be invited in. Seeing a crowd watching, he let her inside but told her to be careful of the plants. Her security guard stayed outside, blocking the entrance. Inside, he asked why she had come. She confronted him, saying she knew about the announcement that he planned to invest 100 billion in a company, but that the investment had been handed to someone who did not know how to manage it. Now, with information about the town leaked, everyone was trying to buy land. She accused him of planning to sell the property at a huge profit. Chen Yuan, amused by a plan he had not even considered, asked what it had to do with her. She admired that he could admit to such a bold scheme without flinching, and decided it might be dangerous to make him an enemy. She then said she wanted to form a cooperative partnership between their families. Before they could discuss more, voices outside were arguing. The guards were stopping Meng Meng from entering. Meng Meng insisted on coming inside, but the guard refused until the meeting was over. Chen Yuan, angry, ordered them to let her through. The guard looked to his boss for permission. Lin Zhiluo seemed hesitant, noticing Chen Yuan's change in tone. Suddenly, he leapt forward, grabbed the guard by the face, and threw him aside. The guard hit the ground hard, leaving everyone shocked. No one had known Chen Yuan could fight. Lin Zhiluo, who had believed wealthy people were usually weak, was surprised. Chen Yuan reassured Meng Meng, but he then turned to accuse Lin Zhiluo of coming to his home and causing trouble for his family. He told his sister the woman was unprofessional. Meng Meng, however, was impressed by how young Lin Zhiluo was yet already had her own business. Embarrassed, Lin Zhiluo said the guards were hired by her brother and apologized. Chen Yuan dismissed the apology and declared they would never work together. Meng Meng told him to stop being harsh, then introduced herself to Lin Zhiluo. The two began talking about their interests. Chen Yuan silently wondered why his sister was being so friendly to this stranger. Time passed. The two women were still chatting, while Chen Yuan peeled beans in the background. It seemed Lin Zhiluo had told Meng Meng everything about him. Ming Meng came over, saying she now understood why he was so remarkable. Her favorability toward him was at 35. Lin Zhiluo, watching from the side, appeared jealous of their closeness. Seeing him doing such a humble task made her think he was unlike any other man she had met, and her opinion of him grew. Later that night, Chen Yuan told her she could not stay there since they did not know each other well enough. She insisted, saying she wanted to experience rural life, and there were not many people in the house. Chen Yuan was reluctant, but Ming Meng pushed for it. She even pulled at his shirt and looked at him sweetly, convincing him to agree. However, he secretly planned to show Lin Zhiluo how difficult rural life could be. Lin Zhiluo, on the other hand, clearly wanted to discover his secrets. As the girls kept talking, Chen Yuan thought it might not be bad to get closer to the Lin family, since they had influence. He wondered why they had only sent the youngest daughter, but decided it did not matter. He could still profit. The next morning, loud noises woke him up. Irritated, he went to the door and found Lin Zhiluo greeting him cheerfully. In the middle of the night, she had hired workers to renovate the place. Lin Zhiluo explained that since she would be staying for a few days, she wanted the place to be more comfortable. In one night, she had transformed the bathroom, filled it with imported items, and even bought bathtubs for each of the pigs in the yard. Chen Yuan, baffled, asked what the point of this was. She said the best part was behind another door, revealing a luxurious room for herself and Ming Meng. His sister was thrilled with the comfortable furniture. Chen Yuan could only respond that it was fine as long as she liked it. Lin Zhiluo then began boasting about the quality of the materials. Chen Yuan wondered if his parents would even recognize their own home when they returned. He had wanted to relax here, not deal with all this chaos. Outside, one of the guards overheard everything and reported back to Lin Xiao, saying that his sister had successfully gained entry into Chen Yuan's life. Lin Xiao ordered them to continue monitoring and to keep her safe. Soon after, he received another call asking about progress. He replied that his sister was talented and had quickly won Chen Yuan over. The secretary commented that the Lin family always managed to get what they wanted and would eventually take everything, leaving Chen Yuan behind. With this stage of the plan complete, they were ready for the next step. However, Lin Xiao told her not to leave yet. She was warned that her payment would only come when she finished the job. Walking away, she thought that in the end, both men would lose to the women involved. Outside, a crowd of curious onlookers had already figured out something was happening. They saw Chen Yuan come out and noticed the young woman beside him, recognizing she had only recently arrived in the neighborhood. Some began wondering if he might be the type to sell himself. One of his old acquaintances, annoyed and jealous, called out, asking what made Chen Yuan so special. He invited him to join some fun in the city. When Chen Yuan asked what kind of fun, the man explained. Their old school group was having a reunion that evening. Chen Yuan agreed to go since he had time. He hoped it would be a normal gathering without showing off wealth. Walking with Lin Zhiluo, he thought about the bigger problems he needed to handle. Soon they reached a cornfield. She asked why he had brought her there, imagining it was for some strange personal reason. He hinted that she should know what he wanted, and she immediately panicked. He then placed a bucket on her head and told her to pick at least 20 ears of corn. She felt helpless but tried. She was surprised at how easy it seemed at first. Chen Yuan, however, had a plan to make her work harder. She ended up collecting corn and sweet potatoes before they went to a nearby lake to catch fish. Later, they sat on a rock, and she admitted rural life was better than she expected. This only irritated Chen Yuan, as he had hoped she would dislike it. Suddenly, they heard cries for help. A young woman was running away from a man. The fleeing girl tripped over a rock, falling into the mud. The men chasing her pulled her by the hair, remarking on her speed, and warned her to return or face the consequences. Before Chen Yuan could act, Lin Zhiluo stepped forward, ordering them to release the girl. Chen Yuan thought she was bold for speaking up without her bodyguards. Still, he began to suspect this was too much of a coincidence. He calmly asked the men to let her go and leave. One of them turned angrily, demanding to know who he thought he was. In the next moment, all the men were lying on the ground, defeated. The rescued girl hadn't even reacted during the fight. Lin Zhiluo's admiration for Chen Yuan grew, her favorability rising with every opponent he had taken down. Chen Yuan approached the girl and asked if she was all right. She introduced herself as Yue Lingshuang, promising to repay the favor many times over. He was taken aback by her flirtatious tone, and the system suddenly displayed her profile. Her appearance rating was over 9, but her favorability was a shocking -80. She also had an extensive list of skills: disguise, infiltration, mastery of instruments, and fluency in multiple languages. The most suspicious detail was the extremely low favorability, especially since she seemed to be trying to seduce him. When Lin Zhiluo asked about the men, Yue Lingshuang explained she owed them a large amount of money. Yue Lingshuang began telling a tragic story. Her parents had been separated for most of her life, and her mother was terminally ill. Because of financial struggles, she had borrowed heavily from loan sharks. They had wanted her to sell herself to repay the debt, which was why she had run away. Lin Zhiluo became emotional, finding the girl's perseverance admirable. Chen Yuan silently wondered how she could believe such a cliché, but decided to keep Yue Lingshuang around for now. He wanted to find out who was really behind her arrival, and thought she might at least bring some change to his otherwise dull routine. He asked Lin Zhiluo to take her home to bathe and clean up. Then he offered Yue Lingshuang a job at his company. She responded with a seductive look, considering how easy it would be to charm a man she believed couldn't resist women. When she hesitated, Chen Yuan told her not to worry if she didn't want the job. Lin Zhiluo then remarked that with her beauty, she could find work easily. She admitted Yue Lingshuang's looks couldn't compare to her own. Yue Lingshuang replied that true beauty came from the heart, but inwardly she suspected Chen Yuan was interested in her and simply holding back because of Lin Zhiluo's presence. Lin Zhiluo then offered Yue Lingshuang a job herself, saying it would remove any need to rely on Chen Yuan. This irritated Yue Lingshuang, as it made accepting his offer more awkward. Later they returned home. Somehow, both women ended up covered in mud, which seemed unlikely without Chen Yuan's involvement. The guards, smitten by Yue Lingshuang, rushed over to ask what had happened, which irritated Lin Zhiluo since she had hired them. Meng, meanwhile, noticed that even in such a state, Yue Lingshuang remained strikingly beautiful. Seeing the way Yue Lingshuang looked at Chen Yuan, Meng became convinced she had also fallen for him. Now with both Lin Zhiluo and Yue Lingshuang showing interest, the situation was starting to resemble a dramatic soap opera. Meng teased Chen Yuan, hugging him and commenting on how quickly he had gained 2 potential brides. Embarrassed, both women denied it. But Meng was more focused on keeping the house lively. Lin Zhiluo fetched a medical kit to treat Yue Lingshuang's scrapes. Yue Lingshuang initially refused, but Lin Zhiluo insisted. She applied antiseptic in a rough way, causing a sting. Yue Lingshuang said it didn't hurt much, but Chen Yuan took over, telling Lin Zhiluo she was too clumsy. He carefully cleaned the wounds and apologized for Lin Zhiluo's treatment. Yue Lingshuang blushed and thanked him, but the system showed her favorability drop by 5 points. Yue Lingshuang's favorability now stood at -85. Chen Yuan glanced at her, wondering what she was trying to achieve. She asked shyly if something was wrong. He thought she was an excellent actress. Without the favorability display, he might have believed she was sincere. Only another woman named Su Lil had matched her skill at acting. He knew she was a dangerous opponent and decided to stay cautious. Meanwhile, Yue Lingshuang was convinced Chen Yuan was hiding his true nature. She had information that his mother was not his biological mother, meaning he and Meng were not related by blood. She believed Chen Yuan already knew this and had questionable intentions, and she planned to expose him. Half an hour later, she appeared in high spirits, her beauty drawing even Chen Yuan's attention. Faced with both women, he couldn't tell which was more dangerous. Chen Yuan told Yue Lingshuang she would be perfect as his personal secretary. She saw this as the perfect opportunity and said she wasn't sure if she was qualified. He assured her she had everything needed, but he explained she would have to pass a special test first. Nervously, she asked what the test would be. Chen Yuan simply told Yue Lingshuang to follow him, and she would learn the details later. She didn't know what was waiting for her, but decided to go along. Since childhood, she had trained with other girls to serve the Lin family, all in preparation to serve Master Lin Jiamu one day. Even if it meant sacrificing her dignity, she was determined to complete her mission, which included passing whatever test this trashy Chen Yuan had in mind. Later, in the room, she said she was ready for his instructions. Chen Yuan asked her for her bank account details. Confident she had hidden all important information, she handed over her card without hesitation. Moments later, her account received 100 million. She froze, stunned, never having seen that much money in her life. Before she could recover, Chen Yuan explained that her challenge was to spend the entire 100 million by the next day. If she succeeded, she could become his secretary. She thought it was some kind of twisted joke, but remembered how ruthless he could be, suspecting there was more to this plan. Chen Yuan left, telling her he expected results by tomorrow and warning that if anyone learned about the test, she would fail automatically. He could already tell the large sum had shaken her, which made the outcome easier for him to predict. When he returned to his room, Meng Meng asked about the test and whether he enjoyed it. He tapped her lightly on the head, telling her not to be so nosy. Then he asked if she planned to buy the residences. She said she would speak with some local gentleman. He told her he was heading into the city, unaware that Yue Lingshuang was watching silently from nearby. She overheard their conversation about buying land and assumed it was related to the film project. She knew everyone was focused on property in the northern area, but she noticed Chen Yuan was targeting the southern region instead. She realized this might be part of his strategy, distracting people with the north while he quietly took over the south. Still, she was confident his plan wouldn't work as well as he thought. Meng Meng asked if she could go to the city with him, shyly admitting she wanted to buy a few things. Chen Yuan already guessed this was because of Lin Zhiluo's habit of constantly shopping. He agreed and said they could go together. Lin Zhiluo suddenly appeared, insisting that if they were going out, she had to come along. She even suggested bringing Yue Lingshuang to keep an eye on her. Soon, the whole group headed to the city mall. Before they went into the mall, Chen Yuan told Yue Lingshuang to get out of the car and join them. He added that his secretary would have to help carry the shopping bags. As they walked through the mall, Chen Yuan told Meng Meng to buy whatever she wanted. She went into a store and began browsing dresses. He complimented her choices. When she picked a handbag, he bought it in every available color. The spending spree continued until Meng Meng grabbed his hand. She told him it was enough. She now had an outfit for every day of the year. Chen Yuan noticed his own hands were empty and Meng Meng pointed out that Yue Lingshuang was the one burdened with all the bags. When he asked Yue Lingshuang if she was tired, she said she was fine. He reminded her that she was replaceable and should work hard. Then he told her it would be difficult to take everything home, so she should buy an apartment in Meng Meng's name. Though she thought he was treating her like a plaything, she eagerly agreed, simply because he had asked. Meanwhile, at a nearby bar, a new Bentley pulled up. Inside, some men recognized the car. The girls had apparently dressed up nicely after shopping. Seeing Chen Yuan with them, the men realized he looked familiar. Chen Yuan greeted his old friends, who were shocked to see him. One man, Zheng Baio, told Chen Yuan to stop acting so important, claiming everyone knew he was broke. Chen Yuan felt weary. Every reunion seemed to go the same way. Then a man in a suit entered. Chen Yuan remembered him as a shy boy from their class and wondered if he had gone through a complete transformation. The women complimented the suited man, saying he looked different now. The chubby classmate began praising him, admitting they had underestimated him in the past. The man looked at the two women beside Chen Yuan and asked for introductions. Chen Yuan introduced Meng Meng as his sister. Then he introduced Lin Zhiluo. He explained that he had brought them along and hoped no one minded. The men praised him for being considerate. As the group moved together, the man in the suit secretly wondered which of the women he should pursue. Chen Yuan noticed and mentally told him to keep dreaming. Around the table, a man with white hair asked Chen Yuan about his plans after graduation. Eating casually, Chen Yuan said he had no idea. Life felt stagnant, full of beautiful women and endless spending, yet somehow boring. He didn't see himself taking a regular job and thought he might travel the world. The suited man laughed, saying Chen Yuan was still young, and offered him a job in his company with an impressive salary of 5,000 a month. Lin Zhiluo almost spat out her drink. She apologized, saying she had remembered something funny, while inwardly wondering how someone could have the nerve to make such an offer. Chen Yuan smiled, thanked the man for the offer, but politely declined. The man said it was fine and pretended he wouldn't force the matter, though in truth, the job offer was fake. His real interest was in Chen Yuan's sister. The group asked about his own work, and he spoke of impressive architecture projects. And he mentioned working with his father. The chubby classmate continued trying to impress everyone, talking about his own achievements in the city. Chen Yuan relaxed, could see the man thought the group of country people would be amazed just because he wore a suit. Then the man noticed Lin Zhiluo smiling and assumed she was interested in him. He boldly asked if her smile was meant for him. She replied that it wasn't and that she had simply remembered something. Her peculiar smile made it clear she was planning something. Chen Yuan, watching, wondered what it was. The man tried asking for her phone number, saying he thought she was adorable and wanted to get to know her. She responded by asking if he truly believed he deserved such a thing. People watching thought Lin Zhiluo was arrogant for suggesting the man wasn't even worthy of being her friend. The man lost his temper and called her bold, but she showed no interest, which only made him angrier. Just then, the venue manager walked by, and everyone greeted him. The man with white hair wondered who could be important enough for the manager to approach directly. The manager went straight to Lin Zhiluo, apologizing for not treating her with the highest level of courtesy earlier. She told him it was fine and to continue his work. The group was puzzled. Then some remembered that the manager had called her by the name Lin. They became alarmed, realizing she might be the second daughter of the powerful Lin family. Meng asked if it was true, and Lin Zhiluo admitted she was the daughter of the richest man in the area. Chen Yuan thought it was unusual for someone else to be in the position he usually found himself in. The man with white hair felt crushed, realizing he had spoken so rudely to the daughter of the wealthiest man around. Lin Zhiluo then linked arms with Chen Yuan, saying it was time to go home. The man was left in shock, wondering how Chen Yuan had attracted someone like her. Chen Yuan and Lin Zhiluo ignored him and left. Outside, Chen Yuan remarked that they seemed to enjoy dismissing him. They then received a call from Yue Lingshuang, who asked where they were. Lin Zhiluo explained they were at a dinner, but would be back soon. Yue Lingshuang had been waiting with the clothes the entire time. Yue Lingshuang began to suspect Chen Yuan might know something about her, but she focused on completing the mission he had given her. In a large mansion, a man relaxed in a luxurious bath while receiving a phone call. He was told about Chen Yuan's challenge for Yue Lingshuang to spend a huge amount of money. He said it must be a test of her skills and told her to take it seriously. He promised to send people to help her spend the money and praised her efforts, making her blush. She assured him she was doing her best. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan received a call from Gao Xunian, who sounded exhausted. She complained about constant problems, said she had only slept for 4 hours, and that prices in the area had tripled in just a few days, making the budget insufficient. Chen Yuan said tripling prices was excessive, but they could simply move the project elsewhere. She hesitated, asking if that was right. He replied that this was business, not charity, so they would go where profits were highest. The next morning, the internet was filled with news about Gao Xunian changing the project location. Many investors in the original city were furious. Protests erupted, and prices in the area plummeted. One man even took his own life, cursing her name. Chen Yuan realized the collapse had happened even faster than he expected. Just then, Meng rushed in, insisting he see something. He scolded her for barging in, but she said it was fine. She explained it was because they were related. She explained she had seen something amazing, a wedding in the village. Curious, Chen Yuan asked who was getting married. She pointed to a line of luxury cars and a large display of flowers outside, saying it looked like an expensive celebration. The strange part was that the guests seemed to be heading toward their house. A crowd gathered outside. Yue Lingshuang arrived and announced she had completed the mission. She had bought 10 Mercedes-Benz cars, hired over 30 personal staff to serve him every day, and purchased the deeds to more than 100 houses in the region. Chen Yuan was shocked she had acquired that many properties and asked where they came from. She explained she had bought them through the FN Real Estate Agency and that once he signed the documents, they would all be his. Although she was a spy, her efficiency impressed him. He told her they would review the papers later and asked her to come upstairs. Upstairs, he asked if she knew why she had been called. She said she didn't. He handed her the documents and said he wouldn't sign them, so the properties would remain in her name. She protested, saying it wasn't right since the money was his. Chen Yuan stepped closer, telling her she deserved it because he liked her. Blushing, Yue Lingshuang asked if he was serious. Chen Yuan stepped closer still, saying he would give her even $1 trillion if he wanted to, all because he liked her. She questioned if this was appropriate since they had only known each other for a day. He asked if she thought he would give away that much if it weren't true. Embarrassed, she didn't know how to respond. He slammed his hand against the wall and said that some people could be near each other for a lifetime without becoming close, but from now on, she was his personal secretary. He congratulated her on passing the test. Yue Lingshuang was confused about his intentions. Then another billion appeared in her account. Bewildered, she asked what it was for. Chen Yuan told her that her job as his secretary would be to spend it all within a week. She asked what he was planning, but she began to think his trust in her might mean he truly liked her. Chen Yuan found it amusing that she could believe that. In truth, he just wanted to see what she would do. She reminded herself she had been raised by the Lin family and wouldn't give in, no matter how much money or charm he showed. She claimed she would give her life for him, but Chen Yuan just looked at her. The favorability still hadn't moved. He told her not to worry about repaying him and to decide how to spend it. She asked why he was leaving without expecting anything more, and finally, the favorability shifted. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Royu, who hadn't been in touch for some time. She asked where he was and if they could meet. The scene shifted to her calling Bingsu, asking if she was free over the weekend because she was bored and wanted to shop. Bingsu explained that since taking on her role at the company, she had been so busy that even weekends were filled with work. The whole company was preparing for the launch of a new algorithm. They agreed to meet another time. Royu then called Kiki, who also said she was too busy, as the platform was being rebuilt. Royu accepted their refusals and realized all her friends were busy lately. She began to think it might be better to have work to do rather than be idle. Still feeling restless, she wondered if Chen Yuan would ever contact her if she didn't call him first. Finally, she phoned, asking where he was and saying she wanted to see him. Back in Chen Yuan's small town, a Lamborghini pulled up, a rare sight for the locals. The person stepping out was none other than Royu. She walked toward Chen Yuan, who was holding a watermelon. Without a word, he told her to get in quickly. Nearby, his eccentric friend fumed that Chen Yuan had yet another beautiful woman with him. He asked the others if he wasn't better looking than Chen Yuan, and they teased that at least he was funny. Inside, Royu seemed downcast. Suddenly, she hugged Chen Yuan from behind, pleading with him to stop being so cold and to forgive her because she missed him. Chen Yuan didn't seem angry at Royu anymore, almost as if he had forgotten to be upset with her. He took her hand and called out to introduce her. But before he could, someone carrying grapes dropped them on the ground. It was Lin Zhiluo, who stood there trembling, demanding to know who Royu was. Royu recognized Lin Zhiluo as someone from the Lin family and asked why she was there. Just then, Chen Yuan's sister and Yue Lingshuang arrived. His sister called him brother and wanted to know who the newcomer was. Royu had thought Chen Yuan was spending his days lonely and upset, just like she was, but here he was, living comfortably in a quiet place with 3 other girls. Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Yuan introduced everyone. Lin Zhiluo was from the Lin family, Meng Meng's half-sister was there, and Yue Lingshuang was his secretary. The mood was tense. Royu was introduced as a school friend and an outstanding university student. Lin Zhiluo was angry, knowing Royu had given her brother her number. Royu was annoyed that Lin Zhiluo, someone related to a man who once caused her trouble, was still involved. Royu had planned to visit briefly, but with so many people present, she decided to stay and keep watch. She mentioned feeling stressed and wanting to relax. Chen Yuan figured one more guest wouldn't make a difference, and perhaps Royu's presence would help keep Lin Zhiluo in line. He told her to feel at home. Royu entered the house happily, while Lin Zhiluo glared. Royu had no intention of sharing Chen Yuan with anyone. Lin Zhiluo knew that if she wanted to win his heart, she'd have to beat Royu first. Later, Chen Yuan was working in the fields, picking round green fruits, though his clothes looked far too clean for farm work. After finishing for the day, he was heading home when his aunt called out, saying she had good news. She asked why he was living such a peaceful life when so much was happening elsewhere. She warned him that the demolitions he'd heard about had already begun. She explained how he could acquire more land and businesses in the city, especially if he acted first, since early buyers were being offered great deals. Chen Yuan found this suspicious and asked if she was involved with an organization. She admitted she had joined a company that paid commissions for persuading people to accept demolitions. In just 3 days, she had reached sapphire status. Chen Yuan realized she had been caught in a pyramid scheme and warned her there would be no real commission for demolition deals. She'd just be scammed. She insisted it was safe, claiming the company, Fission Real Estate, was a huge firm. Chen Yuan recognized this as the fake name Yue Lingshuang had given for her company. Just then, his sister and Yue Lingshuang arrived, saying this was the last house they needed to buy. Once they purchased it, they would own the whole area. His sister thanked Yue Lingshuang, who humbly said she was only helping and that the sister was the one truly benefiting. Still, she admitted the strategic and financial support had been crucial. She was starting to understand Chen Yuan's plans in the town and was glad to help. Yue Lingshuang, however, believed the sister was being deceived and too naive to see that Chen Yuan might be taking advantage of her. She asked if the sister had ever considered that Chen Yuan might not be her real brother. The sister insisted that was impossible, but Yue Lingshuang brought out some files. They showed that Chen Yuan's mother could not have children, proving he was not her biological brother. Shocked, she asked if he might have been adopted, but Yue Lingshuang explained there was no adoption record. This meant they had no blood relation. At first, the sister felt sad, but then she realized she no longer had to feel guilty about her feelings toward him. She admitted she had sometimes worried about liking her brother, but now she could openly acknowledge it. Yue Lingshuang warned that Chen Yuan might have known the truth all along and could have been acting with hidden motives. The sister didn't want to discuss it further and went home. Now certain they weren't related, she believed Chen Yuan had always liked her. But she felt insecure. He was surrounded by many impressive women, and she was just a simple country girl. Yue Lingshuang, meanwhile, thought Chen Yuan was shameless for even involving the sister in his games, and her favorability toward him dropped even lower. When Chen Yuan saw the two walking, he was puzzled. Lin Zhiluo asked what he was doing, and he brushed it off, telling her to light the fire. Despite their expensive home, they still used the fireplace. He then sent Royu to wash vegetables. Looking at the sister, he noticed she seemed sad. He offered to cook something special to cheer her up. Chen Yuan claimed that cooking was one of his natural talents. He began preparing food skillfully, impressing everyone. Even the bodyguard stood by in silence. He made his special sliced potatoes along with fried rice and invited his sister to try it. She found it delicious and began eating quickly, wanting to keep it all for herself. The others, curious, tried it too and were amazed. The atmosphere was cheerful, and for once, Chen Yuan gained favorability with everyone, especially with Yue Lingshuang, who gave him a significant boost. The system congratulated him, saying his cooking skill had risen to level 60. Pleased, he asked Yue Lingshuang to stop eating and join him upstairs to talk. She reluctantly agreed, muttering to herself that she'd get back at her capitalist boss later. On the upstairs balcony, Chen Yuan noted that Yue Lingshuang had been working hard and asked how the money was being spent. She handed him a file showing all the recent land purchases and explained that 1 billion had already been used. His company, under the name Fission Real Estate, now owned over 2,000 properties, had more than 500 employees and over 700 outsourced workers. She was proud of how quickly she had spent the money, believing it would create chaos for him. Chen Yuan glanced at the papers but didn't care about the details. His goal was simply to lose money. He told her she was doing well, which confused her, as she expected him to be upset. When he reached toward her face, she thought he might try to kiss her, but instead, he simply wiped a grain of rice from her cheek. Then he told her to be more professional. Flustered, she promised to be more careful. He then praised her efficiency, saying she had spent the billion even faster than he could. To her shock, he transferred another 5 billion to her account, telling her to spend it all within a week. If she succeeded, he promised to reveal the secrets of his company's financial success. Motivated, she accepted the challenge, while Chen Yuan thought that as long as she kept spending at this pace, it didn't matter that she was a spy. That night, she sent a message to Mr. Lai, explaining that she had infiltrated Chen Yuan's secret group and earned his trust. Soon, she would uncover how they operated and where all the money came from. She told him to expect news soon. Her plan was going perfectly. She believed Chen Yuan had given her 5 billion to fix the chaos she had created, but she planned to use that chance to destroy him. She was determined to end the fortune of a man who underestimated women. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan played League of Legends on his phone, not worried about anything. The girls had gone out shopping, saying they wanted a day without him. He could not understand why, but accepted it. Now alone in the house, he thought about how he missed the days with his parents when he was a lazy student who could eat and drink without worries. While he relaxed, someone arrived at the house. It was a woman who noticed the place looked completely different. Expensive cars were outside, and she wondered if her useless ex-husband had sold everything. She called out to see if anyone was there. Chen Yuan recognized her voice. It was his mother. She was relieved to find him at home and asked what had happened to the place. He hugged her tightly, saying he had missed her. She was surprised by his clinginess, but said she would make him a meal. During dinner, he told her he had heard about everything that had happened there and that he supported her. During dinner, he told her he had heard about everything that had happened there and that he supported her. His mother was glad to hear that and told him it was important to learn not to play with other people's feelings. Chen Yuan insisted that he had never done such a thing, as he had been a good person since childhood. Just then, the girls returned. Everyone stood there awkwardly, unsure what to say or how to break the silence. His mother asked who they were, surprised to see so many women in the house. Chen Yuan introduced Lin Zhiluo as a friend. The girls were shocked to learn that this was Chen Yuan's mother. They rushed to introduce themselves politely. His mother greeted them awkwardly and wondered how her odd son had managed to attract so many beautiful women. She told them to sit so she could prepare food, but they insisted they would cook instead. Chen Yuan found it unusual, especially since he had never seen Royu cook before. Lin Zhiluo began cleaning the floor, but his mother told her not to. Lin Zhiluo replied that she had been doing it for days, which only irritated Chen Yuan, since she was usually the laziest of them all. His mother praised the girls for being beautiful and kind. Favorability in the group seemed to improve slightly thanks to her arrival. Still, Chen Yuan knew his mother disliked men who surrounded themselves with too many women. She even shed tears, saying she had once worried he might never find anyone, but apparently that was not the case. He knew her words were a bit hypocritical. Then the neighbor from the pyramid scheme saw his mother and called out to her. She asked why the woman was standing at the door and invited her inside. The neighbor declined, saying she had something important to share. She asked if his mother had noticed changes in the village. His mother said she had heard they were due to a company called Fish in real estate. The neighbor explained that this company was paying high prices for local land. His mother asked if she was here to persuade her to sell her house, which she immediately refused. The neighbor then suggested she should sell for the sake of her son, so he would have money for his wedding. His mother hesitated, thinking he might need funds since so many women were around him. The neighbor boasted she had sold her own property for 600,000 in cash. His mother said it sounded reasonable, but would need careful thought. Inside, Lin Zhiluo asked where his mother was. Chen Yuan replied that she was being unusually diligent, and then reminded Lin Zhiluo it was time for her to do her part in their business. She asked what he meant. He told her to follow him and he would explain. She remembered she was here for business and had almost forgotten her original purpose. Chen Yuan handed her a black system card, one of the rarest kinds. He told her it contained 50 billion, with the password set to her birthday. She asked why he was giving her so much and if he was not afraid she might misuse it. He said he trusted her completely. Flustered, she began to believe that he truly loved her. He told her she would have full control of the land acquisition project because she was the only person he trusted. When she asked about his sister, he explained that Yue Lingshuang was spying on him. Lin Zhiluo was shocked to hear this. Chen Yuan explained that after the incident with the TV in the big city, many people had started targeting him, which was why she was the only one he could rely on. She could hardly believe it. Her own family would never trust her with 50 billion, and she was certain this project was very important to him. Her favorability had already reached 92. Chen Yuan hoped this final move would seal it. For her, this complete trust was proof of true love. Her favorability rose to 95, and Chen Yuan's system marked another victory. He had spent 50 billion on her, gained 30 points of strength, and learned to sing, draw, and play the Chinese board game Go. He was pleased that the plan had worked. They agreed to keep this between the two of them, and she became emotional at having such a secret together. She said she would return to the big city the next day, but wanted him to remember her. He told her he would miss her, and she left happily. Chen Yuan liked her positive attitude and thought that if the Lin family treated him better, he might be more patient with them too. When he went downstairs, his mother said she had something to discuss. She explained that the neighbor had suggested selling a house, and she was considering it. Chen Yuan said it was not a decision to make overnight and asked if she needed money. His mother replied that it was time for him to think about marriage, and she wanted to give him money for a house and a car. She said the buyer would be Fish in real estate. Chen Yuan wondered why Yuling Shuang wanted to buy his mother's house. His mother explained that things with his father were over, and she now wanted to focus on helping him. Chen Yuan thought she did not know he was already wealthy and considered letting her sell so he could buy her a place in the city center to be closer to him. Another day, Chen Yuan reviewed financial records provided by Yuling Shuang. She explained they had acquired many lands in the region, but that the company was now running out of funds. She apologized, admitting it was her fault. Still, she seemed excited because if Chen Yuan wanted to break any contracts, he would have to pay 10 times their value. He asked how much more would be needed to continue, and she said at least 10 billion. His eyes lit up, which confused her. He praised her, saying she had done even better than expected. not only spending the 5 billion he had given her, but also creating a debt of 10 billion. She was stunned, but he explained that it was easy to find employees who made money, while finding someone who could spend this much was rare. In his mind, the more she lost, the better for him. She began to think she might be some sort of business genius. Then she received a message that another 20 billion had been deposited into her account. This time she was nervous. Her own boss would not trust her with this much. She asked if he was really not afraid. He told her he trusted her completely. This earned him another 20 favorability points. Chen Yuan thought the 20 billion was well spent. He told her to prepare a car, as he planned to return to Seoul the next day. She had no idea why he wanted to go back so suddenly. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories. During a talk with his mother, she asked why he was leaving so soon when he could still rest more. He explained that a friend's company was about to open, and he had promised to help. In truth, it was his own streaming company. His mother thought it was just a part-time job to cover study costs. Since childhood, he had always worked hard to lessen the family's financial burden. Even then, she admitted she had sometimes been too strict with him. When he saw her crying, he asked why. She said it was nothing and handed him a card with 50,000 on it. She told him not to worry and to use it. Shocked, he asked if she really meant to give him so much. She said yes, reminding him that if he never spent anything, he would not be able to find a girlfriend. He replied that he was already a billionaire. But she only laughed, saying he looked more like a beggar. She explained that the money was his commission. He asked what commission she meant. She proudly said she had invested in real estate, already buying some land. He thought she had fallen into another pyramid scheme, but decided not to say anything. At that moment, someone called out to him. It was Meng, asking if he was really going back to the city. He said yes. She asked to join him. He suddenly realized that Meng was not related to his mother, which might cause problems later. They set off in a BMW. He complained that the car was too cheap and told Yue Lingshuang to be more careful. She apologized and promised to pay attention next time. His sister defended her, saying the car was fine and he had sprung the trip on them suddenly, so it was hard to find another vehicle. Strangely, she sided with him in the end, which made him gain her favor. Yue Lingshuang, however, became upset, thinking he treated her like a servant. He noticed the change in attitude and even checked the system to see if he could fix it. He could not understand why Yue Lingshuang got upset when Meng gave him an orange. Suddenly, it started raining. He warned Yue Lingshuang to be careful. But just then, a truck slid across the road. The car ahead spun out, and their BMW was hit. The crash was brutal. Cars spun across the road, and their own vehicle flipped over. Despite the chaos, he kicked the door open and managed to shield his sister, thanks to the system's strengthening. She asked if he was all right, terrified, but he assured her that as long as he was there, nothing would harm her. Many cars began to brake, but the rain kept pouring. He covered his sister and ran to help Yue Lingshuang. Her legs were stuck, and she thought she might die in such a foolish way. He refused to give up, pulled the door open with the system's power, and dragged her out. She thought at least he never disappointed her. Her affection score finally rose to 5. His sister worried about Yue Lingshuang. When they looked at her, they saw a deep cut across her eyebrow. She stared in shock at her reflection in the rearview mirror. He reassured her that what mattered was that she was alive, and with modern medicine, she could heal. She asked if he would see her as a monster, but he told her not to worry. She hugged him tightly. Later, the ambulance arrived, and they were all taken to the hospital. He realized it might be useful to use the system to learn some medical skill. The next day, Kiki messaged to ask if he had arrived. She mentioned an event happening that night. He explained about the car accident. She quickly arranged a car for him, asking which hospital he was in. He told her not to worry and promised he would still attend. Meanwhile, Yue Lingshuang reflected that maybe losing her beauty was not such a bad thing. Now she would have to depend on her intelligence and skills. Still, she feared that others would only see her scars and judge her. He asked her to check if there were villas for sale in the city of Seoul. His sister scolded him, saying they had just been in a serious accident and he was already talking about houses. But he insisted, saying she was the only one who always completed his tasks. She argued that he could not pressure people like that, but before she could continue, Yue Lingshuang began crying. She explained that she was touched, that he treated her the same even after she had been scarred. She promised to exceed his expectations. That evening, they attended the event. the artists there carefully sketched the participants. His sister was impressed, recognizing many famous streamers. He told her she needed to get used to this kind of environment. She complained that they were too casually dressed, while everyone else wore formal gowns. He said it did not matter, because no one would dare humiliate him. Still, he noticed some women whispering about how people like them had managed to get inside. His sister was hurt by their words, and he could not stand it. He walked over and warned the women to be careful about what they said. They asked who he was, insisting he did not belong there. He grew angry, but Meng Meng pulled his shirt, urging him to let it go. He ignored her and demanded they apologize. One of them came closer, asking if he knew who she was and how many fans she had. He slapped her across the face. She shouted in rage, but he slapped her again and she fell to the ground. The crowd was shocked at his boldness, whispering that he had gone too far. Soon, some of his old bar friends rushed over, surprised to see him there. Recognizing how popular he had become, they considered it a lucky encounter. Meanwhile, the slapped woman appealed to a man she called Mr. Bai, asking for help. She complained she had been beaten by a farmer, but in the end, he also slapped her. In the end, Mr. Bai greeted the boy warmly, saying he wanted to apologize on the woman's behalf. The crowd was left wondering who this young man really was, for someone so powerful to treat him that way. Strangely, his sister liked what he had done, her favorability toward him rising even more, though she was also becoming increasingly dangerous. Yue Lingshuang stayed in her room, preparing to call her boss to report on everything that had happened during the week. Yet her thoughts kept drifting to Chen Yuan, recalling the things he had said and how he had saved her. She did not understand why he filled her mind so much, but she brushed those feelings aside and made the call. The young master answered, and she told him it was time to move forward with their plan. She had secured several scattered pieces of land on the islands, which could disrupt Chen Yuan's plans. He praised her and promised that when she returned, she would be treated well. Yue Lingshuang thanked him, saying she owed her life to him and the Li family. He told her she was the one he trusted most, and that once she returned, doctors would be sent to take care of her. After hanging up, Yue Lingshuang wondered how he had learned about her accident. The only explanation was that he had placed a spy to watch her, which meant he did not fully trust her. Meanwhile, on stage, the audience applauded the performance. The host announced that the next guest was a special surprise. Chen Yuan put on a mask, which confused his sister. He explained he was preparing a performance. On stage stood the famous crystal piano, and Chen Yuan approached it. His sister was dazzled by him, unable to hide her admiration. Her favorability had already reached 90, and only 5 more points remained before it would be full. Many thought the pianist was a man named Lang Shen, who was known for his skill. 5 minutes passed, but Chen Yuan still had not played a single note or said anything. People grew impatient and told him to step down if he was not going to perform. Viewers on the live stream cursed at him. Kiki's group, meanwhile, watched nervously through the cameras. Some urged patience, saying Chen Yuan always had a plan. They knew he was a genius at the piano, and they were sure he was preparing something. Finally, he pressed the first key, and the crowd breathed with relief. Then, instead of only playing, he began to sing, using the vocal ability he had recently gained. The audience quickly grew emotional. His song carried feelings of deep love, regret, and longing. Meng Meng was shocked, wondering how many more secrets he was hiding. Chen Yuan sang about time passing, choices that had to be faced, and his sadness when he had left. Meng Meng found it hard to resist him, even though he was linked to her friend. Even Gao Xunian listened, and thought that only someone with true love in his heart could sing that way. She pretended to stay indifferent, but inside she felt wounded. The affection score rose even higher, reaching 93. The hall was silent when Chen Yuan finished. Soon applause filled the room, with many calling the performance incredible. On the live stream, countless people supported him, their hearts moved. Royu, who was watching from elsewhere, was astonished to see he had yet another hidden skill. She regretted not attending in person. Her father scolded her for being distracted during their meeting, but the Li family member excused it, saying he sometimes did the same. The father apologized, admitting he should have raised her better, but the Li family man insisted it was fine, since their contract was close to completion. At the same time, Royu was upset. She realized the very man who had clashed with Chen Yuan was now in front of her. Her father had brought her here without warning, which made her angry. The man then stood and said he had a surprise. He too played the piano, certain his performance would win her admiration. But to Royu, his playing was nothing compared to Chen Yuan's. It was not even close. Meanwhile, Jue Lingshuang was quietly crying. She could not explain why the song touched her so deeply. To her, Chen Yuan was like a bright moon shining in the sky. Inside a limousine, a woman discussed buying land in the Taiyan area. She admitted she was uneasy about the financial risks, but Julu reassured her to keep purchasing. This woman knew Yue Lingshuang was also buying land, so she made her moves carefully to counter her rival. The land being bought for film and television projects was spread across 3 different cities, not just one. She reminded herself that Chen Yuan relied only on her, so she had to use all her knowledge to deal with Yue Lingshuang, whom she saw as nothing but a spy. Suddenly, she received a message from Meng Meng, who told her that Chen Yuan was performing. She was puzzled. With his wealth, why would he live stream? She checked and was stunned to see him on stage, masked, playing piano and singing. She was impressed, realizing that if not for his focus on business, he could have become a music star. The entire country was moved by his talent. His favorability score rose to 96, granting him 10 strength points. Chen Yuan thought the performance had been worth it. The audience begged him to continue. A few days later at a company, Yue Lingshuang was told of trouble. Someone else with great wealth was buying up the very lands they wanted. She feared that if her boss's plan failed, everyone at Fission would lose their jobs. She said she would speak with the boss, though his phone was turned off. She wondered if he was deliberately avoiding responsibility. At the Black Cat Company, people complained that the place still seemed bankrupt. Streamers found it strange because only days ago they had received a large amount of money. Rumors spread that Mr. Yan, who funded the business, had disappeared. Some claimed he had run out of money. Shen Shui heard these rumors and wondered if it was true. During a meeting, Kiki denied it, saying it was impossible. Even if she tried, she could never drain his fortune. But Shen Shui suggested calling him to confirm, since it had been a while since he sent any funds. Normally by now, he would have sent something. Kiki began to wonder if the rumors were true. Across the city, people whispered about Mr. Yan's possible bankruptcy. Those who disliked Chen Yuan were quick to celebrate, saying he deserved it. Meanwhile, in a grand mansion, Chen Yuan was relaxing in the pool. He asked Royu where she was, and she told him none of it mattered. She even said she would sell everything she had to help him. But Chen Yuan laughed, saying his only problem was having too much money. The more he tried to spend, the more he earned. He ended the call, frustrated that even taking a short break caused chaos everywhere. Royu's mother asked what Chen Yuan had said. Royu explained, but her mother scolded her, forbidding her from selling anything. She said Chen Yuan's expenses could never be covered by their family business. Royu agreed that no matter what they tried, they could never pay his bills. Her mother suggested that maybe he was only pretending to show weakness. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan lay in the sun, calm and carefree. Kiki became anxious, asking if Chen Yuan was in trouble and saying she would sell her entire company to help him. Even Gao Xunian called, saying she did not care about money and was willing to return everything he had given her, plus more. Another woman also said that he should have asked for help earlier and that she would never stop supporting him. Chen Yuan kept repeating to everyone that he was fine and that there was no need to worry. He could not understand why, all on the same day, so many people thought he had gone bankrupt. Someone must have been spreading the rumor. Strangely, the roles had reversed. Instead of him comforting the girls, they were now the ones fussing over him. Perhaps his charm really had reached new heights. But before he could rest, yet another call came. It was Lin Zhiluo, who told him to give her his address because she had a surprise for him. He already suspected it would not be something pleasant. The scene then shifted to one of the wealthiest districts in the city, where members of the Lin family were preparing for a grand event. All the most powerful figures in the city would be there. The staff was told not to make a single mistake. Cars began to arrive. The first guest was a man named Li Jiamu, who was warmly greeted by the Lin family host. Not long after, a taxi stopped outside. Yue Lingshuang had been ordered by her boss to attend, though her forehead was still covered with a bandage. When she tried to enter alongside Mr. Li, the security guard pushed her away, asking where a beggar like her thought she was going. The security team immediately warned everyone to protect their master, saying there was a suspicious person at the entrance. Yue Lingshuang hurriedly explained that she was late, but had come as instructed. Recognizing her, Mr. Li walked over and asked what had happened. Still, he frowned at the smell coming from her. He said that if she entered in such a state, she would ruin his reputation. Although he ordered the guards to help her up, he refused to touch her himself, not wanting to dirty his hands. Yue Lingshuang realized in that moment that once she lost her usefulness, she would be discarded like a stray dog. Later, everyone gathered at the banquet table. A guest asked whether Mr. Yan had already been ruined financially. Jiamu then turned to Yue Lingshuang, asking her to explain. She said that they had acquired all the most important lands required for Chen Yuan's project. The guest smiled, saying this meant Chen Yuan could not expand unless he bought land from them, which they would never allow. The Lin family member added that rumors said Chen Yuan's money was nearly gone, meaning he was finished. Jiamu agreed and they all laughed, toasting to Chen Yuan's downfall. Yue Lingshuang added that she would soon expose Chen Yuan's sister as being close to another rival. With that, she planned to cut ties with Chen Yuan completely. At that moment in another place, Lin's sister loudly called out for Chen Yuan. She said she was starving and demanded that he cook rice the same way he had prepared it last time. Chen Yuan's sister immediately rushed to greet her friend, surprised to see her again. Sitting together on the couch, she asked Lin Zhiluo if she really liked her brother since she often visited. Lin Zhiluo laughed, saying countless men in the city desired her, so of course she would not be interested in Chen Yuan. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was in the kitchen, listening to all this. He wondered how such a prestigious family like the Lins ended up with someone as unpredictable as Lin Zhiluo, but at least his sister now had company. Just then, there was a knock at the door. A woman's voice called from outside. Lin Zhiluo teased that it must be another love debt Chen Yuan had left behind. When they opened the door, they were shocked to see Gao Xunian, the famous star, exhausted and asking if Chen Yuan was home. Soon, the three of them were sitting together, chatting. Lin Zhiluo was curious why such a celebrity had come. Chen Yuan's sister even asked for an autograph. Gao Xunian admitted that competing with Lin's sister would be difficult, since she was such a strong rival. Chen Yuan then appeared, announcing that dinner was ready. The three praised him. Gao Xunian said she never imagined he could cook so well. She explained that she had come because she was worried after hearing him sound troubled on the phone and wanted to know if he had financial problems. After eating, all three were full, and once again his favorability points increased. Both his sister and Gao Xunian were nearly at 95. Chen Yuan realized that cooking was always an effective way to win hearts. A notebook fell onto the table, revealing detailed financial records. Chen Yuan frowned, confused. Lin Zhiluo explained this was the surprise she had prepared. The company she was managing was actually involved in secret real estate dealings. Chen Yuan wondered why it seemed like she was deliberately challenging Yue Lingshuang. Lin Zhiluo showed him a map, saying the purple-marked areas were lands she had already bought, supported by neighboring cities, and all of this had been achieved without even spending all the money he had given her. She expected him to be impressed, but his expression remained calm. To him, it was not about profits, but about finding ways to spend money. Still, Gao Xunian recognized the strategy, asking if he was behind the entire plan. With land spread across 3 cities, no one could control him. It was as if he had planned every move from the beginning, like a true strategist. Chen Yuan's favorability score reached 95 again. He received 283 million back, along with 30 strength points, and even gained the title of Master of Acting. Meanwhile, at the Black Cat Company, Kiki asked Meng Meng for a favor. She suspected Chen Yuan was running a real estate company and wanted someone to investigate. Meng Meng said the company was called Fission and was managed by a secretary named Yue Lingshuang. One of the girls pointed out that leaving him alone in this could be dangerous, so they needed to find a way to help. They agreed to investigate both the company and Yue Lingshuang. Kiki then gave Meng Meng a playful kiss on the cheek, saying she could always rely on her. Chen Yuan was curious about his new acting mastery. He wondered if he could use it for flirting. He turned to Gao Xunian and asked why she was watching him so intently while he studied the files. She seemed flustered, unsure how he had noticed. Strangely, his charm now seemed even stronger. He realized flirting had suddenly become much easier. Looking at the map, he saw that his goals were mostly falling into place, except for the constant interference from others. Perhaps he really was destined for something greater. If people wanted to believe he had planned everything, he would not stop them. He would keep playing his own game. Lin Zhiluo then asked what he thought about having someone as competent as her by his side. Meanwhile, at the banquet of wealthy families, the discussion continued. One woman explained that it would be impossible for Chen Yuan to recover unless he poured in billions more, which she doubted he had. The others laughed, finding her words amusing. Then another man with sharp features suddenly said he smelled something strange. He mentioned hearing that all of Jaimu's secretaries were beautiful, so he demanded the one in bandages remove her covering and show her face. Yue Lingshuang, still scarred, broke down crying, begging Mr. Li for help. He knew the man's words were rude, but he could not afford to lose this cooperation. So he told her to remove the bandage. Yue Lingshuang hesitated, but he ordered her to obey. Finally, she pulled off the small bandage. The scar across her face was revealed, much larger and deeper than anyone had expected. The doctor who stitched Yue Lingshuang's wound had done such a poor job that her cut was still open. The room fell silent. One man muttered that he had not imagined such ugliness beneath the bandage and told her to cover it at once. Yue Lingshuang said that if her presence disturbed them, she would leave. With that, she walked out. Jaimu simply watched, thinking that since her mission was already completed, her scarred face made her useless to him. Farther away, some men laughed, saying she looked worse than beggars on the street. Meanwhile, at Chen Yuan's home, Lin Zhiluo invited his sister to join her at a bar, but the sister refused, saying Chen Yuan disliked such things. She preferred to stay home and rest, happy to spend her time with her brother. Then the doorbell rang. It was Yue Lingshuang, looking completely exhausted. Meng Meng hurried to her side, worried about her appearance. Yue Lingshuang tried to brush it off, but her face showed she had suffered. Meng Meng comforted her gently, saying she could always confide in her. Lin Zhiluo, on the other hand, was furious, seeing Yue Lingshuang as the worst kind of traitor. Yue Lingshuang learned from Meng Meng that Chen Yuan had asked them to wait because he expected she would arrive. Shocked, she sat down to eat his rice. She realized that from the start, he had always treated her as a person, not a tool. Tears welled up in her eyes. Meng Meng asked what was wrong, but she only said she was remembering things. Her affection score rose by 10, and when she asked where Chen Yuan was because she wanted to speak with him, it rose another 10 points. Chen Yuan's sister explained that he had already gone to bed. Yue Lingshuang was surprised at how early he had retired. But the sister said he had been burdened with many problems lately and needed time alone. In truth, he was simply sipping soda and playing games. Yue Lingshuang thought about how hard things must be for him. Despite everyone turning against him and the Lin family scheming, he still remembered to save food for her. She felt unworthy of such kindness, and her favorability rose again. The next day, Meng Meng told Kiki what she had discovered after a long night of research. She found Yue Lingshuang's past very suspicious. Yue Lingshuang had entered a top university without prior schooling, studied in the United States at 17, and returned with 2 degrees by the age of 22. Immediately after, she became the executive secretary of the powerful Giant Star Group. Kiki recognized the name. The group belonged to the influential Lin family, who controlled Giant Star Company. Chen Yuan was preparing to open something that would compete directly with them, and suddenly Yue Lingshuang appeared as a secretary. Both women concluded she must be a spy. Meng Meng said this explained why Chen Yuan faced so many setbacks, almost to the point of bankruptcy. Yuki panicked, wanting to call him immediately, but his phone was, as always, switched off. She tried asking Bingsu for his new address, but Bingsu claimed not to know. Furious at learning a spy was near him, Yuki swore she would help track down his location. Their operation to save Chen Yuan had begun. Back at Chen Yuan's home, he woke up after a long rest but smelled something unusual. To his surprise, it was Yue Lingshuang making breakfast. He wondered if she had taken the wrong medicine. Chen Yuan approached her. Yue Lingshuang shyly explained she had cooked for him and asked him to taste it. As he ate, her eyes softened. She thought about how he had never once seemed bothered by her scar and how different he was from her former boss. Chen Yuan knew how painful it must be for her to live with such a wound, especially as a woman. He had been training his medical skills, hoping he could one day heal her and win her heart completely. She asked what she should do if she ever made him angry. He replied that if it was about losing money, he did not care anymore since he already disliked it. She wondered silently if he would forgive her if he ever discovered she had worked against him with other companies. Though her plans had nearly succeeded, she realized she was not happy about it. Soon Meng Meng and the other girls entered, saying they also wanted breakfast. Yue Lingshuang stood quickly, offering to serve, but Meng Meng told her to sit, saying she could help herself. Lin Zhiluo lazily demanded food too, so the group sat down to eat. Suddenly, the doorbell rang repeatedly. Everyone turned, startled. Lin Zhiluo complained about the noise and went to check. Meng Meng guessed it might be Royu's friends searching for Chen Yuan's house. Yue Lingshuang looked uneasy, but Meng Meng explained that some of them were on their way, worried after learning there was a spy in his company. Moments later, she opened the door. It was indeed all of them. Chen Yuan's sister was astonished to see so many beautiful women at once. Before she could react, they had already entered the house. Meng Meng asked if they were truly his friends, but their angry expressions said enough. Royu said the matter was urgent and demanded to know where Yue Lingshuang was. The group moved toward the dining area, surrounding Yue Lingshuang. She had nowhere to hide. Meng Meng, tired of the silence, slammed a stack of papers on the table. She told Chen Yuan to read it. Inside was a detailed report on the spy within his company. Chen Yuan glanced at the dossier and calmly said it was impressive, proof of Meng Meng's talent and preparation. But Meng Meng warned him that he had fallen into a trap set by rival groups. His sister asked Yue Lingshuang if it was true. Lin Zhiluo smirked, knowing they did not realize Chen Yuan had already known the truth for some time. Gao Xunian, sharp as ever, realized aloud that Chen Yuan had used Lin Zhiluo deliberately to ruin Yue Lingshuang's plans. Yue Lingshuang finally admitted everything. She confessed she had approached him as a spy. At that moment, Chen Yuan stood, telling her to come with him to the garden because they needed to speak alone. The two of them left while the rest watched curiously. Meng Meng broke into tears, saying she never imagined Yue Lingshuang was a spy. If she had known, she would never have let her near Chen Yuan. But Lin Zhiluo told her not to worry, because he had known all along. Everyone was stunned, wondering what she meant. Royu asked angrily why Chen Yuan had trusted such an important project to someone he knew was a spy. Lin Zhiluo only smiled and said she would never reveal the answer. She had already realized that all these women were chasing after him, and she grew frustrated, wondering why there were no other men in the country for them. Tension grew as the women started shoving each other, demanding explanations. Then Gao Xunian calmly pointed out that, by coincidence, the lands Yue Lingshuang had pushed him to buy, and the lands Lin Zhiluo had acquired formed one large, continuous territory. Ru's eyes widened as she realized Chen Yuan had planned it all along. His strategy was far ahead of everyone else. He was like a commander watching the battlefield from high above, moving resources like pieces on a chessboard. She trembled, impressed, and the others murmured that he was like a supercomputer. Meng Meng asked if she had ruined things by exposing the spy, but Kiki reassured her, thinking Chen Yuan must have another plan, since he always did. The more she learned about him, the more mysterious he seemed. Though he took many risks, he always emerged victorious. Outside in the garden, Yue Lingshuang apologized for getting close to him, only to gather information. She said she had no choice, since she did not know him and had to follow orders. Chen Yuan told her he had always known. She asked how that was possible, and he explained he had discovered her purpose on the very first day. But none of that mattered to him. He reminded her of what he had once said: if it was only about money and business, he would always forgive her. Gently, he touched her face and said he would keep his word, as a knight must. Yue Lingshuang blushed deeply, unable to speak. Her favorability rose sharply, reaching 85. Before she could say anything else, he assured her there was nothing to worry about, because from now on, she was part of his team. Yue Lingshuang tried again to apologize, but Chen Yuan stopped her. He told her she was his hidden dragon, and that with her by his side, the whole world could be within reach. He left, telling her to continue working hard. She stood there, wondering if she would really escape punishment. Chen Yuan said her punishment would be a mission for the following week, and with that, she received 30 billion to spend. Overwhelmed, her nose even ran as she dropped to the floor, saying she did not deserve such generosity. Her favorability increased by 10 points, but Chen Yuan grew frustrated. He had already spent 50 billion on her, and she was still only at 93. Still, he believed that with his growing medical skills, she would soon be within reach. Later, Yue Lingshuang sent him a message apologizing again, saying she could not bring herself to betray the Lin family. Chen Yuan knew she was almost ready to change sides. It was only a matter of small details. He told her to stop making excuses and just complete her weekly mission. Her only task was to spend money, even if that meant helping the Lin family. She wondered if this was his way of asking her to spy on them, but she doubted he could escape from their grasp. That was when Chen Yuan stepped into the room and found all the girls staring at him, smitten. He felt like he had walked into a wolf's den. Even Meng Meng, whom he hardly knew, looked at him that way. Suddenly, a notification came through. He had completed the counterattack mission against her. He was shocked he did not even remember starting it. He received a pile of money and 25 strength points. He wondered if he had somehow stepped into the matrix. The system explained that what he had gained was hacking proficiency. Chen Yuan still did not understand why each time he gained a new skill, his head hurt more. The system explained it was because of the overload of information, and that he needed to increase his mental power to handle it. Realizing this, he immediately invested 50 points into mental power. A transformation followed. Chen Yuan felt like a new version of himself. With one glance, he could now identify the brand of perfume, the weight of shoes, the fabric of clothes, and even someone's exact height. He wondered if he had become some kind of super genius. Mang Meng nervously apologized for revealing Yue Lingshuang's identity. He told her it did not matter. The truth would have surfaced sooner or later. He only hoped no one would treat her badly, and that everyone could act as if nothing had happened. The girls were puzzled, demanding to know why he would say such a thing. Mang Meng concluded that Chen Yuan must have already convinced Yue Lingshuang to change sides. Perhaps he was turning her into a double agent. Yue Lingshuang was about to step back into the house and overheard this conversation. Hearing Chen Yuan tell everyone that she was still an important part of the team, she realized he was serious. In that moment, she felt he was truly someone worth following for the rest of her life. Later, Yue Lingshuang prepared to leave the house. She said she would call a taxi, but Chen Yuan told her she could stay if she wanted. She refused, saying the crack had already been made. Everyone would always see her as a spy. From upstairs, his sister wondered if Chen Yuan had truly convinced her. If she returned to the Lei family and failed in her mission, she would certainly be punished. Lin Zhiluo added that perhaps Yue Lingshuang did not realize Chen Yuan had orchestrated everything, and when the Lin family found out, her punishment would be unavoidable. At that moment, Lin Zhiluo received a call from her brother. He asked where she was and what she was doing. She replied that she was at Chen Yuan's house and had just witnessed a scene he would not believe. He became furious, asking since when she called this man brother. He shouted that she had no idea what plans the Lin family had with the Li family, and he demanded she stop associating with Chen Yuan. He warned her that in half a month she would be back at university and ordered her to return home. Annoyed, Lin Zhiluo thought that once her brother discovered her achievements, he would finally understand. Soon he would realize that Lin Zhiluo was the greatest entrepreneur of her generation. Elsewhere, Kiki asked Royu if she recognized the two girls with Chen Yuan. Royu identified the one on the left as his sister, Ming Meng, and the one on the right as Lin Zhiluo from the Lin family, who was extremely dangerous. Yuki was stunned, saying Chen Yuan never rested. He always surrounded himself with another powerful ally. She called the two over, introduced herself as the CEO of the Black Cat Company, and suggested that since they were all Chen Yuan's friends, they should exchange contacts. Chen Yuan looked on, bewildered, as the women exchanged phone numbers. Kiki added Lin Zhiluo to their group chat, declaring that from now on, they were all friends. Chen Yuan wondered just how many people were in that group already. Meanwhile, at a hotel, Yue Lingshuang was welcomed back by Mr. Li. He explained that his actions the day before had been necessary. He could not afford to lose an investor. To ease her pain, he said he had arranged for the best plastic surgeon in all of Korea to restore her beauty. Yue Lingshuang thanked him, but then revealed that her identity had been exposed. Shocked, Mr. Li asked what had happened. She explained that Chen Yuan had forgiven her and even invited her to continue working with him, but she had refused. Secretly, she hid the 30 billion he had given her, worried that if Mr. Li knew, he would see her as a traitor. Mr. Li asked how Chen Yuan reacted when she left. She said he remained calm, showing no anger or sadness, which made her uneasy. Mr. Li suspected Chen Yuan's emotional control was too strong. He pointed out something she had not realized. Chen Yuan had known from the beginning that she was a spy. When asked whose name the fishing company shares were under, Yue Lingshuang explained they were all in Meng Meng's name to avoid suspicion. Mr. Li realized Chen Yuan was far more calculating than expected and wondered if he had fallen into a trap. He demanded maps of Hue province and ordered his secretary to check whether the Lin family was buying land there. The secretary confirmed they were, though under the name of another company. At that very moment, Lin's phone rang. It was Mr. Li. Lin answered casually, asking why he was calling so early. Mr. Li angrily accused him of colluding with Chen Yuan and claimed he had been plotting from the start. Lin was confused, denying everything, but Mr. Li told him to stop pretending. He insisted that all the land purchases matched Chen Yuan's strategy perfectly. Lin, still confused, had no idea where those transactions had come from. Lin said he would investigate because he was certain his family had nothing to do with these purchases. Mr. Lee gave him half a day to bring a satisfactory answer, otherwise he would face the consequences. Furious, Lin threw his phone to the ground, asking who Mr. Lee thought he was. Their deal was supposed to be won between equals, yet Lee treated him as if he were a child. The real problem was that Lin had already spent 10 million to plan everything, and if he lost, he would not be able to explain it to his family. He ordered his staff to check the family's secret real estate holdings. After 2 hours, the report came back. The documents revealed that everything was in his younger sister's name, a 20-year-old who was not supposed to have such wealth. Worse still, the company's assets had already surpassed 50 billion. Looking at the purchases, it was clear that Chen Yuan's project would succeed completely. The land and infrastructure were aligned perfectly for his television plan. They had believed they were trapping Chen Yuan, but in truth, he had trapped them. Lin realized he had fallen into a pit from the start, and now even his sister had been swayed. Enraged, he grabbed his phone and called her. She answered calmly, asking why he was bothering her again. He shouted about discovering the secret company she was running, but she only replied that he was slow to find out. If he wanted to complain, he should take it up with her boss. He yelled about her exploiting family connections, but she hung up, saying she preferred to stand on Chen Yuan's side, who was far more capable than him. Furious, Lin smashed his phone, demanding another one immediately. He could not believe his own sister dared to defy him like this. Lin's butler advised him that the situation was already out of control and that they should focus on damage control. Lin asked how that was even possible. The butler explained that based on Chen Yuan's planning, he seemed more promising than the Li family. Considering his sister already had strong connections, it might be wiser to form an alliance with him. Lin refused. He would never give up on Royu, because if he did, his sister would never let him hear the end of it. The butler asked if it was worth all this trouble just because of one woman. Lin silenced him, saying he alone controlled the company and would take full responsibility. The butler stepped back, privately thinking that his young master was too inexperienced. This was no longer about financial loss. Even if Lin succeeded in forcing his sister back, she would be seen as a traitor by everyone else. The reality was simple. Either the Lin family joined Chen Yuan, or they would eventually be destroyed by the others. Meanwhile, Mr. Lei received reports about Lin Zhiluo's recent activities. He realized too late that he had been walking into Chen Yuan's trap from the very beginning. He demanded silence in the meeting room. Yue Lingshuang, sitting nearby, felt guilty for not discovering anything sooner as secretary. She apologized, admitting she had overlooked important details. But Mr. Li's anger exploded. He told her losing 10 billion was not a mistake one could simply apologize for. He hurled an ashtray at her face, shouting that she was arrogant to think she was worth that much. Everything she had, he said, was thanks to the Li family, and she did not deserve any of it. He ordered the security guards to detain her. From now on, she would be treated as a suspect and investigated to see if she was involved. Some women defended her, saying she had always been with them from the start, but Mr. Lei dismissed them. Betrayal or not, someone had to take the blame, and Yue Lingshuang was the easiest scapegoat. Back at Chen Yuan's house, Ruyu arrived and asked for Meng Meng. She complained that her brother was irresponsible for leaving Meng Meng alone, but Meng Meng said Chen Yuan was not gone. He had been downstairs in the basement for days. She explained he was doing experiments and asked everyone not to disturb him. In the basement, Chen Yuan looked at a strange purple ointment he had created. He finally declared it ready. Spending so many points to upgrade his medical skills to 60 had been worth it. At that moment, Royu knocked and asked to come in. Chen Yuan thought her timing was perfect. He asked if she had any scars, which confused her. She mentioned a small one hidden under her hair from a fight with her brother when they were children. Chen Yuan tilted her chin to look closer. She was startled and thought Meng Meng would misunderstand if she saw this. But she stayed still, and he applied his cream to her forehead. She complained about the strong smell, but he told her not to touch it for 3 hours. Embarrassed, she thanked him but said there would be a price. As he turned away, she suddenly kissed him. Chen Yuan froze, red-faced and stunned, wondering if he had just been taken advantage of. Outside the door, Royu blushed, surprised at her own boldness, but admitted the feeling was not bad. Chen Yuan was still red with embarrassment when Meng Meng entered. She asked why Royu had left covering her face. Chen Yuan said she went home to bathe, but Meng Meng did not believe him. She accused him of doing something wrong. Chen Yuan insisted he was a gentleman and would not accept false accusations. Meng Meng shook her head, saying the only problem with him was that he was always surrounded by women. Still, no matter what, he was her only brother. He asked if she had any scars that needed treatment, but she ran off, saying his cream smelled too awful. He sighed, calling her silly for wasting such a rare opportunity. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with messages. It was the same business group chat he had joined earlier. Someone asked if Mr. Yan was really having financial trouble. Another said even his land-buying company had stopped, suggesting he was planning to flee the country. One man claimed the Black Cat platform was failing, and that Mr. Yan had made the mistake of getting involved with powerful families. Others agreed it was safer to keep their distance. Chen Yuan grew angry. Just days ago, all these people had begged to be his friends. Now they gossiped behind his back. He typed a sharp message, telling them that anyone who wanted to leave should just leave. They were shocked, asking why he was acting so tough in such a situation. Chen Yuan declared that anyone who opposed him or cooperated with Tang's family would be considered his enemy. Some businessmen scoffed, saying he was being foolish. But one man defended him, saying Chen Yuan was no ordinary person and not even the entire Lin family could stop him. Others, however, ignored this and quietly left the chat. Soon, hundreds of members exited the group. Chen Yuan realized he no longer cared. Those who abandoned him now would never be allowed back. He decided it was time to prove everyone wrong. He logged into his streaming platform and recharged billions in credits. On the Black Cat platform, employees noticed massive purchases being made. One worker called Shen Shui, who came rushing in. He explained that someone had just spent billions in a live stream. She immediately suspected it was Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan browsed different streams but found most boring. Then something caught his eye. His own sister was streaming under the name Dreamy Little Monster. She had dressed up like a cat and was even selling accessories. Chen Yuan was shocked that he had not noticed this sooner. He watched as she thanked her viewers. Furious that she was resorting to streaming like this, he decided not to let it slide. He immediately sent a massive donation called a rocket. Another viewer named Happy Wind also donated and asked to add her as a friend. She refused, saying her brother would not allow it. But then 10 more rockets appeared, and the man asked again. Chen Yuan's anger grew as he watched this stranger try to flirt with his sister. Meng Meng grew annoyed as well, asking why this man kept pestering her when she had already refused. She warned him not to waste money sending gifts just to be added. But instead, he sent 100 more rockets. The chat grew noisy, with viewers urging her to accept him. But suddenly, a huge explosion of light appeared on screen, the most expensive gift on the platform. Chen Yuan had bought the stellar explosion, a gift worth over 1 million. The chat erupted. Many asked if the legend had returned. Even Meng Meng was shocked to see such an item actually appear in her stream. Chen Yuan was not done. He sent 2 more stellar collisions, followed by 3 stellar explosions. The effects appeared across other live streams as well, and soon everyone knew Dreamy Little Monster had received more than 4 galactic gifts. Chen Yuan kept clicking, determined to crush the arrogant stranger trying to impress his sister. The number of donations grew so high that Meng Meng could no longer keep up with the chat. Her popularity score soared to 100 million. At the Black Cat headquarters, staff watched in disbelief. Chen Yuan had already spent 300 million in just minutes. Chen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking this might be enough to trigger a financial shock. Then a message arrived from his sister, asking if he was the one behind the massive donations. He admitted it, and she scolded him for wasting money. But soon she realized the platform was his own, so technically he wasn't losing anything. Still, she begged him to stop, since she could no longer continue her livestream. Chen Yuan originally planned to spend 10 billion, but it looked like he would have to cut things short. On the platform, everyone speculated whether he was truly the one who had just spent 300 million. Shen Shui confirmed it, but admitted she had no idea how to handle the situation. Kiki told her it shouldn't be complicated, but Shen Shui explained that all the money went to his sister, Meng Meng. That was unusual, since it meant the money hadn't really left his hands. Then she realized his strategy. He used this as a way to show the other families that he had fully recovered from their attack. With this bold move, the rumors of his bankruptcy were crushed. Yuki agreed, saying it was the perfect method to silence everyone without losing a cent. Shen Shui thought back to Chen Yuan himself, saying she hadn't seen him in a long while and that she always wished she could be chosen by someone like him. By the next morning, the story was everywhere. News outlets, streams, and group chats all discussed it. One businessman told Hosen that he had been right. Mr. Yan had never been in danger. Hosen replied that people should learn a lesson. Chen Yuan would never let himself fall that easily. Still, he admitted privately that he was relieved not to have placed his bets on the wrong man. Almost immediately, notifications began flooding back into the group chat. The people who stayed in the group felt relieved. They had trusted Mr. Yan and had not abandoned him. Now his victory over both the Li and Lin families proved them right. Some admired his plan, calling it incredible that he could take on so many enemies at once and still come out ahead. Others said this single move would influence the next decade of business. Chen Yuan decided that those who remained loyal deserved rewards. He announced that anyone in the group could participate in the construction of Television City. Instantly, offers poured in. One man said his family owned shopping malls. Another said they ran a chain of restaurants. Someone else offered hotel services, and several from construction businesses promised materials and manpower. Chen Yuan was surprised by how quickly the responses came in. His sister was impressed too, since her own livestream and name were now trending everywhere. Chen Yuan told her she had become an online celebrity. She dismissed it, saying she was only popular because of the money he spent on her. Most comments, she noted, weren't about her at all, they were about him. Online chatter painted him as a spoiled man who only wasted money on women to show off, while other rich people invested in their nation's development. Chen Yuan tried to explain himself, but his sister told him that Royu already made it clear. He pretended to be reckless with money, but behind the scenes he was a business genius. He felt frustrated. The last thing he wanted was for rumors to affect his relationship with her. So he shifted the subject, asking what people meant about wealthy families funding talent development. She explained that in the board game called Go, their country had been embarrassed by foreigners. One player even mocked them, saying everyone in their country was an amateur. Chen Yuan asked who had the nerve to say such things. His sister explained that it was a young prodigy under 20 years old, a player named Kimura. He had learned from an old master, and when he arrived in their country, he defeated every local champion. Even veterans with decades of experience stood no chance. Worse still, Kimura publicly declared that no one in their country could beat him. In response, business leaders and wealthy sponsors were offering over 200 million to anyone who could take him down. Chen Yuan wasn't interested in the money. What caught his attention was the challenge. He told his sister he wanted to play against the genius himself. She was shocked and asked if he was serious, since this kid was a master. Chen Yuan insisted that it would be fun, and if it became too difficult, he could always level up his skills. His sister asked when he even found the time to learn such things, given that he was managing multiple companies. Chen Yuan simply reminded her that every day she saw him lying by the pool or playing video games at night. He always had time for whatever he wanted. Soon after, she opened her livestream again, saying she wanted to focus on studying today. Viewers, of course, weren't interested in watching her write notes, but Chen Yuan found it the perfect opportunity. He logged into the largest Go platform online. To avoid attention, he chose a disguise for his username, Sunset Master. At 10 in the morning, Chen Yuan began his training, eager to test what his system could do. His first match was simple, and by 10:33 he had already crushed the opponent. It was so easy that it bored him, so he set himself a goal of winning 10 games in a row. The wins kept stacking up. By 6:30 in the evening, he had already won 30 consecutive matches. Yet it still felt like child's play. The higher he climbed, the longer the matches became, as opponents made fewer mistakes. Still, what he truly wanted was to face the prodigy Kimura. Kimura also played on this platform, using the name Devil's Hand. He had been on a winning streak as well, 20 matches in a row. Confident that no one could defeat him, he decided to push for one more win. As he scanned through the rankings, he noticed a new player with an impressive streak, Sunset Master. Naturally, he sent a challenge. Chen Yuan received the notification. When he saw the challenger was Devil's Hand, he chuckled to himself, thinking the name sounded like something a high school kid would pick. Chen Yuan quickly realized this was no ordinary player. Devil's Hand had 20 consecutive wins, and now the duel was set. The prodigy made the first move, and the match began. Unlike the earlier opponents, his moves were complex and layered. Chen Yuan recalled a legend known as the Demon of Transformation, a player whose every move carried multiple variations. By the 30th move, Chen Yuan was already struggling. His position looked weak, and he realized his streak might come to an end. Kimura, on the other side, was impressed that it had taken 30 moves for his trap to spring. But he remained confident that he would win once again. Desperate, Chen Yuan turned to the system and requested 50 years of experience in the game. The price was steep, draining many strengthening points until only 25 remained. Suddenly, decades of strategies and knowledge poured into his mind, overwhelming but powerful. After carefully reviewing the board and analyzing multiple outcomes, he spotted a path forward. It was time to switch to offense. He steadied himself, prepared to unleash a new style of play. If Kimura was the demon of transformation, then Chen Yuan would rise as the demon of the heavens. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more awesome stories.